Hard hit ball to right field. Nimmo back, track at the wall. He turns, and that one's out of here. Just above the wall in right field, Brooks Lee, a 3-run home run. Third straight game in this series, the Twins have delivered a 3-run home run in the early stages. And it's a 4 spot for Minnesota in the top of the first.
Good morning, Metroplex. Not if you're a Rangers fan, I guess.
Metroplex.
That's a good morning if you're Sean Sharif. You're sleeping in, and you're, just going to go on a trip today.
Did he go yesterday?
I don't know. I thought he was leaving today. Maybe it is yesterday that he left. Regardless, he's off today for Juneteenth.
Yes, an observance.
I don't believe Alec got off, but Sean did. Well, Alec's redhead, so.
Okay. All right, starting off hot. Woo!
So, no, this was a Sean Sharif is out today. It's myself, Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell's here. Aiden Butler will be here a little bit later running the fan cam. Happy Juneteenth. It is a significant holiday. Glad they're federally recognizing it these days. And
thanks, guys.
Yeah,
I don't know if that. I don't know if that's the
drag. No,
wow.
But it is. It is a day that I'm glad that federally started being observed a couple years ago.
Yeah,
so,
when was that?
When did it start being observed? I believe it was 20. I can't remember. It may have been. That may have been 2020, I think. I can't recall.
Well, last year we had it off, so at least last
21.
year.
All right, so the Texas Rangers get swept at home by a bad baseball team.
Well, which with the is it the transitive property? If you get swept by a bad baseball team, that makes you a
bad baseball team.
Baseball team.
Yeah, no, this is so bad that this is worth. All right, as uncomfortable and as it may make him, and as much as he may want to, stamp his feet and yell about it, I guess, I don't know. They very much should be figuring out whether or not Chris Young should keep his job. This is bad.
So honeymoon's over.
The honeymoon's been over.
Honeymoon's over.
You don't get a honeymoon for somebody else's World Series.
Well, I'll tell you, at the time, most people gave Chris the World Series.
Yeah,
which I said.
We did a whole segment. I was going to say, we did a whole segment 6 months after the fact of how much of this was actually Chris Young's team?
I got destroyed for July of that year.
You got destroyed for the Corey Seager trade take.
Yeah, I know.
And then yesterday everybody was like, yeah.
It's like I was right. I'm like the conspiracy theorist. I'm right about things 5 years ahead of time.
Yeah,
and then I back off them, and then I get back on them.
Yep.
But I said even during the 23 years, guys, just don't forget about John, right? Don't forget about John. Put a lot of these moves together. But most fans didn't want to hear it. I don't know that I would go ahead and make a move on CY, only because I do believe he is somewhat overly hamstrung by ownership in terms of money. But I think a lot of GMs can say that.
No, 100%. There was a whole movie made about it.
Right.
But
they didn't blame Billy Beane for not being able to win, right? But the problem is that look, he is, I believe, focused on the wrong aspect of team building. They didn't need more pitching this offseason.
No. Which, I mean, they went out and got Nimmo. Fine.
Right. You wanna lead into a strength. I have no argument with that. But I just think that it's a little early. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it right now. I would try to maybe, especially we don't know what the lockout's going to be. I think a lot hinges on what happens at the deadline. If they're sellers,
I'm not going to give them another chance to trade for any more effing pitching.
I mean,
they could use it right now, I guess.
Yeah.
God, this is it's right now. And
how about just use some openers?
And look, I understand you got to be very, very careful in Major League Baseball when it comes to reacting to where your team is at that moment. It is 162 games. It is long as hell. The equivalent of one NFL game is 10 games in Major League Baseball. It is 3 entire series. That's the equivalent of one game in the National Football League.
Right. It's 10 games.
So it's something where when you see a 3-game sweep, that's like you got your ass kicked in the first half of a football game. Essentially, in terms of the grand scheme of how long a season is. But this is now 2.5 years, basically, of this team kind of being what they are, and they're being what feels like, to me, somebody deeply asleep at the switch.
Yeah.
Deeply asleep.
If you were in the other divisions, you're 5 back.
You are third or worse in every single division in baseball right now.
Yeah, you're 5 back of the White Sox in the Central. You would be 10.5 back of the Yankees if you were in the AL East. If you were in the NL East, you're 12 back. You're 12 back in the Central, and you're 12 back in the NL West. It's a big gap. There's a handful of teams that are, kind of your creams of the crop right now. Then there's a lot of mediocre baseball. And the Rangers right now, however you want to slice it, are mediocre baseball. That's what they are.
At best.
At best. And then this week, they've been bad baseball. And I'll tell you this, and I hate to say this because I don't like to do this, but y'all have lost me until the conclusion of the World Cup.
Don't do this.
You just have. I'm not. Even before this week, I was like, all right, the other day, I guess was it Rockers start? I was like, y'all got me until the Argentina game. Whatever day that was. It was like, you got me until the Argentina game starts, then I'm out. And then, like today, come 5 o'clock, I'm watching Scotland. As soon as I'm watching the U.S. game, and then when the U.S. game is over, I'm watching Scotland. All right, I got my country and then my adoptive country because I'm a landowner and I'm a lord.
Dual citizenship?
I don't have dual, but I am a lord. I'm a Scottish lord. So you got me after those. Once those 2 games are over. But I don't know. I haven't even looked at the schedule tonight for the World Cup. But y'all have lost me until the World Cup comes to its conclusion.
I will say, feels like the World Cup's been going on for a month now. The Rangers have 1 game since the World Cup began. They have 1 game where they have scored more runs than Messi scored goals in that first game.
Oh, no way. Really?
They've scored more than 3 runs 1 time in the last week.
And that was against Boston, right?
Mm-hmm. They put up 6 on Sunday.
Oh, gosh.
It's bad. These are the last 6 games they played. Boston is not a good team.
By the way,
now.
did you see the Messi stat that he has more wins at Arrowhead than Derek Carr?
Yeah, which is good. That is Burrowhead.
Yeah, it is.
Which has always made me a little uncomfortable, that phrasing and saying that, because I don't instantly think when I hear Burrowhead of necessarily football. But in the last week, you've got the worst home team in baseball, essentially, in Boston. And you've got a bad Minnesota team. And you have lost these games 10-1, 6-3, 4-2, 12-2, 9-3. And then you won 1 6-4 with Evaldi on the mound. It's a bad baseball team right now. And again, I know that we're talking about a short stint where we were just coming off of a stretch where everybody went, they won 3-4 series in a row. Why you can't be upset with where they're at. I think you can, because that looks more and more like the blip. That looks like the blip, not this. Because offensively, we're talking about 2.5 years. They cannot. What was the note? They were 0 for 18 with runners in scoring position during the series.
That sounds right.
Not 1 hit.
Not 1 hit.
They hit 3 home runs yesterday, and they managed to do it with nobody on base. Stop that. You stop that.
Every now and then you'll get a hit.
Cowboys coming up at 6:20.
Like, we've seen it where you get a hit with runners in scoring position and you don't score. Like, that's fine, right? The guy just gets to third base. It was a hard liner, slow runner, whatever. Not a single hit. Not a single hit. It's bad
0 for
baseball.
18, and I mean, it's again.
And you're also put in a. I mean, you're put in a terrible situation because you've allowed 9 runs in the first inning in this series. You've allowed 11 runs over your last 6 games in the first inning.
One of the worst first inning teams in baseball.
That is awful. That is awful. It is. It really is a terrible, terrible stretch that this team has gone on of first inning baseball. And you put yourself in such a difficult spot to try to win a baseball game when your first at bat, you're already in a hole. Mm-hmm. You're not playing from a position of advantage or power anymore. You're not. It is a very tough spot to put yourself in, and they do it. They literally do it better than anybody. It's the only thing that they do better than anybody right now.
The Twins were one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball when it came to actually pitching. As it stands now, they have allowed 387 runs this season. That's fourth worst in baseball, second worst in the AL. That is 4 runs better than the American League worst A's, Las Vegas A's, whatever we want to call them. And I'm sure that heading into the series before Texas just absolutely laid an egg, Oakland or Las Vegas or whoever was probably behind Minnesota. I'd have to look, but I would guess Minnesota was the worst team in the American League coming into this weekend. And it's just pathetic. You've invested so much in pitching. You have neglected a farm system. You have neglected your lineup. And I know some people say, well, you went out there and got Jock. What were you supposed to do? All right, fine, you got Jock. But,
yeah.
Guys,
2 years ago.
You do not know how to manage injuries, it doesn't seem like. You have done nothing to rebuild your farm system over the last several years. You have doubled and tripled down and just done the hold and hope Wall Street strategy on a lot of your offensive guys. This is negligence now. This is bad.
But the problem is there's nowhere to go. There really isn't. We got to finish out this season.
Thank God for the Cleburne Railroader.
That's right.
Hell yeah. So, Peyton Russell, you're a Rangers fan. You grew up a big baseball player. Certainly not a basketball player, as you told us about the shoes yesterday, which Sean wanted us to put in at worst take at 9.
Yeah.
But your thoughts as a diehard Rangers fan. How do you feel about
into
this?
that take again, by the way. What was that?
Not today.
Look, Sean can mention white people and it's fine, but I
was joking. I didn't mean to do it, buddy.
Look, we talked about the schedule, right? And you got past the first, whatever it was, 35, 40 games, and the schedule was supposed to get easier. And you're playing in such a crap of a division. The Mariners, they've caught a little bit of fire, but you're still within reach. If you would just go on some sort of run, and you have the pitching do it, you don't really have the offense, I get it, but you have the pitching do it, you played bad teams, there's no reason you should have been swept by the Twins. There's no reason you should have lost at least 2 games against the Twins. So they've had their chances, and it's pretty awful at this point, and now I'm just getting ready for the trade deadline, seeing who we're going to sell.
Yeah, there is no reason to have gotten swept by this team, and this was the stretch that we've talked about where they had to really kind of make up ground, and they've done the opposite.
They've sucked against bad teams this year.
They really have.
Legitimately sucked.
Boston's not any good. They lose 2 of 3. Kansas City, they win 2 of 3, but they're not any good. Cleveland, they took 2 of 3. Cleveland's really good. And then, obviously you get swept by Minnesota, so now you're sitting there losers of 5 of 6. And, okay, would it stun anybody? Because San Diego just got done losing 9 of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Just got done losing 9 of 10. Would it stun anybody if San Diego comes in here and just puts them in a body bag? Because they do have the talent overall to do that. San Diego is. I know they've struggled this year. I know they're not a great team. They're still above 500. Even though they've lost 9 of 10 at one point, they're still 3 games over 500. It would not surprise me if San Diego comes in here and absolutely puts a whooping on this team, and especially in the first inning.
Mm-hmm. This is now. They're now, I believe, 5-12 at home this year against teams that are below 500 right now.
5-12. Wow.
They're losing more than they're basically losing every series 2 out of 3 games. Higher rate than 2 out of every 3 games. Absolutely embarrassing. It's something that somebody's going to have to answer for. And I don't think that it's necessarily going to skip Schumacher. I don't know how much more Skip Schumacher can do. All right, you're listening to Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean Sharif is out. You've got myself, Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell. Next stop, Oxnard, California. The Cowboys wrapped up minicamp in Frisco on Thursday. That's next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Underdog
and maps at nctcog.org/gameplan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
It's all over. The off-season program is done. We now have about 5 weeks, 6 weeks roughly, before the Cowboys go to Oxnard, California, and we open training camp. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ here on 105 The Fan. No Sean Sharif today. What's new? Am I right, guys? You got myself, Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell here. The Cowboys did end up canceling their final day of practice.
Why?
So every year, the final practice is just supposed to be like a walkthrough, and it seems like most teams just give them the day off. But they had to make a jump shot to cancel the final day of practice. Shoddy put a jump shot or a free throw on it, and the man who nailed the shot was none other than the NFL security guy that they have there, Rick Burkhead, who is the father of Rex. He is Rex Burkhead's father.
The Cowboys have an inordinate amount of people that work for their program and go on to do amazing things. Post Malone.
Mm-hmm. Well, his dad did,
Dad. McElroy, right?
What, McElroy?
Greg McElroy's dad worked for the Cowboys. I did not know that. Oh, yeah. I think he was he was a bigwig. Was he food and beverage, maybe? I don't know. Obviously, Deuce.
Yeah, Messi's dad. I just assume. I was just trying to make the connection.
And now Rex's dad.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yes, it is. So he ended up making the jump shot, made everybody super pumped. They were all excited. They didn't end up having to do the walkthrough yesterday. Coach Schottenheimer, did you accomplish everything that you intended to before heading off to training camp?
I feel really good about it. Phase one is what we call, scheme development. We're putting in a new defense. It's them hearing the language, and some of the language gets tweaked and changed the more we get into it, and the players have some involvement in that. And obviously we're evolving on offense, but, getting a chance to go through the scheme, the cut-ups. Phase two, when you get on the field, is more skill development. So you're hitting the fundamentals and things like that. One of the things I thought that we did a really good job of, the coaches did, is that we had a action plan for all the players, rookies, veterans, where each coach, sat down, came up with a list of 3 things that they felt like the whatever said player could improve on. And not only the 3 areas that they wanted to improve on, but how they were going to do that, whether it's change of direction, cone drills, footwork, different things like that, but how. And then they came in and they met with the players, and the players, had some of their thoughts, and so they kind of did it collectively. But I felt really, really good about that. OTAs are hard. You see some of our colleagues and my peers, canceling the mini camps and stuff like that. It's just hard to practice. It's just hard to practice, with some of the rules that we're restricted under. I think we got a lot of really good things done.
Yeah, it is a tough thing for them when they get into this period, because it is what did Dan Campbell call it, the pajama party?
Yeah, pajamas.
Or whatever. It is a little bit of pajama football, or pajama, depending on where you're from, what region of the country.
I don't know which one I say.
I think I alternate them. It's like when
it's pajama. I think I say pajama.
I say pajama more often, because I remember it always drove me nuts that it was called bananas and I don't know. I do say pajamas a little bit too. I can't make up my mind. It's like lightning bug and firefly. I say both of them, and I don't know which one
I've never said that.
Lightning bug is a very lightning bug is a very Texas thing.
Yeah, I've always said both.
Yeah, I'm not surprised you'd say Firefly, just like the music industry did with the song Fireflies, because he's big Hollywood over here.
Right.
Yeah, that's all he cares about. But it can make it difficult at times to execute what you want to do, so you have to get creative. That's why I never took it seriously, the McCarthy complaint about the COVID year. Well, we were learning this thing. We had all these restrictions. You have all these restrictions every year that you have to work around, and everybody has to get creative with them. And so that just told me you were not creative enough in general, that you couldn't work around.
I do think that being in a COVID year as your first year might be a little bit more difficult.
Ron Rivera made the playoffs doing it for Washington.
Yeah,
And that was Ron Rivera. You think he's like giving them some big tactical edge?
No. I think that was luck, and not getting their quarterback hurt. Although they didn't have a quarterback. Yeah, I just think it was a more because you're not in the building, and you can't even get guys in the building half the time. But this is the pajama party. This is a waste of. I've always called this a waste of time. I've always thought OTAs and minicamp are nothing more than a Bill Parcells trumped up activity to keep guys out of trouble in the summer.
I think it's time on task on some things. I think it helps. I think it helps a lot of guys. Some guys don't need it, but there are other guys who I think it absolutely helps them, especially young players. Or if you're going through a scheme change, if you're changing some things, it's time in the classroom.
I understand. I get it all. I'm like, but what percentage would you say this is just to keep guys busy and idle hands?
I think for some guys it's 100% to help them, to help them get caught up, and then for the others it's like, well, we might as well have them here too, just so they're not off screwing around. The whole team should be here if we're going to mandate some of them have to be here. So that's kind of the thought there. All right, Dak Prescott spoke yesterday, too. One of the big discussion items we had going into OTAs and minicamp was when would George Pickens show up? When he did show up, what kind of an attitude was he going to have? Was he going to be any sort of a distraction? Dak Prescott yesterday, thoughts, Cut 11, on having George Pickens present for these practices?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. As you just said, George being here, you feel his energy, you feel his presence. It's in the locker room. Obviously, it's out there on the football field, and just to get back in sync, throwing. Everything felt good. He looks great. Know he's going to be ready for camp, and the excitement is you can feel it.
Yeah, assuming you guys are doing your trip again that you normally do with us, does that take on any more importance this year because you've not had as much time on task with George at all?
There you go, right there. Speaking of him, that guy makes it easy. You see us just in the routes out there, but you just go turn on the tape. That guy's going to get separation. He's just different. He understands his leverage. He understands his route. He understands where I'm looking for him at the catch point, the depth. That's going to be a beneficial time. It's going to be great, but we can go throw a lot of touchdowns right now. That guy's ready.
Which, no doubt that he's going to be ready on the football field. But the question was, heading into this, the distraction question, and how much could a team be knocked off their rhythm or knocked off of their approach and their focus by having this hanging over their head. So, Dak, are you going to be able to play just distraction-free, knowing that George Pickens is here now and not dealing with his contract?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Obviously, we're used to it, so it wouldn't be absurd to have it, but it is good that, we won't have that this year, right? George is going to be there. Wish he would get the long-term contract.
That's right.
But I'm sure, that's all being talked about and discussed in closed doors, and it's not necessarily has to happen immediately. So, hopefully these are the last of those questions, and we can, get them on some long-term whenever that's right.
Has this been a quiet offseason because of that? You feel like things are quieter around here than they have been in past years?
Yeah.
It's a tough question.
It's never quiet.
No. It's never quiet. And, I mean, you saying from you guys or the locker room or what?
Everything. It just seems like there's not as much ancillary stuff, maybe.
I just think that the focus is in the right place.
Right.
It's the Cowboys, right? Quiet, I don't know if that's ever the right word. But the focus is in the right place. I think everybody's channeled for the same goal, to get better 1% each and every day. And I think, from just the free agent signings, the guys that we've brought in, the vets, George obviously showing up excited to play on the tag. We can all focus on winning and what we need to be focused on.
Man, a lot of things there. They're probably not talking. I'm glad that he wants him to get locked up long term,
which he seems like he genuinely does.
Yeah,
I think he would like to see him be here for the next several years.
I think so too. Oh, no. I also don't think George is excited to be here on the tag.
I don't think it bugs George the way it would other people. George is so different, and people have talked about this. Oh, he's so quirky, and he's just a kind of a different guy. And I know that's one of the things where people are like, what happens when you pay him money? I think he's the same guy regardless.
I think so, too.
And so I think he's just like,
you have to deal. You have to be okay with him being the kind of guy that he is right now.
Which I don't know that they are.
And they might not be. They might not be. I'm fine with it. I think I love George Pickens. Yeah, I would name a child.
Yeah.
After him. Even a daughter, Georgina.
There you go. I mean, it could just be George.
It could be Georgia.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Whoa.
Yeah, you don't want her speeding.
No dogs.
Whoa. Boy, that's a bad one on me. I'm sorry.
I'm going to send that to the Alumni Association.
Holy cow.
That you wanted to name a child.
Whoa,
Georgia.
I don't know how that came out of my mouth.
And you're
sorry.
talking about naming your child after a Georgia player.
That's okay because
Georgia. No, it's not, because it's one step away from Georgia, which you already just said.
No, but his last name is Pickens, and we had a great receiver whose last name was Pickens.
Yeah, he ended up getting into some trouble, I think, after his career
They're not
was
the same
over.
family, but I can make it. I can at least fake it.
A lot of people forget Carl Pickens was here for about 2 weeks.
I did forget that.
He was like an off season, he was one of those signings for minicamp, and then he didn't show up and he retired. So he didn't actually really get here. But the other interesting thing about that clip, other than he wants George here and everything else, when he's like, "Is that why it's been a quieter offseason?" And that long pause, I think Dak was thinking, for who? Because my offseason has not been quiet.
No.
He's had a lot going on.
He
Dak.
has.
And Dak was probably difficult. I think he was paused this has not been quiet for me, so that's it's hard for me to read for you guys, I guess.
I feel bad for him. Who was it that said, because somebody posted a photo of him, and they're like, "Oh man, he's lost weight." I feel bad for him, man. He's got a lot of his mind this offseason.
Yeah, I do think he's focused on the right thing, though.
I do too.
He is
It's
one of the best I've ever seen, I think, at compartmentalizing.
It is still, listen, and I consider myself Mount Rushmore in compartmentalization. But that's a tough thing.
No, yeah, you can't look.
It's a very difficult thing.
It is. I know everybody's just focus on this. You like the distraction. I think
you do. You do love the distraction.
Sure, but there's only so much anything can distract you from that. And it's he has never. This is just my own personal read. This is not any sort of a, hey, I'm speaking as a close friend of his or anything else. This is just the way I view it from seeing him handle other things. He does not strike me as someone who wants to just distract and neglect from whatever's present. If he's dealing with something, he wants to power through it, but he definitely does not strike me as a let's just bury this kind of guy. Let's distract ourselves from it. He seems very. I think it's one of the things that everybody talks about that makes him such a good leader. He seems very, very good at being able to deal with really complex, heavy things while also keeping focused on the task at hand. And I think he's 100% focused. And I think he's ready to go.
I think so too.
And I thought he actually, when I was looking at him, and maybe he did lose some weight. I don't know if that's come up. I can't remember. But if he did, he looks fine. When he was out there in his uniform, he's still, God, seeing him stand next to Sam Howell, it looks like an adult and a child. Dak is so much bigger than him.
Really?
Dak's a big
big
guy,
anyway.
But he's taller than I think a lot of people realize. And seeing Milton and Dak out there, and then it's Howell, it looks like Howell's out there as an assistant, or we brought this, Pee-wee football player out here today and gave him a uniform and let him practice with the quarterbacks. It seems like that kind of a thing. But, all right, Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. We're just talking about difficult emotional subjects and, how tough those can be. Well, if you struggle to talk about death, fear not. Gavin Dawson feels your pain.
All right.
We'll explain next on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
After we get you over to BlueChew.com, promo code
DeGrom to the hill against Padres righty Randy Vasquez. Coverage begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Peyton Russell. Sean and RJ here on 105 The Fan. No Sean Sharif today. You got myself, Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, and of course, Peyton Russell. Quick update before I know Choppy's got something to say here, but quick update really quick. A quick update really quick. That sounded dumb. Peyton and I victorious yesterday.
What happened?
Wins.
We got dubs, and you and Sean caught L's when the Quick Trip Bathroom Realtor was fired from his job.
Oh.
Good.
Well, I didn't catch an L.
Dubs on dubs, baby!
I said he was
dubs on dubs!
I said he was in the wrong as well.
Well, that's not, but also, what was your clap back in the text last night?
I don't remember. What did I say?
Protected women in a bathroom gets you fired, I guess.
That's right. Yes. Yes, apparently it does. Apparently it does. Well, I got into a fight with Sarah over that. Not a fight. She was disagreeing in our group chat. The Hood Rats. Mm-hmm. And our friend Wes. Big man's man. I'm very disappointed.
Wes.
Very, very disappointed in him. He disagreed with me.
Does Wes have daughters?
No, he's a man.
See, but that's
he's a man's man like me.
You don't even need the daughters to. Well, you do. I think you need the daughters to understand it. But
and I said to Sarah, I said, listen. She goes, I don't think a girl should be in a man's bathroom. I said, we're gonna have a baby, and I'm gonna make sure it's a girl this time, and I'm gonna bring that girl into the bathroom. Men's bathroom all the time just to prove you wrong. Just for you.
Nope, just like Sean wasn't aware of the power, you won't be either.
Now, I got to let the fan text. Bobby is spicy today.
What did I do?
Fan text.
Oh, well, that's just reality.
Bobby is spicy. If you get a text back, it's not from me. I will tag my name on it. Bobby's not going to tag my name on it.
And you will often reply in lowercase. I won't.
That's true. Yeah, I'm very Gen Z with the lowercase.
If you're ever wondering who's replying to you, Peyton always signs his name. Choppy doesn't always, but Choppy will type in lowercase. I will type in proper capitalization, and Sean never looks at the fan text.
Sean doesn't even know it exists.
No.
I will not sign my name when I don't want somebody to know who it's from.
But your writing style leaves tells, just like Mackenzie's wedding notes.
It does. Also, very bad job parking by Peyton today. Brunoff can't get out of the parking spot. I'm so close to him. I was already pot committed on the spot.
Second time that Peyton has ruined Brunoff's parking spot.
Well, Brunoff had the first 4 days off. What he's doing working on a holiday.
I know.
Dude, take the day off.
Storms. There's like flash flood warnings.
Yeah,
Denton's getting
we had a big storm this morning.
Crushed by storms. So did you have a commentary note about golf or something before we get into this Dawson audio?
No, not yet. We'll talk golf at some point. By the way, I do have one thing. It is apparent that the guys who played late last night and that are playing early this morning, finishing up their first round, have taken full advantage of the conditions because they are throwing some darts at these pins this morning. And Wyndham Clark had himself a great day. Wyndham beat the wind yesterday.
Okay.
It was windy, and Wyndham comes in here, rolls out a 6-under par first round. He's got to get right back out of the tee because he is one of the first ones up today. DeChambeau tees off in a couple minutes. My guy, Gary Woodland, is at the top, near the top of the leaderboard. Dustin Johnson is in second place, like a throwback. Wyndham Clark just finished. Tees up in 13 minutes.
Oh,
just finished.
Good for him. Wyndham Clark does sound like the name of an English duke who has parents that were second cousins in the 1800s.
He does, but he's very American. And I'll say this. They played the RBC Canadian Open last week. Mm-hmm. What did he show up in the first tee at? What did he show up at the first tee in?
One of those Payne Stewart hats?
A Team USA Jack Hughes jersey in Canada.
That was close.
Captain
That's good.
Freaking America, baby.
I like it.
Let's go.
I like it. I also like Gavin Dawson transitions. So Gavin Dawson, this is a hilarious thing that I noticed long ago. When I used to do my 530 hits before Dawson fired me from them. When I would do those 530 hits, I had like 4 hits in a row where Dawson was would do a short story and then bring me in. And the short story he would bring me in with was always some tragedy. Like really heavy stuff. Like I think he brought me in after talking about the Uvalde shooting. Like he went Uvalde shooting. He's like, Bobby, why wasn't Amari Cooper at practice? I'm like, why would you go to that? So we have 3 clips from the last month, and one of them is the current G-Bag of the Day champion, I believe. Okay. But we have 3 clips from the last month that I just want you to listen. We're going to have to rule if this is on purpose or not from Gavin Dawson, okay? First clip here, just listen to all 3 of these. This is Gavin Dawson on Monday of this week taking an aggressive pivot in the middle of a flippant story about his life.
You guys ever get a scab on your lip? I told you about that pizza pocket situation I had, that pizza roll.
Oh, yeah, the pizza roll herpes.
It dropped cheese lava on my lip.
Yeah. Still hurting?
Right as it was about to heal, there was a scab on it that I accidentally peeled live skin from my lip. This was like last Thursday. I was in a drive-thru at In-N-Out, and all of a sudden it looked like I had just been slugged in the lip because it was bleeding so bad. So I've been dealing with that all weekend. And I think I might have just ripped it back open.
That's freaking brutal, dude.
I can't turn down the scab pick.
Yeah.
That's
too much fun.
It's like a final boss.
Yeah.
We end on a sad note here in the C note. Alden Smith, former Niner and Cowboy defensive tackle, passing on at 36 over the weekend.
What?
Come on, Dawson.
What a transition.
You don't even catch a breath.
What
you
a
just go, I was
transition.
picking this scab. Anyway, Alden Smith's dead, guys. He is no longer here. Okay, and this is, if that was one time, maybe that makes sense. I take you back to May 23rd. This is a wild clip in general. Okay, this is G-bag as hell, this clip you're about to hear. This is May 23rd, Broadus going full AI Broadus, and then Dawson doing an insane pivot in the middle of it.
It's a weird look. They got the purple pants and then this aqua top that says LSU. It's just bizarre. I don't like it at all. It's very strange.
I would think if it was something that was pink, it would be something for moms, but I don't. Maybe it's a cancer thing. I don't know.
Who knows? 5 things.
I don't know. Maybe it is. Cancer colors, right? What are they? Different. Like
it's just
purple?
pink is really
sounds
all
like
I
AI brought us right now.
Well, no, purple
sounds just like it, dog. It's amazing. Shout out to Bobby, bro. You nailed it, dog. You killed it.
We got another
There's
one
something
coming
going
up.
on here at my school. We're wearing tops.
We're wearing our cancer jerseys. What the hell?
We need to take these off and swing them around a little bit.
Let's get tarps off.
Hey, tarps off, LSU. Let's go, girls.
These girls are wearing sleeves and T-shirts.
Underneath it, yeah, they got sports bras on.
Speaking of cancer.
By the way, is like,
Damn, hold on.
At 59 years old, we have lost the great rapper Rob Bass.
God.
So Dawson decides to just go like, oh, they said cancer. There's my transition. Speaking of cancer, Rob Bass is dead.
What are? I've never heard somebody describe as cancer colors.
Yeah, well, that was like I said, that was
That's
AI Broadus.
That's what I got.
That was essentially AI Broadus.
That's what I took out of it.
Every time we see pink now.
Well,
cancer colors.
what are these cancer colors?
Hey, bro, we're at practice the other day, and he goes, somebody was talking to me at Broadus and goes like, they're talking about some player or something. They're like, oh yeah, well, Bobby over here thinks he craps ice cream, talking about how much I liked somebody. And then there's this pause, and then Broadus goes, I'd want it to be pistachio. I love pistachio ice cream.
Pistachio's good ice cream.
Like, what the hell are you saying right
it's a
now?
very good. Pralines and cream is a good one. If you want to get some old man ice cream in there.
So that's 2 awkward transitions from Dawson.
Very awkward. Very
the day
awkward.
before the Rob Bass one, they are talking about Kyle Busch's death on May 22nd, the day it happens in Crosstalk with Fan After Dark.
So I imagine we'll get more details on that as the next couple of days happen. But right now, probably the family's just devastated, and people are in the process of respecting their privacy.
It's just awful that you could just wake up and feel bad one day, and then within hours you're just dead.
Yeah. Well, and maybe one of these viruses got the best of him. That's the other speculation online. I don't think he was on a cruise, but he could have been.
He's been racing.
Yeah, but how those racers do. They get Monday and Tuesday off. They'll go on big vacay. Little Debbie conversation earlier, Fred. Agree or disagree?
I love a talk.
What a transition.
Little Debbie snack cakes, the most underrated in the snack cake game.
It's like Sean's giving him the wrap up, and he's got to get something in that
And this is 3 times in less than a month that Dawson has gone like, yeah. So he will be missed. All right.
Little Debbie comes. No. There's not even an all right.
No, yeah, no. It's not even. It's just a run-on sentence. It's a run-on sentence.
There's no crutch word. It's like these racers, man. These racers have Monday and Tuesday. A Little Debbie conversation over.
Yes.
It's like he's a news guy. He moves cameras.
So I have
Little Debbie conversation.
My contention is he's doing this on purpose.
That's great.
I think he's doing an Andy Kaufman bit to himself. That he thinks this is funny, and he's just going to let it go if it lets it go. He's not going to make a big deal. But I think he's doing this and then giggling to himself.
I will have to say this, and I hope he's not listening because it's...
he listens to us a decent amount.
It is an amazing gift.
It's semantical then.
It's an amazing gift to be able to transition.
It is.
Without a crutch word in the middle.
Yes.
A lot of people, when they're talking, they'll be like, all right. Or something like that.
You don't even realize he's changed the subject until he's 7 words into it.
That really is a broadcasting gift. And I got to hand it to him on that one. That's fantastic.
I've been thinking of this. I got 2 other clips I'm going to play. And you guys can let us know on the fan text if you want us to do this in the future. I've been thinking it'd be funny to play clips once a week from all the other shows and just be like, here's what you're missing out on if you don't Tolo. And so I've got 2 other clips to play that I thought were funny this week since we got the last couple minutes. This one was last night, actually, from Fan After Dark. And no, it's not the one that I sent you. God. It's not that one. It's not that one. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. This one was, I think this was Trevor Beck last night. Pivoting instantly from a wild, like his 2 comparisons could not be further apart, and then just some bad guessing from Blake and Trevor in the immediate aftermath.
Let's go to cut 4. Do you know who this guy is? Casper Schmeichel?
Yeah, so he's an old soccer player, became an analyst. Bless you, Blake. Basically he's basically just Tom Brady. He just became an analyst.
Wow.
Not in terms of talent. He just
there lightly Tom Brady. It's
my bad. Tony Romo.
Romo.
I was gonna say.
Thanks,
all
OC.
All right. More. What's our boy's name? The tight end, Greg.
Tony Dorsett.
No. Who's
Greg Ellis.
No, Greg
Hardy.
Third leg Greg. What's his name?
Third leg Greg.
Yeah, that was his rap name. You've seen Greg Olson. That's what I'm thinking of.
Just some awful guessing. And then
That's some of the worst guess I've ever heard.
Speaking of awful guessing, this was Tuesday on KNC Masterpiece when Kevin was telling Corey about where Cooper Flagg ranked in the Ringer's top 100 NBA players.
He is the only Mavericks player on this list.
What about Daniel Gafford?
Whatever Dallas Maverick, past, present, or future you're about to name, the answer is they're not on the list.
Even P.J. Washington.
Correct. No, nobody can hear you. You didn't turn on your mic.
He said
it's not Samaki Walker.
Right.
Please don't.
Cherokee Park.
Please do not just start saying or sending in random Mavericks names. All right? I don't want to hear it. I don't know why.
Where would they send them in? 877-881-1053.
Why are there so many people texting in Satnam Singh?
Antoine Rigaudot.
Is that you?
It's Bobby.
You stupid jerk.
But there's a lot of people that are already here.
Antoine Rigaudot, not on the list. Jim Jackson, not on the list. Robert Pack. Now, there's a very specific poll right there. Not on the list.
I love Robert Pack, by the way.
Roderick Boubois, also known as Roddy
telling
B.
me they
not
left
on
Brian
the list.
Cardinal off this list.
He doesn't even play basketball anymore. He is not even eligible to qualify for this list.
You're saying Sagana Job.
Same answer.
Okay.
Pavel
Evan
Podkolzin.
Eschmeyer is not on the list.
What about Michael Brown?
Who?
Michael Brown.
Oh, okay. I was like, who is that? He's not eligible. He's not in the NBA yet.
Future Mav.
Maybe so, but he's not in the NBA now.
Rolando Blackman. He's from Panama.
That is true.
What about Raul Marshall?
I just want
Marshall?
I want that to be a drop moving forward, Peyton. He's from Panama.
He's from Panama.
All right, so there's some audio there from the other shows here on The Fan. That's what you get when you tell all right, Sean and RJ here on 105 through The Fan. No Sean Sharif. Hour 1 in the books. Coming up next hour, we've got the junk drawer. We've got a Shakira ticket giveaway. But next, RJ Choppy is going to give us a little bit of Diamond Calves. That's next on 105 through The Fan.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com.
Tennessee Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jack again, 3-2. Swinging Larnach gets a high fly ball to center field. Back, Osuna, the track, he leaps up. Did he catch it? I think he did. He's on the ground on all fours. Did he make the catch?
Is he?
He's now standing up. No one's seen a ball. No one's sure if he caught it or not. And I don't think he did, no. He didn't.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about having the rest of your summer off?
Yeah, 7. Can I just briefly say, though, Sandler, and to anybody else, I just never think it's a good idea to say on all fours in a serious context. Especially with that kind of a sigh after, if you say it.
Yeah.
I mean, it just, as soon as I
on all fours.
Yeah, like right there, you can just say it like he's on the ground or something.
He's painting the picture. He's a radio guy. Come on.
He's got, Nate Dells for years, but a lot of these announcers do it. The piping, right?
He's like he's on all fours. Then Nate Dells like they're wearing the Old English D on their jerseys today.
Yes, it's the Detroit Tigers.
No, I loved the uniform descriptions.
I know, they were
that Eric
great.
used to give. Peyton, when he had to call women's softball, he did the Eric Nadell jersey.
You got that's a standard. It's a standard staple.
I know. He was like
radio play-by-play guys.
Peyton's in the stands with the microphone, wind blowing across, like, and he's just going, the mean green and their traditional green jerseys.
Green and white jerseys.
Rangers lose 9-3 at the big ballpark as they lose all 3 games this series. They get swept. They allow a 4 spot in the first inning. Jack Leiter, 4 innings, 7 hits, 6 earned, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, allowed 2 home runs. Only got through 76 pitches. They were like, yeah, man, you're done here. You're done here. Look, they probably could have pushed him. And if you look at it, it's like, should they have? Because they were already down 6-0 at the time. And you maybe want to save your bullpen. But I guess not.
Don't look right now. Did you see what his season ERA is up to now?
6.21?
5.29.
Close. 5.29. Isn't that isn't a 5.29 a college? That's a college savings plan.
I have no
idea. It's an area code too, I think.
I'm sure. Yeah,
Oregon.
I'm sure it is. Oregon.
I don't know.
Wow.
Are you sure? I mean, 5.41 is Oregon, but
yeah, I think 5.29 is a college savings plan. So the Rangers get mollywopped by just a bad baseball team.
It's about like the only number, Peyton, that's not an area code.
Is it really?
Yeah.
of all the cities.
Yeah, it is a non-geographic personal communications service code assigned across the North American numbering plan.
Good job.
A bad series. The good news is Josh Young, couple of hits. He had been scuffling a little bit. His average had dropped below 300, but he gets a couple of hits and gets that thing back above the 300 mark. Wyatt Langford, a couple of hits, including a home run. Zeke Duran, he had a home run in the loss. They lose 9-3.
The Rangers have now been outscored 25-4 in Jack Leiter starts this month.
How many starts?
3. On average, they're losing every game 8-1.
Oh, that's not good. Oof. Again, outscored 9-0 in the first inning of this series. They've given up 11 first inning runs in their last 6 games. They've scored 2 first inning runs in that stretch. Remember that stat we had a couple of weeks ago when I asked you? Remember the Rangers scored 8 runs in the first inning that one day, and I had asked you. I said, prior to this, how many runs had they scored in the first inning?
Yeah,
and you gave me a number, and they had scored at the time fewer runs than home runs allowed in the first inning.
Yeah.
And here they allowed another batch of home runs in the first inning in this series. You want to lose games, and you want to lose them in bunches. Start getting behind early in games. You lose your edge. You lose your ability to get a lead and to get out in front and to play the game that you want to play. It's gross baseball. And now the San Diego Super Padres come in.
The Super Padres, yeah. God, the Rangers' 3 starters, like Leiter, they're 3 that we most think of, Eovaldi, Leiter, and DeGrom, they are all in the top 10 in the American League in home runs allowed this year now.
Ooh, DeGrom goes tonight. against Vasquez, Evaldi against Walker Buehler, and then Mackenzie Gore against Lucas Giolito. I almost said Javi Vasquez against DeGrom just because I saw it, but it's not. It's obviously not Javi Vasquez. It's
Javi
Randy.
Lopez.
Right. Well, Javi Vasquez was. I think Javi Vasquez pitched for the Padres at one point.
Javi Lopez was a catcher for the Braves. Javi Lopez was an underrated player.
He was very underrated.
Thought he was good.
Not Hall of Fame level, but very, very underrated. So that's the 3-game set before traveling out to Miami. By the way, I do believe Peyton, the Rangers are going to be in Miami when Scotland's in Miami. And you've got about 10,000 Scotsmen going to that game. I've been given word that they have tickets, just like they had in Boston when the Rangers were there. So it's safe to say Scotland is Ranger fans.
Because they went to the Rangers game
in
against
Boston,
the Red
and now
Sox.
they're going to go to the Ranger game in Miami.
So who should I bet, though? Does that improve home field advantage for Miami?
I don't know. It's a good
Scotland?
question. It's a good question.
10,000 fans? That means 11,000 will be there.
That's right. That's right.
By the way, we did get the... We now know why the Scots really came to America. It was to lobby. Did you see the news that Massachusetts became the first state in the U.S. to legalize haggis?
Is haggis illegal in the U.S.?
Mm-hmm.
That's just liver, right?
No, it's like cooked in a sheep's stomach and stuff, and then you cut the stomach open and eat it out of it. It's disgusting. Dude, it's disgusting. But anyway, Massachusetts, that's why they were there. They were lobbying public officials. It was the World Cup was secondary. They just wanted to get their country's dish approved in the U.S. Finally, Massachusetts said, you guys know how to party, we'll do it.
You know, my new neighbor's a Scot.
My neighbor?
My new neighbor moved in for Mr. Brad. He's a Scotsman. I'm gonna have him cook up some haggis.
That's disgusting.
I'm gonna make him call me my lord because I am a lord, and he's not. He's not a landowner there anymore, I don't think.
Bum.
So I'm gonna make him call me my lord.
Have you ever had Sarah do that?
I mean, not in a serious way. Oh, hey.
She has taken the Lord's name in vain a few times, if you know what I mean.
Right. I call her my lady. She's my lady.
My good lady.
My lady. I know y'all saw this. I like it and I hate it at the same time. The Home Run Derby is getting rid of the clock. The Home Run Derby is getting rid of the clock.
Love it. Love it. Great decision.
And I'll tell you, the only good part of the timed aspect was you were basically forced to swing, and it got over quick. Because this thing dragged. The Josh Hamilton one, as great as it was like a 6-hour Home Run Derby.
Yeah, it drained him. He was not. He was. People don't even remember Justin Morneau won that.
It drags on, but without the clock, what you get with the clock is they never follow the baseball anymore, right? Mm-hmm. They're so focused on the next swing, so you miss the majestic fly ball.
Yeah,
they do the split screen.
They do the split screen,
which is awful.
It's awful. So you miss the majestic fly ball. The guys get gassed. After about 2 minutes of just man hacks, they're tired.
You were never again going to have the Josh Hamilton moment with the clock.
But I also don't want to be there for 6 hours watching this thing. So explain this to me, because the first round you get 20 swings, and in the second and third round you get 15. So if you hit every home run, that's it, you're done?
Sounds like it.
You only get to. So we'll get to we could get to a situation here where
they need to go back to 10 outs. That's what they need to go back to.
Because here's the thing: what happens if you get to the final and you get 15 swings, and the other guy hits 8 home runs, and you're on swing 9?
Yeah,
you're already lost. You've already lost. You can't catch up.
Yep.
And if you haven't gotten any home runs, some guys are slow starters. That's where I like the timed aspect of it. Like you can get hot and catch up. There's got to be I like your thing, the outs.
Yeah, the outs was the best way to do it. I understood it took forever. Maybe limit the number of pitches they can take.
Yes.
If you want to do that, fine. But just saying you get that many swings, I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like that one either. But it is a good little. It's a good transition.
It's a better transition than Dawson's, where he would then go. And Oliver Tree died. So let's go to the Home Run Derby now.
Right. That's good. World Cup, or do you want how baseball is going in the NBA?
Let's do some World Cup. Why not?
Let's do some World Cup.
Let's do it.
Mexico, first team to advance to the knockout round as they send home. And they did a great job in this game last night. It was and against Korea, and it was just it was the one goal. But it never felt like...
It always is just the one goal.
It never felt like outside of that one late chance that Korea had, that they really had any kind of push in this game. Mexico was, to me at least, just kind of in control of this one. And they came out of the second half really, really aggressive. They got the goal. It was a goalie mistake. I don't know if you saw this, Peyton. The goalie jumps up to catch the ball. It was a ball that flying, it kind of popped in the air. He jumps to catch it, comes down, drops the ball, so the goal's wide open.
We got the highlight, too. We got the highlight.
Oh, we got the highlights. Right. Play the highlight.
Play the highlight.
Jimenez is waiting for the cross. Jimenez was trying to guide it. That was a good header behind him by Lee Gi-hyuk, and the goalkeeper drops it. It's his and it's in! Mexico lead! Luis Romo! Terrible mistake by the South Korean goalkeeper.
And that was Fox Sports with the call. 1-zip.
And FIFA.
Nice
Fox hat you got today, by the way.
Yeah, you know where I got this? Ross. $12.
Oh, that's nice. Ross is still just...
I had the last one.
Giving things out.
I got the last one. There was a dad and a kid there. Snatched it. Got it. I was there first.
Ross has been through enough. Then you take his hat.
I was there first. So Mexico, 1-zip thanks to FIFA and Fox Sports with the call. Where was this game at, Peyton?
Guadalajara,
thank you.
Mojitos. Guadalajara.
Oh. Czechia, 1-1 tie with South Africa. Switzerland, 4-1 over Bosnia. Canada, the first CONCACAF nation ever to score 6 goals in a World Cup. They go 6-zip over Qatar. So Mexico, first team through. Romo with a goal in the 50th minute. And today... Bobby Belt.
Isn't that just like Romo to show up in June only?
Wow. Today, Bobby Belt.
Just kidding. It wasn't a Wednesday.
And
it wasn't
by the
a Romo
way,
Wednesday.
what a miss. What a miss on this. Team USA plays at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They play at noon. They're in Seattle. They play at noon Seattle time.
Mm-hmm.
It should be a night game, man. It's Team USA.
Yeah,
Why is it on prime time?
But then it would be a 9 p.m. Central Time, and that would be 7 Seattle, and you can't do 10 Eastern on that.
Then do no, there's I guess look, the Mexico game last night started what, 7:30, 8 o'clock?
8, yeah.
Why couldn't you do the same thing there?
If anything, if FIFA has shown us anything, it's that they don't care and they will do things the way they think they should be done. It does not matter what we think. You know that, Chop.
Wait, say that again?
FIFA doesn't care
no, they don't.
what we think. They're gonna do it the way they're the honey badger of sports leagues.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I can see what you're saying there. But anyway, U.S., the get at the door price is $1,700. Scotland and Morocco at 5 o'clock from Boston. This is going to be a scene. That is going to be an absolute scene.
Going to run out of beer again.
They broke the decibel level meter for Gillette Stadium, or whatever they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Boston Stadium in this tournament, because Scotland had all those fans there. Let's go, boys and girls. Brazil, Haiti. That game is for Philadelphia, and Turkey and Paraguay will be at 10 o'clock tonight. Peyton, you're going to be up late tonight watching that game, Turkey and Paraguay.
He's not going to be watching it.
And, how can we get screwed with all the ticket prices? All these games here are $1,800 for crying out loud. You can get into that Turkey-Paraguay game for less than $700.
Revenge tariffs. That's what it is.
I don't think it's revenge tariffs.
Oh, I thought that's what it was.
I don't think that's what it is, but... anyway, USA minus 160 to win. Morocco minus 145 to win. Take Scotland plus the 475. Brazil minus 1,000 to win. And then Turkey is plus 110 as the favorites.
There we go. All right.
That's kind of a close one. By the way, Turkey Paraguay is in the U.S.'s bracket. Okay, so you got that. And both teams have a loss. So if you would like to see both of these teams maybe get a draw here, only get 1 point, and the U.S. puts themselves in tremendous position.
There it is. World Cup and some Diamond Cavs here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we're going to have that Shakira ticket giveaway, but let's dive into some real football. Sorry, no offense to the soccer fans out there. Let's dive into some Cowboys. A state of the Cowboys evaluation, plus the junk drawer is next in the Expressway on Sean and RJ.
Sean Shreve here for Wild Fork Foods. What are you getting for Pops and that Father's Day occasion? What are you asking for? Wild Fork, of course, has the gift card.
coverage you deserve on your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Back here on Sean and RJ for the Expressway on this Juneteenth. Thank you for joining us. Sean Sharif is out today. I'm Bobby Belt. He's RJ Choppy. That's Peyton Russell back there. And Peyton Russell is your man of the hour. This hour and the 9 o'clock hour. And the 9 o'clock hour. Yeah. In fact, he's the man of the moment. The man in the mirror. Because he's going to be the one to give you some Shakira tickets right now.
Oh, baby, when you talk like that, you make a woman go mad. So be wise.
All right, tell us that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Shakira at the American Airlines Center on Tuesday, June 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
That was... What a hook. What a hook.
Really is.
My hips don't lie.
No, they don't, baby.
It's become corny and campy over time, but man, it's that's a hell of a hook. I want to know whoever just wrote that down was like,
Shakira wrote it. Because she's an artist.
But when it happened, yeah, she's an artist. Clearly, she's not a model. We've been over that. We've been over the 100 names, Chop. But no, just you think when they wrote that down, they're like, oh hell yeah, there it is. My hips don't lie. All right, the Cowboys finished up minicamp yesterday. They are all done until the July appearance in Oxnard, California. And so they've got their little off period time. Now, this is the time teams worry about the most. They're worried about those guys going out there and acting a fool. We will see a lot of 3-month-olds on the Oxnard, California field, Chop.
Yeah,
because
always
this is the baby boom for the NFL too. They get those 6 weeks away. They get their goodbye loving in with the spouse, and so it's always hilarious when you go out there and be like, "Where'd all these new babies come from on the playing field that are seeing Dad today?" And then you put 2 and 2 together. All right, a couple different notes before we dive into an overview of where the Cowboys are at, sort of a confidence meter, and we're going to take a look at the defense here in the Expressway before the junk drawer, and then we'll take a look at the offensive side during Below the Belt. But a couple cleanup items. The Cowboys did make a few different signings yesterday, including Denzel Mims, the wide receiver from Baylor. This is also another one of the things that you'll do right before you go off to, or right when you're done with minicamp, before you go to training camp, because people go off, get their time away, and during that dead period, you want to wrap up any loose ends that you feel you have on your roster. So they made a few different signings yesterday, including signing Ed Snowden.
That one? Same one?
Not that one. In fact, his name's Charles Snowden, but he's an edge rusher. And so he's going in the book as E.D. Snowden.
Wow.
And I couldn't help but notice that. But Charles Snowden, who actually was a guy who has started a fair amount of games the last couple of years, I had no idea he was out there on the market. He's not going to be a top-tier edge rusher or anything like that. This isn't a guy who's going to come in here and just wreck shop for them. Although James Houston came in and contributed in a surprising way. But he's somebody who started 18 games the last 2 years for the Raiders. Last year, in fact, he had 3 sacks, 2 passes defended, and 5 tackles for loss. So just some added depth there that they can have on the defensive line as they look to clean things up. Now, let's take a look. I'm going to go through these positions, Chop, and I want to just kind of touch on a few topics. This is sort of like a State of the Union or a roster inventory of sorts, and just kind of feel where the confidence meter is at for all of these different spots before we get into the junk drawer here in a few minutes. So we're going to do the defensive side of the ball first, as the Cowboys have not been able to stop talking this week about their defensive line. They've been talking about Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams, and they've been talking at great length about Rashawn Gary and all the impact that they think they're going to have. So, as it stands now, on a scale of 1 to 10, your confidence meter, RJ Choppy, in the defensive line.
Oh, man. See, I really wish they had brought back Clowney. 7.5.
7.5? That's strong. And I think we have a tendency to forget when we're talking about how we can.
Still really
we have a tendency to forget Quinnen Williams is still there, and he's a freak. He's one of the best defensive tackles in football.
Yeah,
and he was a difference maker when he got here, 100%. And
I assume Ezeraku will be a better player.
I hope. I don't know how I don't know how a guy coming off of a hip surgery is going to be.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
So Quinnen as a rock. I mean Clark. Come on, they got some guys there, man. I'm not going to say this is I'm not. My concern with the.
I mean, does that not concern you at all, though? Like, because that just seemed to surprise you a little bit. Does that not concern you at all that like your young edge rushers already having to have surgery on his hip labrum?
It's football, man.
Hips at 22, though.
Oh, I get it. But is it degenerative or is it an injury?
Yeah,
right.
But either way, it's just such a critical part of their rushing. Yeah, it got very dark out there just now.
Did we just lose power?
I don't know. It's a good question.
We have power here.
Yeah, we have power
because
here.
there are motion lights out there.
Yeah, because the studios are on generators, I think.
But they got some names there, and I'll tell you, the defensive line is without question.
Keep talking. I'm going to check the power.
It is without question my least troubling aspect of this defense.
I didn't set off the motion sensor by walking around.
Okay, so you're saying that...
I don't know. Maybe the power is out. I have no idea.
It's the
Somebody
least...
texted and said Carrollton's getting destroyed by a storm right now.
I saw that. We got baseball this afternoon.
Yeah, well, never mind. I shouldn't say something that I don't actually know.
Whoa, that was a big lightning strike. It's the least worry of all the position groups on the defense, without question.
Do you
defensive line?
What are your thoughts on the type of player Kenny Clark is at this point? Because last year he was not awful. I mean, he had awful games, but he was just he was okay. He was not your biggest problem or anything else, but he definitely was not a difference maker.
I'm fine with him. I think you need. I don't need difference makers on defense. I need guys who are. If you give me a team full of B players, I'm winning the Super Bowl on defense.
Yeah.
If every single defensive player was a B minus,
but assuming you're going to have some C's in there.
No, I know. But I'm just saying, if you gave me a league average offense and you gave me a defense, league average. Let's say you give me an above average offense and a defense full of B minus players. The whole defense, everyone's a B minus. You're winning the Super Bowl. You have no holes.
Yeah.
Your goal on defense should just be no holes. Not Max Crosby, not Myles Garrett. Those guys are great to have. Your goal should not be, let's load up on that. Your goal should be 0 holes. 0 holes for the offense to exploit, because the offense targets your weakest link.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Dak Prescott yesterday. Her name was Ann something. I do not remember.
I don't know the answer to it. I was just wondering if you did.
Damn it. See, I would have broken the chain of weakest link. All right. Dak Prescott yesterday talking to the media. We just mentioned Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams has never been to the postseason, and Dak Prescott talking about trying to get him there.
That's our goal. That's a minimum. When you have a team like this and they've done everything they have in the offseason, we just said, obviously, we got to push and get better on offense. But when we know we're already improving on defense, that's the minimum. It's everybody's goal in here. To hear like Q say like he's never been to the playoffs, right? Like that's what you want to do it for. And that's where, that's what I told him. I said, I'll get you the playoffs. I'm going to need you to go help us win it, right? And so, just having the guys that are pushing for every little thing, the vets that we've brought in, I can't speak enough just about how the men that they are, the leaders that they are, the way that they're influencing not only their position groups, but their units and this team. And so it's fun.
I remember when DeMarcus Ware made the Super Bowl with Denver, they were all the players man, I feel so happy for DeMarcus Ware. We're 2 years in, or, guys like Manning had been there. They're like getting D Ware to his first Super Bowl. And a guy at the time who they were like, he's going to the Hall of Fame. Every Hall of Famer should have a chance to play on the biggest stage. And for Kenny Clark, for Quinnen Williams, could you imagine just
never getting to the postseason?
The NFL, in the NFL, to never play in the playoffs, you're beyond your rookie contract.
We had somebody like that here, which was Michael Young. Yeah. Right? I remember how ridiculous it was that in 2010, it's like, it is wild to think this is the first time Michael Young's going to be in the postseason after he's had 2,000 hits or whatever.
Baseball, Mike Trout hasn't been to the playoffs since his rookie year. Baseball's different like that, right? It's like it's more difficult. There's not as much turnover. Not as much turnover to get to the playoffs. There's more turnover for the World Series, but not as much to make the postseason. And it's just wild that Q had never made it.
This is kind of a wild thing to think about after you just said you were talking about the fact that that is some loud thunder, dude.
Man, you heard that?
Yeah. Wow. Dak is entering the same season.
Hang on? Did you not hear it?
No, I did. I was surprised you guys heard it.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised we can hear it given the way the studios are set up. But what's nuts to think about that year DeMarcus Ware made the Super Bowl was his 11th season. This is Dak's 11th year. So Dak is at the same stage of his career as D. Ware was when he made the Super Bowl at the end of his career with Denver.
So Ware only made it once with them, right?
Yeah, because he was added after they lost to Seattle.
Right.
So that's what that was. I thought he was only there for 2 years. I guess he was there for 3. So he was with them for 3 years after that. All right, confidence meter. We just talked about the defensive line. Still a lot of praise there. It seems like everybody's really pleased with where things stand there. Linebackers right now. How much does the green dot thing? Well, before we get into that, I guess confidence level in the linebackers in general, and we're not including Rashawn Gary in that as an edge rusher. We're talking more about D. Winters, DeMarvion Overshown, Jayshon Barham, guys like that.
2.
A 2. And am I going to find that's the worst confidence grade you have on this team, or is there?
It's low.
It's pretty bad. But is that the one that you would also feel like
it's the least? It matters the least to me.
Mm-hmm. They've talked like it's the least important to them. Like they've talked about being able to insulate the linebackers and kind of lessen what they need to do.
My concern with the linebackers is what exactly kind of, I don't know, what kind of player is D. Winters?
I think a solid one.
And then the other one obviously is. I love him. I don't know what we're going to get from Overshown.
He did not last year, even when he saw it, when he came back from the injury, even when he saw it correctly, he read it correctly, and he went. He was one step slower than he had been the year before. He was just I don't blame.
Cut on enough times.
His knee was destroyed in that injury.
Yeah, you get cut on enough times, it's gonna throw you off. I'm not gonna blame him on that, but I just don't know what he is. And I know they're discussing like an extension for him, like.
That's those Seth Walder suggested that in ESPN.
Yeah,
where he was writing about the move every team should make, or what the next thing every team needs to do, and he said extend Overshown, which I thought was interesting because if he's healthy, yes.
If he's healthy, yes,
but you also don't know. You don't know if he's going to be healthy because of where he's at. Like in terms of just you don't know if he's going to fire the same as an athlete, and B, you don't know if he's going to have another injury crop up because he's gotten hurt all the time, and that's something that you have to worry about. Which do you trust? Or let's go with this first. Green dot. How important do you think green dot is in general? Like when you see that discussion, are you just like, okay, that's just whatever?
It's something that we started talking about like 2 years ago. No one's ever brought it up.
Sure. Okay, then the green dot just being representative of how important do you think it is as the person who's calling the defense and communicating to everybody, whether it's a green dot or not a green dot?
Well, I mean, I think you want your smartest player to do it, but I also don't think it's a major.
They talk so much, and I guess it makes sense. They talk so much about vocal, like being vocal, being important for that, which I get. But it's almost like they're looking at it like theater. Like, well, we want somebody who says it like with great chest resonance. Like we want somebody who's just going to be out there barking it that everybody can hear, and they feel like that's Overshown. Like Overshown can do that, and maybe D. Winters can too. I don't know, but they're talking about it as it's not just about being able to read it and things like that. It's being able to literally communicate it loudly enough for everybody, which I think is interesting. I hadn't even really thought of that as being a problem. But and every NFL player should be able to just yell, but I guess not be able to deliver with that bark and that confidence that they need. Before we go to the secondary and then the junk drawer, which do you have more faith in? D. Winters coming in here and just being dropped in and being able to start consistently, Jayshon Barham moving back to linebacker after he didn't play it last year, or Overshown being healthy? Which of those do you feel best about?
D. Winters.
Just coming in here and playing like he has played? Yeah.
He seems like, we've used this phrase a lot. He seems like an adult.
Yeah, he is not going to be a Pro Bowler, but he is not going to be a liability.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, secondary now, before we get into the junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan. The secondary, which will lump in as corner and safety, which I imagine your confidence level is different in corner and safety, but together as the secondary, what's your confidence level?
4.5.
If I said it was just corner and just safety, what would those numbers be?
Safety be higher.
Much higher or just a little bit?
A little bit. I'd have a.
I think safety is where I feel the best. PJ Locke's a good veteran. Jalen Thompson, as soon as he gets on the field, solid veteran. Malik Hooker has never. I was talking about this out at practice with somebody. Hooker gets killed all the time by fans because he's not Ed Reed. Like, he doesn't get 10 interceptions a year. But, man, he does not bust very often.
Yeah.
He is one of the most steady like does his job and understands what everybody's job is kind of guys. And so I think with Hooker and then you put Downs in there, I think the safeties are pretty good. But yeah, corners obviously been a concern.
I would give the safeties probably a 6.
Okay.
Corners probably a 3.
Why so low on the safeties at 6? Is it just because Downs being a rookie?
I just don't know. I mean, it could be an 8. Yeah. Downs, I don't know. I'm playing it conservative with Downs just so I don't get my hopes too high. Because, here's what I don't want. I don't want him to go out there. I expected Wyatt Langford to have like a 900 OPS.
Yeah.
Right? And he hasn't been that. Now, it doesn't mean he hasn't been good.
He's been a good player.
He's been a good player.
He's been one of the war leaders across the American League.
He hasn't been Mike Trout. And I don't want to go out here and say, oh, man, Caleb Downs is going to be Ed Reed and be disappointed when he's just like Eric Turner. You know what I mean? Like like you can be. You don't have to be Ed Reed to be a good player. So I'm going to go low. I'm going to accept what I get. I'm going to be happy with what I'm getting from him. So I'll go a little low on that. And then corner, Bland.
You've already written Bland off.
I know. I have.
You shouldn't. Come on.
I actually like Durant.
Durant's a good player.
I actually like Kobe Durant.
I think Durant's a good player. I think Downs will be good playing nickel for them when he's asked to do that. Revel is the one that I think is the biggest key. I mean, if Bland is healthy, that would obviously shift some things, but I just don't know who Savone Revel is right now. And if I had an answer to that, I would feel better. Like, I just want to know. I want to know, can I count on you or not? Like I'd just rather have the certainty more than anything of being able to know, like, how do I manage these rotations without finding out on the field you can't cover, or you can do this and you can't do that. That's the biggest thing that I need. So I 100% feel better about the safeties than the corners right now. As a whole, the secondary, I think that health is the biggest question to me, because I think if Bland's healthy, then I think Bland, Durant, and Downs can hold it down, and that'll be a good corner rotation. But we'll just have to see. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. I think our power is out. I think we are on generator.
Yeah.
Just because it's not come back on out there, and it's been loud, and somebody said they had a lightning strike in Irving, and it knocked out their power too. So, all right, no Sean Sharif today. He's off, I assume, just splashing around on the splash pad, but maybe they're getting hit by storms too, where in Waco or wherever he went.
There's 2 Camp Finfos.
Yeah, one's in New Braunfels.
I thought that's where they were going. That's the one by Canyon Lake.
Yeah, he said Waco.
Yeah, I just Googled it. It was the only one that came up. I didn't realize there was 2.
Yeah. So Sean Sharif not here today, not because of his streptococcus or anything else.
Right.
This is not streptococcus all down his throat. This is just a nice little family trip. All right, let's do the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
This is where we unload the junk drawer, where we've had all of our remaining stories this week that we've wanted to get to and haven't gotten to get to yet. Or in some instances, a brand new story that Peyton Russell cannot wait to talk about.
Oh, baby.
Peyton?
Leadoff hitter. That was me back in high school. Not really. No, I was at the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah.
But so Josina Anderson, which she was at the Star this week, wasn't she?
Yeah, getting
NFL
in
Insider.
trouble.
Oh, no.
Josina, you cannot film practice. I'll tell you that. You're not allowed to film practice and then post it on your Twitter.
So what would you do if a delivery driver delivered something to your home, food or an item, a package, and had to go to the bathroom right then and there in your yard? Big deal, obviously.
Did they go in? Like, what they go? They peed on my tree or something?
Yeah, number one.
If I had a tree?
Yeah, number one.
Number one?
Yeah,
I
just
don't
number
care.
one.
I mean, I'd be a little grossed out. I'd probably like, get the hell off my lawn, go somewhere else.
I'd be like, go behind. I assume, and let's just say this. I assume there's a guy working on my air conditioning unit.
Chop doesn't mind where you pee as long as you don't take your girls into the women's room.
No, take your girls to the women's room. You man, stay out of there. I don't care. Like, I assume when an AC tech has been working on my AC unit that they've peed behind my AC unit. I just assume
we've all done it. You know, you're outside of your
care.
kids.
I'm a golfer. I can't be a golf. I've pooped and peed on a golf course. I can't be upset.
And you've done more than that.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Wow.
Congrats.
Yes, I have.
We used to have this.
I can't be upset when a guy pees on my yard.
We used to have this, like, when we lived in Austin when I was a kid, we had this, like, semicircle. The houses basically started at one end, and then they would, like, do like this. They'd run this, like, semicircle, and then behind all the houses there was, like, this giant, like, ditch ravine area. So everybody had these, like, back porches that were these slabs that, like, were raised up over it, so you could walk like in the ravine area, and somebody's concrete slab, basically their porch, was above you, and there was this like 6-year-old boy that used to stand over there, and when he'd see somebody walking in, he'd run up and he'd go, wait, and he'd go, run under my pee rainbow, and he'd pull out and start peeing and tell people to walk under it.
Dude, so when I lived in college at UNT, my senior year, we lived in an apartment complex. Me and my roommates, we were the first floor, so we had someone above us. They didn't take their dog out to go to the bathroom in the apartment complex. They just put turf up there, and so when they went to the restroom, every Sunday they wash it off. Well, we're right below them, so we get everything, and I got fed up with it. I wasn't going to go up and knock on the door, and make him mad. So I got the dog crap in like I guess a paper plate, and I flung it back up there. And I'd fling it back up there so they would get a little taste of their own medicine. I hope it hit one of them in the face.
Wow.
But that was my revenge on them. But back to Josina Anderson. She was at the Star in Frisco this week, but she went on a little rant on Twitter last night. And I'm not going to mention the delivery service here just in case they're a sponsor of the station. Don't want to make anyone mad. But she says, hey, and then she adds this on Twitter. She says, hey, and then she adds the delivery service company. You just had a delivery woman come to my home, put the food by my door, then walk to the side of my house, take off her jeans, pull down her underwear, and take a pee in the yard in the full wide open. She had complained to the support staff and everything at this service company on the Twitter accounts. And she says there's a video out there, and if no one says anything to her from this company, she will release the video.
Things have gotten hard for Rossini.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't care. I mean, you gotta go. That's it.
As long as it's gross, but
it's gross. It's a natural human fun.
If I see it, I'm like,
if I don't have a problem with somebody's dog going in my yard, I can't have a problem with some lady going in my yard either.
Oh, the dog poop I have a problem with if you don't pick up that.
Oh, pick it up. Yeah, you got to pick it up.
Yeah, if they go, then dogs got to go. I'm a dog guy.
Yeah, you got to pick. If you don't pick it up, you're just terrible. Same for the woman. If she pooped in the yard, you got to pick it up.
Our power's back.
Oh yeah,
there it is. Say goodbye to Air Force One.
Oh no.
They have bid farewell.
That wasn't a threat, was it?
I saw that. No. Since 1990, these couple of planes had been flown as Air Force Ones, and there's 3 that are being modified for the role. So it's a heavily modified 747-200 that has been basically the official plane that you've seen. And it started serving under George H.W. Bush, then Bill Clinton.
I don't think Air Force One is a specific plane.
It's the call sign.
Yeah, because Air Force One, like if Trump was on an American Airlines flight, that is called Air Force One.
Yeah, it's just the call sign, but they call it Air Force One, the layperson. But it's technically a 747-200. It's a VC 25B whatever modification. So they're going to have these couple planes that are going to fill the role until they get the other planes from Boeing, which have been on such a delay. But they're also going to have a new paint scheme, which I don't know that I care for. I mean, I like the new paint scheme. It looks great. The new paint scheme looks very, very clean, looks awesome. The baby blue is, to me, so... If you've ever seen that flying overhead, or if you've ever seen that, like, parked, it is so amazing. It's stunning. It's a stunning-looking airplane. I love the color scheme. I don't know that I want to change it.
Yeah, it's a nice color scheme.
The new one's going to look great, too. I'm like, I don't know, man. This is like...
It can't be blue. It can't be blue.
Well, the new one's going to have blue in it somewhere. Also a little bit of red.
But mostly red.
It's going to be red, white, and blue. The new one.
Yeah. No, I know. I think that I know this has been like a discussion point for a while that they've wanted to upgrade it or whatever.
It's 35 years old.
Yeah, but I mean,
an old plane.
With planes, I definitely feel like if you've been in the air for 35 years, I trust it to be up there for 36. Whereas,
I know, I agree.
Those damn Max 8s,
they're built well.
The Max 8 was not.
No, this plane has been built well. I think it has to do with modifications in terms of security.
Yeah, that would make sense. All right, are you one of those people out there on the fan text or RJ Choppy, Peyton yourself? Are you one of those people who's just concerned, troubled by the ever-expanding reach of AI?
So I think it's super important to utilize it. I think if you don't utilize it, you're falling behind.
It's a great tool, but it is a tool. It is not a replacement.
I really, it's not Google. What I don't like is people using it for nefarious reasons.
It will flat out lie to you sometimes.
And I don't like. These social media companies need to do a better job of of recognizing what an AI video is. Like politics time, people are going to AI the crap out of people they don't like.
Dude, I can make, like we've done it before as bits. Like you'll make the AI broadest voice or whatever. We didn't. Yeah. Full disclosure, we did an AI Sandler bit, or I made one like 2 weeks ago that was just him like talking super aggressively. And we decided not to play it because it sounded way too much like him. It didn't sound like if somebody just pops in for 3 minutes, they would think Sandler was on the phone saying this stuff. And I was like, we'll hold off on this. But no, this is revenge for all those people who hate the AI takeover. So this is from CBC in Canada in the junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan. After his 2021 BMW required major repairs, Zach decided last month, I can't pronounce his last name, I'm not even going to try. Zach G. Huh? Zach G. It's Giacomelli.
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 Okay, that's an Italian-looking name.
Yes, it is. It's very Italian. GIA is Ja.
Zach Giacomelli decided last month
from now on.
he wanted to sell it back to BMW Toronto, the same dealership from which he bought the used car in 2023. At first, the buyback process seemed easy. After submitting an online inquiry, Giacomelli got a text from Quinn at BMW Toronto, who was eager to help. Quinn expressed sympathy for Giacomelli's car troubles and asked questions about the vehicle, which was still being repaired at the dealership. Later in the same text conversation, Quinn made a firm buyback offer, $27,162.79. Giacomelli, a 31-year-old funeral director, was satisfied as the offer was just enough to cover what he still owed on the car. He was feeling great about it. The good feeling didn't last, though. Moments later, Giacomelli said a BMW Toronto sales consultant called to revoke the offer, explaining that Quinn wasn't a real person, but rather an artificial intelligence chatbot that made the offer in error. So they're trying to pull the rug out from under him and say, nope, that's not real. The chatbot shouldn't have said that, yada, yada, yada. And they were willing to just bully the guy out of this until he called CBC in Canada. And CBC took their big news and swung it around and said, you guys, what's going on here? And then BMW Toronto ultimately had to offer the $27,000 offer, give it to him. And this is great. I love seeing a company because there's nothing worse than when I go in there and I'm like, I cannot find a way to talk to a person.
Oh, yeah.
Because the fact that they think like, we've got you covered with these 4 options here that we think you need to talk about. And I'm like, none of them do. And then there's no option. You hit 0 over and over again. It goes, that's not a valid option. Press 1 for that. It's like, God, just let me talk to somebody.
It's terrible. We've been trying to get, so I'm going to go on a rant here. The doctor's office.
Mm-hmm.
I was making an appointment for Sarah last week. She says, I'm busy. Can you make an appointment for me? Yeah, sure. I call up and it says, you could utilize our text line so you don't have to bother us. So we don't have to do any actual work, basically, is what they're saying. So I text them.
Don't you hate, too, when you go to the bank and you're in line and they go, hey, you can use the ATM for that?
Yeah, well, I know.
It's like, I know, but I'm saying, they're like, yeah, go use the ATM. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I've tried 6 times to deposit money and it's not letting me, so I'm going to go to you.
Mm-hmm.
So I text them for the appointment. 2 hours later, they finally respond. And then I respond like 10 minutes later, and I responded, and it says, "Oh, we're sorry, we're closed." Well, guys, if you're gonna if you're gonna point me to the text line, have somebody there to respond.
So
I can make an appointment.
AI does sound like one of the laziest workers of all time.
It really is.
Just like, hey, I'm gonna call right now. Can I call me back at 4:01? And then it's like you call him 4:01. It's like, oh, I left at 4. Sorry. I'm not here after 4.
Yeah, I'm not here after 4. It's really dumb.
I see
really dumb.
Junk Drawer here on 105.3 The Fan. You got something, Chop?
Yeah, I got something here. You want dead people in a house or nipples?
Ooh, nipples.
Speaking of dead people,
do you suffer from sad nipple syndrome?
Probably.
It's also called the button of despair.
Okay.
Did you turn the music down?
Pair of cans.
So it's a condition that affects many people out there. A lot of them women. It's a wave of sadness. It's so the brain triggers this oxytocin. It's a hormone, and what happens is
why'd you say it like that? A hormone.
But anyway, so it's called sad nipple syndrome. Basically, where your nipples have zero feeling, no sensation at all. So or they have over sensation, like they're overly sensitive.
That's what I have.
Where like
have
somebody
that.
brushes against you and it like sends a shiver down your spine. Is that what you have?
That's what that song by Ed Sheeran, "The Shivers," is about.
Yeah,
Nipple sensitivity.
My sister used to give me those purple nips as a kid. You know, where she would like twist them. Yeah. She would like hold because my sister was like 11 years older than me. So like, until I was like, 10, she could have her way with me. Stop it,
man!
Stop it! Like
she twisted, maybe flick him.
Sweet Home Alabama.
She could like hold me down and tickle me, or just twist my nipples, or whatever. So she would do that. And
Shop, have you talked to a therapist?
No, I'm fine. And it got like now I'm very sensy. I'm very sensy on my nips. Like I don't like anybody touching them. Like
I flick them all the time when I'm walking by you.
If Sarah starts to like, try to do some amorous,
you can say what it's called. Nipple play.
I'm like, stay away from here. I have I'm scared to death of shaving over them.
I can't. You can't do nipple play with me because my nipples are inverted.
I don't know what that means.
That means that I don't have like the.
I don't either.
I don't have the little button that like.
Oh yeah, I don't really either.
Mine goes
right
in.
now. I do because I'm kind of talking about it. I'm touching them.
Yeah,
but I don't like. So mine are off limits.
So what you're saying is,
but like people have this. It's called sad nipple syndrome, where like it's. You either have an overly sensitive or under, and it's a hormone that's released in your body.
Again, why do you put the on that?
and women who are like recently have breastfed, like they have this more often than men. Some men have it,
or guys who've been held down and tickled by their sisters for years. So hold on, wait, you're telling me that like Sarah, if she ever tries to like tune into Tokyo,
I'm out. Get away.
You're like, stop. I'm thinking of my sister.
Get away. I don't want her to touch it. I don't want her to touch him at all.
Chop, I'm sorry that happened to you. All right. That does it for the junk drawer here on 105 through the fan. I think there's no other way that we could top that. Personally, 2 hours down, 2 more to go. We got Below the Belt coming up at 8:40. We got another Shakira ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. But coming up next, we're gonna tap that college kegger. Texas Tech is telling their fans to shut up, and Lane Kiffin will never shut up. That's next on the Fan.
Hey, thanks for making Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Did you forget to study up on Saturday's action? Well, it's time for a cram session, baby. With the good, the bad, and the ugly from this past weekend of college football, it's RJ Choppy and the College Football Kegger. Take it away, Chop.
Thank you. Thank you. There we go. It is the College Football Kegger. Having fun here this morning here on 105 The Fan. Bobby, you hit the post right at 8 o'clock in the morning. Right on the dot.
Gone,
with the
man.
time. Good
He is
job,
absent.
Bobby Belt. But it is heading to the Senate floor. That's right. The United States Senate are going to have the opportunity to vote on a proposed solution on college football, the Protect College Sports Act, a bipartisan act by a Republican and a Democrat have presented this bill, providing the NCAA with an antitrust exemption so that it could enforce a cap on payments to athletes, as well as rules related to eligibility on transfers of college sports. They need rules. Now, as if it were all that easy, it creates an opportunity for schools to sell their media rights as one large entity rather than on a conference-by-conference basis. So that's going to help fund less profitable sports. Now, who's not in favor of this one at all? The SEC and the Big Ten. They're like, nope, we're not happy with this one because, let's be fair, they make more money than anybody else. Now, you know who should be happy with this?
Carter.
The University of Texas.
Oh, okay.
Because if I'm reading this right, and there's a good chance I'm not, but I think I am, it creates an opportunity for schools to sell their media rights. Which fan bases are the largest in the country?
Indiana, we found out.
Ohio State. Indiana really is. But you got a lot of fan bases that are the number one dog in their state, and it's a big state. Now, obviously, Texas has competition, but there's a lot of fans. Ohio State is the number one dog in Ohio. It's a big state. Big state. You know, Michigan's got to share. Michigan's got to share their love with Michigan State.
I mean, UT already did this with Longhorn Network a little bit.
Right. They did.
Which died.
It died, but we're in a different world.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a different world than where we came from.
Right. That's right.
I loved A Different World. It was
You
a great
did?
show. Yep. Greg Fields from Channel 8 looks like Ron from A Different World. It's the glasses, mainly.
The glasses. But, you know, it's a different era. I think the Longhorn Network might succeed today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's I don't know how functional that would. I don't know how functional, like, committed networks to coverage or anything else are.
It's tough to know.
I mean, Longhorn Network should have succeeded, and it did.
Well, I mean, what you could do, you could create a network, and it doesn't have to be called the Longhorn Network.
Yeah.
You could create the Texas Network and bring A&M on board. And bring, you know what I mean? And
A&M doesn't even want to play us in football.
Right,
like, why would they want to partner with us?
Texas Tech,
Nobody wants to partner with Texas Tech right now.
You could create a state network. You know, Alabama and Auburn.
We have the Texas State Network.
I know, but you know what I'm talking about.
R.I.P. Reap.
So that's moving on to the Senate floor. I don't know. I generally hate when government gets involved. I understand why the Big Ten and the SEC would not like this because it's going to narrow the financial gap they have over the ACC and the Big 12, and they ultimately want to absorb them anyway, right? But I do think it might be beneficial to Texas, so we'll see.
469. I really need to go to y'all's next remote and get an in-person explanation from Bobby about the Carter Freeman beef because I'm extremely curious.
You can just text Bobby.
We can get into it right now. I'll just say it on the air. Carter's just a bad person.
I like Carter.
You like how Carter tried to get Ryan fired? Do you like how Carter tried to get Aiden fired?
I don't. Did he?
Yeah, he tried to get Aiden fired and roll his job into his. So, and then I'll just roll the money into mine. Screw you. You suck at you. You were the worst video coordinator that we've had here at the station.
Back to you, Choppy.
Even Dalton and his rippling muscles was on top of it more.
I'm also scared of Carter.
You know what we should do today? 8:40. We should play that bit I recorded. The first bit I ever got canceled. The bit I recorded of his that he was like, "I'll go to HR if you play that."
Fantex, don't ask any more questions of Bobby, please.
Watch your back.
Don't ask him questions.
Watch your back.
Don't ask him questions. He's going to answer them, and it's bad for us. The Athletic tells Texas Tech fans and Texas Tech to pipe down.
Yeah,
to pipe down. And let's be fair. Now, I did see this. Now, what do you think?
Did you see about this?
Okay, because my understanding is in order to be in the supplemental draft, you have to be ineligible for college football.
Yeah.
Is Brendan Sorsby, because of the court ruling, not eligible for college football?
Brendan Sorsby is going to, it's just an injunction. So as soon as he, asks for the case to be dismissed with prejudice, which it will be, then he'll be ready.
There's word out there that Texas Tech is the one that said you need to go.
I mean, that's sort of what Slavin said the other day with us, Ron Slavin, his agent.
And that is, so now, Tech fans are really in a conundrum because they want to back their school, but they've gone like DEFCON 1 in backing Sorsby, right? So which one is it? Who are you backing now?
Yeah.
The school changed perception. They changed their stance on you. So are you just going to go and take down everything you said about Sorsby and to other people? What are you doing there?
I mean, I think Texas Tech wanted him to play there. I think he wanted to play there. Texas Tech clearly wanted him to play there. They were willing to. I just think I don't think they could stand the pressure. And I ultimately don't think it was a nasty split. I just think they're like, this is too much for us. It's similar to when the Nico thing happened here, they reached a point where it's you cannot just blow it off at some point.
Right.
At some point, the pressure gets to be too strong, and you have to walk away.
It's a great line in here in this article because he's like, I'd like to think some would have done the right thing, but none really would. But this is the line of the year. College football is the place for people who want rules as long as the rules don't interfere with their own ambitions. That's college football.
Yeah.
Nick Saban, right? You've had complaints about that.
The biggest hypocrite, the biggest
They're
fraud.
all like that, though. They all are like that.
He's the worst, though, of
he's
walked away as soon as it got tough and will not stop trying to change it back now that he's out.
Because Krzyzewski walked away, Jay Wright walked away, a lot of guys walked away, basically haven't done. Now, he's on a show, right? So if he wasn't on game day, we probably wouldn't hear much from him.
Probably not, but man, he's making sure he's in front of Congress and crap.
So that's a great point. It is really a good line, I think. But that's exactly what college football is. Real quick, how far will
this Thunder, dude?
So ESPN had the rankings of the top 25 teams, and Tech was 8th with Sorsby. They're 11th without him.
I don't know that Sorsby makes that much of a difference.
So here's my question. If you're 8th with somebody and you only drop to 11 without him, was that really worth going to bat for him like this and being on this side of the PR battle? Because look, I'll tell you this: if Joe Burrow
is that the Thunder or is that Carter screaming from the
Thunder
Fox 4 building?
If Joe Burrow was not on that 2019 LSU team, right? Let's say he's not on that team. How many? And that was an all-time great roster. All-time
LSU
great.
one.
That LSU
if you
one.
go back and look at it, it's a ridiculous amount of talent.
How many spots did they drop if Joe Burrow's on that team?
I mean, they don't win the national title.
They don't come close.
No.
But they dropped way more than 3 spots.
They lose the game to Alabama.
Yeah. They go from 1 to what? 15?
They probably lose the game to Texas, to be honest.
Right?
If
1 to 15 without them? Not 3 spots. So was it really worth?
Yeah, this is a different era of college football, though. And then teams are a little more even and the margins are different.
That's true. But I don't know. I just think, I was expecting if they were the 8th team with him and he's gone, I would expect them to drop to 20, 22, 24.
Yeah.
I know. Bobby's reading.
Well, I'm just reading because I remember this was your idea. 3, 2, 1. Carter explaining the Kendrick and Drake beef might have been the worst segment ever on the station.
Oh, that's a good segment.
And Choppy, for those of you that don't know, Choppy did that completely as a bit. He's like, just how funny would it be if we have Carter come in here and explain that?
Shaw was off that day. Yeah.
I was like, come on, spring Carter.
He's like, this will be good. Just have me go ahead. Carter just was like, this is my moment. He's like, but he really family matters.
So, I like Carter. I'm not going to stand for this Carter slander.
I'm sorry I played the intro.
You hear that, Aiden?
Never
hear that, Aiden? Choppy it's just Carter over you. That's what he just told everybody. You're scared of him.
So there's that's what I get. What do you have on Lane Kiffin?
All right, Lane Kiffin will not shut up. They're telling Texas Tech fans to shut up. Somebody should tell Lane Kiffin, dude, you got to stop. He is I will respect this. He is a great troll. And nobody...
He's one of the best.
He is one of the best heels in college football. He makes the sport and the show that goes along with college football that much better. And maybe he's saying something that you don't think is ridiculous here. I just think it's dumb because it's a... He has no problem throwing out guarantees and promises and just be like, yeah, you know what? I said it. So he said this in an interview. I don't know how fast it's going to happen, but we're going to win a national championship at LSU.
Well,
we're going to have the teams and rosters back to the way they were playing when they were great. That's look, you got to, there's a heavy competition across all of college football right now. The SEC's got to worry about beating the Big Ten before they can even worry about winning the national title. They can't beat the Big Ten consistently in the CFP. But Lane Kiffin, I know you just had a good recruiting cycle, but that feels a little much, doesn't it? To go out there and just flat out guarantee LSU's going to win a title in the next several years.
I mean,
especially with the playoff being introduced. The playoff being introduced makes
it's changed everything.
So much uncertainty about what your team is going to be.
Look, I think it's so much more difficult to win a title now than ever before. Obviously, your teams aren't as dominant, but also it's like you're sitting here putting. You can and he can put these. He can put these predictions out there all he wants.
Mm-hmm.
All it's doing, and this is one thing that I think they figure out, this all he's doing is increasing the scrutiny on him when they don't win.
Yeah. There's enough expectations at LSU. He doesn't need to create more.
If they don't make the playoffs this year, let's say they don't make the playoffs in year one, he's already going to be on the hot seat. It's LSU. It's LSU. He's already going to be on the hot seat.
Speaking of how competitive things can get in the transfer portal space, did you see this clip from the Ohio State commit talking about what schools had been offering him?
No.
Okay, this is bad. So we all know that NIL, the portal, everything else, you've got to, when money's all on the table, you've got to start finding and considering, what am I willing to do that others aren't? Nate Bargatze, I'm going to make sure the quarterback gets a part in my next movie.
Yeah.
If he comes to Vandy. Like, you start thinking of all these things.
McConaughey not done that for Texas?
He does not name which schools here, but one Jameer Brown, who is a 5-star commit to Ohio State, was offered a stunning proposition by a couple of schools. He says, a couple of these schools have offered me a couple of females for me to come commit to their school. Dude, that is, I'll be honest, I don't doubt that some schools have suggested, implied, whatever else, like, we got the, but him saying something like that out in public, if you get legislators or other people, if they get a whiff of that, what they can ultimately look at and go like, okay, now we're talking trafficking. That will expedite and put an end very quickly to the Wild West portal NIL stuff.
It's just for studying, Bobby.
There will be so much oversight at that point if that happens.
It's like in the movie The Program, where they had was Halle Berry, where she was showing her job there was to show the players around campus. Every school has these. Every school has these. I think it was at Tennessee. I think it was called Orange Pride or something like that. They're ambassadors. It's a recruitment organization, and that was like it's been a joke that's been passed around schools for years that they do this. That's what they really are there for. But
a couple of females were offered to him.
I can't say I'm surprised.
No, I'm not surprised either. I'm sure this does go on. He does not say which schools. He said it was a couple of schools. If that gets more traction, and there will absolutely be investigations into are some of these programs essentially sex trafficking, which would, like I said, that would end the Wild West portal and NIL era immediately. You would get all legislators on board with whatever was out there. It would be holy fire raining down on the NCAA's head if that happened.
I mean, it's a hostess program. But man, I'll tell you,
hostess with the mostest.
I can't say I'm surprised. I can't say I'm surprised in the least. But it's because what does a 17-year-old, 18-year-old boy want? They want a car. They want some cash. They want a girl. That's what they
cards.
want. What?
Some Pokemon cards. new skin on Fortnite. Just standard stuff. All right, that's your college kegger here on 105 The Fan.
Wild.
I know it's really not stopping.
Did you guys get the alert?
I got one. Yeah, I got the flash flood.
Yeah.
Imminent threat alert. Flash flood until 10:45 a.m. It says in this area, so we're kind of by the high five. Oh wow. Okay, so the area they showed, little PSA. It goes from south of 20, directly south of Dallas, south of 20, all the way up to 380. And it's just basically inside the 635. It's from DFW Airport so on the west side of 635, east side of 635, south of 20, all the way up to Highway 380 is this alert until 10:45.
Wow, that storm stretches further than the Maps and the Stars want their fan base to across the Metroplex.
Oh, man.
All right, so that does it for I got the alert, too. It says there is an imminent threat of Carter bitching if you keep that up. All right, coming up next, Choppy's going to hit us with some blind rankings, and he's going to nutmeg all over us talking World Cup. That's next on The Fan.
333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Second crack of the whip. Ruben Vargas. And there's the volley. And there is the goal from Manzambi. Instant impact. Ideal timing from Switzerland.
It's us against the world, bro. Just watch us shine. Chappie's here to tell us what the hell is stop. It's time. World Cup, soccer at home and global too. Sit back, relax. Let Chop nutmeg all over you.
Good day. Another good day at the World Cup. Switzerland. We played that call thanks to FIFA and Fox Sports. 4-1 over Bosnia Herzegovina.
Does it hurt?
No. It would have been funny if Czechia played Bosnia. It's kind of more
because then you could say
countrymen. I don't know. What was it? What was the line?
Bosnia, you need to check yourself or wreck yourself.
The Czechs tie South Africa at 1. Switzerland 4-1 over Bosnia. Canada scores the most goals ever for a CONCACAF team, 6-0 over Qatar. Qatar was down to 9 men. They had 2 red cards in this one. And then Mexico 1-0 over South Korea. They get a Luis Romo goal early on in the second. So Mexico was basically every time South Korea touched the ball, Mexico booed. The fans booed. And honestly, Mexico kind of got booed off the field in the first half. Anyway, they were, but the second half they really controlled. They came out aggressive.
Soccer's a good sport for a Romo because you don't want to have a fourth quarter in there.
Man,
back to you, Chop.
Wow, that's rough. That's rough. But I mean, I can't say you're crazy. I can't say you're crazy on that one. So that was yesterday. Today it gets started at 2:00. Is Wolchuk taking the show off?
Most days, yeah.
Is he at Cosm today for this?
He is. So you can go Cosm with him.
2:00.
He's at Cosm. G-Bag Nation is out at the Globe, 2 to 6:30. And boy, the fan text continues to just pour in their messages like it's pouring outside. That it is just hell out there on the road.
It sounds it.
Be safe. Alex said he didn't go over 25 miles per hour on his way in here, and
he can't see over the wheel.
That was my joke too. He punched me for it.
I'm sorry, you can't. He puts a phone book underneath him. But no.
Alex, come in here. You want to get a shot in on him?
2:00.
Hold on. You got to give Alex a chance
against
to
Australia.
Come clap back just real quick on my mic if you need something. Just give us something for him. Here, this mic's about your height, right?
Gosh, man.
I've had enough of both of you.
I love you. Relax.
I've had enough of both of you. I just want you to know that I do have a beautiful Chevy Blazer from Platinum Chevrolet that I can see plenty.
That's good.
I've got good visibility in that thing, but no, 635 was awful.
Really?
Be careful out there. Seriously,
What
it's
part?
bad.
You're still in Mansfield, Grand Prairie?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's bad even down there.
Yeah, it was like a 30-mile drive, and it took me 60 minutes on the dot. And there was not many people out there. It's bad. It's really bad.
All right. Okay. Be careful because we got a flash flood warning earlier until 10:45. We got baseball today.
Hey, that is a mean little finger he just gave me.
Our 1:30 game already
That
got pushed to
sounded weird.
2:30. May get pushed to 3:30. Anyway, 2:00 today.
Wait,
U.S.
so say that again?
Our baseball game today. It's
Oh,
on
okay.
turf, so we'll be able to get it in as long as there's no lightning. U.S. Australia at 2:00, and then Scotland Morocco at 5. Brazil Haiti at 7:30, and then Turkey and Paraguay at 10:00. All those games will be on Fox, except for the Turkey Paraguay game tonight will be on FS1. Can you pass the FIFA fitness test?
Yes.
I should have brought Alec back in here for this one because he's the only one up here other than me who might have a chance of passing this thing.
Yeah, what is it?
I can't pass it.
How well do you fall on the ground?
No.
Oh.
So on average, a FIFA referee will run 6 to 8 miles over the course of a game.
Whew.
Seems like a lot. And they're going basically 0 to 60 the entire time. So they have to pass this test in order to become a referee. I thought it was very cool. One of them is sprints. So they've got an electronic gate. The first gate is 1.5 meters after the start line. And they must sprint 40 meters in 6 seconds or less. And they've got to repeat it 6 straight times. every time has to be under 6 seconds. And it's got to be done in 10 minutes.
Woo!
Okay?
That's impressive.
The next one is intervals. You go on a track. You must complete 40 consecutive intervals. You have to sprint 75 meters, followed by a 25-meter walk. They want to simulate a game. So in a game, they say you're going to sprint 75 meters, and then you're going to walk
Do
a
they
little
do
bit.
elbow dexterity, too? Are they like, how quickly can you pull a card from your...
Absolutely. So they must complete each of the 40 consecutive 75-meter portions in 17 seconds, and then the 25-meter walks in 20 seconds. So you've got to do this. So basically, you're going to be doing 10 full laps around the track, and you've got to do each of those 75-meter sprints and then 25-meter walks in 17 and 20 seconds. I don't know. That's a tough one. They also got to do a yo-yo test where they are basically going back and forth with these cones, zigzag patterns. I don't know. This is kind of cool. This is a video. This is a fan video. Aiden, we got to get you out there. We got to get somebody. We got to do this. We're gonna do a morning show video on the FIFA fitness test.
I like it. I would be down with this. I mean, not actually doing it. I would be down with viewing the content. I wouldn't be down with actually taking part.
Yeah, let's view the content.
I wouldn't want to do the run.
I would
part of it.
I would not want to do the run either. And then one other thing here.
214. Alec, this is the 214. This is not me. Chevys come with booster seats now.
Stop it. Wow. Ivory Coast, they are denied.
It's a soap,
one of their
right?
players. Huh?
It's a soap, right?
It's Ivory Soap.
Oh.
Not Ivory Coast. You also may see them as CIV on the scoreboard because they are the Ivory.
CIV, PO, PPA.
So they had one of their players denied a Canada visa. So we've heard some players and staff members and referees being denied entry into the U.S. We've not seen it in other countries. Canada denied this guy's visa. Eli Wahi is his name. I think I'm saying that right. He was suspected of doing match fixing on his club soccer team. And Canada was like, we're not going to allow you into the country because of that, which I've never seen that. I've never seen somebody be like banned from going to a country because of gambling. But here we are. And this guy has not been allowed in. He did it in a French league. He received a yellow card back in May for unusual amounts of bets. I guess you place a lot of bets and all of a sudden they give you a yellow card in the game. That doesn't make any sense. But he was questioned by police, and he's like, I don't know anything about it. Canada didn't let him in.
Did he say I don't know anything about it? Or did he say I don't know anything about it?
Well, he's not French.
Oh, you said he was from France.
No, he plays in the French league. He's from from Africa. He's Ivory Coast.
Bonjour.
I'm not going to do that impression. Then.
No, please don't.
You know what's the difference between a French kiss and an Australian kiss? Do you?
I feel like I'm gonna
Australians down under.
Oh boy. Okay, there's your World Cup minute. I think it's time to do a little blind rankings.
Oh well, you did not tell me we were doing this. This was not on the thing.
It is on the run sheet, actually.
Bobby
really?
told you.
Yeah, it's 100% on the run sheet.
Well,
it's okay.
Sorry, I was grabbing 18 highlights here that
I know.
RJ wanted to play. So
Look at him getting snippy. And I would say that's because Sean's out, but there are plenty of times he's done that to Sean, too.
That's true. All right, blind rankings. We'll give Peyton more time to...
Yeah, do you need to go get a piece of paper, Peyton? Do you have one with you?
nope, I'm good. I'm just not going to participate in this.
Do you have the calls?
You little...
I got the calls, but we're starting with the kick six.
Hold on. Look how emotional he is back there. You're played, okay? You're played.
All right, come on.
He knows the calls.
He knows
Why did you do that?
You're playing. You're playing.
I can't do this by myself. Fine, go ahead.
All right. So we're going to do, these are all-time sports calls.
Yes, this is blind rankings. This is, I don't know what's coming next, and I have to rank these 5 things in order just by guessing what the next one is going to be. So I may end up hating or loving my list at the end.
And we'll let Peyton go in any order he wants.
Okay.
Okay? So, let's go. Highlight number 1, blind rank the calls.
So I guess if this thing comes up short, he can field it and run it out. All right, here we go. 56-yarder. Does not have the leg. And Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis.
Oh, my God!
Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the football game. He ran the missed field goal back. He ran it back 109 yards. They're not going to keep him off the field tonight. Holy
There we go.
cow. Oh, my God.
All right.
Auburn wins.
If that's not number one, I have a problem with what you are believing. But
number two.
That is.
It's number two. Have you seen? There's a video on TikTok of a girl, and she goes, surprising my Auburn alum boyfriend, and she like walks in the room and she like puts on the play for him. And then she like verbatim spits the radio call at him.
That's great.
She like studied it, and he was like, "I've never been more in love with you than
Peyton,
right now."
that's awesome. All right, next cut, Peyton.
11 seconds. You've got 10 seconds.
Do you believe in miracles?
Going on right now. Morrow up to Schultz. 5 seconds left in the game. Do you believe in miracles? Yes.
One.
It's the only one. It's the only one that could beat the kick six.
One,
as far as I'm
one.
concerned.
It's such a great call because it doesn't even sound like a rehearsed call.
I know.
It sounds like he
It's
genuinely
so
was
good.
just. Al sounded just because a lot of people maybe not have even realized if you're younger that was Al Michaels on that call. But when he goes, "Do you believe in miracles?" and then he just goes, "Yes," it's such a great call because it's so authentic. That's number one. That's probably the greatest call of all time.
All right, next one, Peyton.
Angie Dundee, Ali's trainer, right next to me is saying it. You may hear him. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. The heavyweight champion is taking the mandatory 8 count, and Foreman is as poised as can be in a neutral corner.
All right.
5.
Really?
Would be 6 if there was a 6th.
Not a fan?
Down goes whoever is just it's such a simple call. It's just because it's Cosell's voice.
Okay.
Down goes Frazier.
Next one, PP.
Into deep left center for Mitchell. And we'll see you tomorrow night.
The only good Jack Buck call ever.
It's a great call. That's 4, though. I'm guessing there's probably one I like a little more.
Okay.
I would have had the. I'm guessing I'm going to have the. I would have rather had the.
What do
Auburn
you
with
think
3.
is the other one?
I have no idea what you would have picked.
Okay.
Probably something for Tennessee.
What'd you have? That has to be 3? That's what you had left was 3?
That yeah, I mean that I don't like. I think that call's not.
Oh, okay.
Again, what's he say? He's just screaming the Giants win the pennant.
That's all he's screaming.
There's so many other great like I don't believe what I just saw. That's another great
Rangers
Jack Buck
fans,
call.
you're not dreaming. That would have been number 1.
That's a lot one. Mike Breen, Knicks fans, you're not dreaming. Oh wait, that was
Bang.
stolen.
That was stolen.
I guess we didn't point
I
that
don't
out.
believe what I just saw. I don't like. What do you mean you don't believe
it's
it?
great.
You don't believe you saw a home run? I see one every day.
No, but Kirk Gibson couldn't run.
Nah.
You're
Boring.
such a hater.
Boring call.
If not for the bathroom thing, that would have been your worst take this week.
Boring.
All right.
What's coming up next in Below the
Last hour, we talked about the defense. Let's give the state of the Cowboys roster for the offense next in Below
The Belt
on the Fan.
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt. Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball.
What is the state of this Dallas Cowboys offense? Let's break it down with RJ Choppy and Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. And we continue to get the texts coming through on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We got Worst Take coming up here at 9 o'clock, Red Zone at 9:20, and then at 9:40. They don't know it yet. They will now, or Corey will because he listens and Kevin doesn't. But we're going to play K or C Masterpiece during Crosstalk, which we played once before, which is we read excerpts from their days as newspaper writers, and we try to find the most controversial things they said out of context and then make them guess the context and which one of them wrote it. All right. From the Fantex 601, UPS better deliver my damn shoes today. F this rain. Tap into the next Khakis Kicks episode. Hey, there's another mention, Alec. 214 lightning struck the city of Justin and power went out across the town. So that's wonderful. 469, did Sean really just sing the song? No, that's me singing it, and then it's Sean's voice filter over.
Hang on. Lightning struck the entire city of Justin?
I assume they mean like
that's the thickest lightning bolt ever.
There's a big lightning. I assume there was just a big lightning strike at one of the hubs. Justin used to be one of the radar spots for WFAA. I don't know if it still is. But like they had 3 radar locations that were like put around, and I remember Justin was one of them.
Is that big like flat Doppler thing? It's just like it's a flat looking thing. You know, I had one of those in my backyard. I lived in Hearst.
In your backyard?
When we lived in Hearst, it was kind of off of like Precinct and LD Lockett in that area. There's one of those radar things, and it was right behind our fence. Like it was our backyard. The fence right behind it was that giant radar. When you could, it was massive.
Yeah, no, those things. We had an instance a couple weeks ago when the storms blew and the radars around here got knocked out completely. And I woke up to like hail on our window in the middle of the night. I was like, let me check the radar, see what's happening. It's like, oh, there's no radar in DFW right now. That's like, there's nothing. So you can't actually know what's happening with the storms. All right. 682, as a UPS driver, yes, we are delivering your packages today, even through the rain, because you always do UPS. You always deliver through the rain, and you guys are studs for being out there and powering through this every single day. Salute to you, as Gavin Dawson would say. Also, Oliver Tree died, as Gavin Dawson would say. All right, let's take a look at the offense for the Cowboys and do a sort of state of the roster. We did the confidence meter last hour, Chop. You said 7.5 for the defensive line. You were at a 2 for the linebackers, and you were at like a 4 for the secondary. So not a whole lot of confidence in the defense. Let's see where your confidence is at with the offense. Quarterback, Chop, what's your confidence level? And you can roll the backup quarterback into that as well if you like.
My confidence level in the quarterback is a 10.
You can include health in there and the backup quarterback spot.
Look, it's you can't control injuries, so I don't worry about them. I
practice F.
I can't
either.
I can't worry about them. I have the utmost faith in Dak Prescott. There's about 7 or 8 guys that I could say I have the utmost faith in around the league, and he's one of them. Maybe more. Maybe there's 10. But I think there's a lot of guys that can win a Super Bowl just because they haven't. You know, I think Brock Purdy can win a Super Bowl.
Daniel Jeremiah calls it the confetti test. He's like, can I envision you with confetti raining down around you? And he's like, I can envision Dak Prescott. He's always said Dak to him does seem like a quarterback that he can see.
Listen, there's guys that haven't won a Super Bowl. So there's some guys that have made it and lost. So the guys who have made it and lost are still in the league. So Burrow that's made it and lost and hasn't won one. So Hurts did. Goff. I don't know if there's any others. Oh, May. Right. I can see all of it. If they've made the Super Bowl, I could see them winning one.
Yeah.
So he's among the 10 guys or whatever that I can see making and winning the Super Bowl. And I don't think it's some hot take.
Over 214, by the way, says Choppy, the flat radars are usually for air traffic control and aircraft navigation. So you got that. 817, happy Juneteenth, fellas. I listen to y'all every morning. I'm a little concerned about barbecuing prospects. It's going to be tough today. I would think. You may just need to go to like a barbecue spot. Maybe Hurtado, for instance, would be your spot today. And 214 says, sorry, a power line in the city of Justin was struck, LOL.
Whoa,
They're not laughing at that. They're laughing at the fact that they had not specified that earlier. All right, running back position. There's been a lot of talk about the number 2 and Jaden Blue, and Javonte Williams could take a step back, I guess. That could be a concern. We heard odd hesitation from Albert Breer and Nate Tice yesterday about Javonte Williams, which I had not heard before. Dallas got a pretty decent deal on him this year, but the running back position, your confidence level 1 through 10 on the Cowboys running back situation.
8.
Okay. How much of that is Javonte? Do you believe in the depth? Because you like Malik Davis, don't you?
I like Malik Davis. It's a lot of Javonte. It's all Javonte, really. And I'll tell you this. Part of the Javonte is there going to be is he going to build on last year? Is he going to be better? Was last year a peak? Are we going to see something a little bit less? I don't know.
Last year, a lot of it, too, was about expectations. Nobody really was expecting him to be as good as he was.
I think am I in agreement? We're all expecting him to be a top 10 running back in the league?
Yeah, I think he's a good fit for what they do.
Close to it?
Yeah, damn, he just turned. He's been in the league for forever. Feels like he just turned 26.
Okay, good. He's still got time.
Tread on the tires, man. He is coming off a season high or career high in touches by 23. So that was definitely the biggest workload that he's ever had. But the Jaden Blue experiment is obviously one that has caught people's interest. They've got Hunter Lipke, who they can't stop talking about because everybody's obsessed with fullback for some reason. And then Malik Davis. I think that it is a solid group. I don't think that the run game will struggle very much. Wide receivers, Chop. Now you're a big George Pickens fan, obviously.
10.
You're a big CeeDee Lamb fan. I know we've talked about a little bit just the idea of he needs to grow, but what is your thought on the upside of Flournoy? Did he show you last year enough to make you think oh yeah, he can be out there consistently enough, or is that just going to be another case of a Kevin Ogletree or a Laurent Robinson? I like Flournoy.
I like him. I don't think that this is not going to be a guy that Jacksonville gives $30 million to.
He did have 200-yard games last year.
Yeah.
And then one of them was without CD even being in the lineup, so it's not like CD was just taking attention.
Right. I think their receiving group is as good as it gets.
And they signed Denzel Mims yesterday, the Baylor receiver. Jonathan Mingo has just... I just noticed him kind of sauntering onto the field the other day during the last OTA or during the last minicamp practice. It's just man, that does not look like a guy who's long for this roster. The tight ends on the roster for the Cowboys, as we do the state of the Cowboys roster, defense last hour, we're running through offense. Now the tight ends, Jake Ferguson had a bounce back in terms of being a red zone target. He was not any sort of a downfield threat. They obviously like Brevin Spann-Ford, but you're thinking on confidence level in the tight ends and what they can actually contribute in the passing game. Do you think they are just destined to be 6 yards and a cloud of dust?
I think I expect more from Ferguson than that.
He showed he could be at the first year. The first year he was a legit seam threat. That was missing from the offense last year. That was the one thing you could say was missing from the passing game that's been there in years past, is he was not Dak was not connecting with tight ends down the seam.
I will say my confidence in them is a 6.5.
Okay.
7. I like Ferg a lot. Something's missing.
I trust him to just be tough and make the catch. And I know he's had the fumble issues in the past, but man, he's shown the athleticism to be a vertical guy. They just, like I said, that was missing from there. And you don't want to have that element out of the passing attack because it's so valuable when you can have the tight end as a threat in the middle of the field, just running up the seam. So that's huge. All right. And then the last position here, as we take a look at the Cowboys roster and do a little bit of inventory. Final one is the offensive line. So not just tackles, guards, centers, whatever else. The offensive line, which is a pretty broad topic. They've invested a lot of resources in it. There's some aspects of it that are really good and some aspects that they're still waiting to click.
7.5.
Where's the biggest... Is left tackle the biggest mark on there, or is it right with Steele?
It's both of them.
Well, and tackle would be the fact that both tackles are concerned. That would be surprising that it would even be a 7.5 then.
Well, I think Tyler's that good.
BB's gotten better.
And I have no problem with the guards in the center. So the interior of their offensive line, I would guess. I would guess 30 teams would trade places with the Cowboys in the interior of the offensive line.
Without looking at who all it is, perhaps
we have
definitely 25 would, I would guess.
We have a very
it's a very young, high upside group on the interior.
But we have complained about one spot on the offensive line for 10, 15 years. We've always done this. What are we going to do about this position? We assume we're supposed to have 5 All-Pros in this offensive line. That's not the norm.
No, there is not. When you think about how many teams, everybody needs 5 starting offensive linemen.
Most teams have 3.
You've got 32 teams. So somebody told me this before. They're like, we need 160 offensive linemen, starting caliber offensive linemen in the NFL or whatever. He's like, we don't have that many.
No. The Cowboys, for the better part of 20 years, have had 5 starting caliber offensive linemen. Nobody else could say that in the league.
A lot of questions on here about Michael Trigg, the undrafted free agent from Baylor. We got people in the fan text asking about him. He is a project tight end, but they have always, pretty consistently for the last several years, an undrafted free agent tight end makes the final roster for the Cowboys, and they really do like Trigg. There's a lot of upside there. He would have been drafted if not for off-the-field issues. So Trigg has the talent to make it. He absolutely could be in the contention there, and that's below the belt. All right, that does it for the 8 o'clock hour. Just one more hour to go here on Sean and RJ on 105 to the Fan. I'm Bobby Belt. He's RJ Choppy. Peyton Russell running the board. Aiden Butler out there running your video. Coming up, we still got a Shakira ticket giveaway. But up next, it's Worst Take, featuring Peyton Russell, Victor Wembanyama, and Bill Belichick's favorite little sex bot. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
That's right. It's time for Worst Take. We do it every fist bump hour. As Sean would say, Aiden and Alec are getting it in the back. We got Choppy over here. He's fist pumping. That's the way he says it, Aiden. Peyton back here. He's fist pumping. It is the final hour here on Sean and RJ. We do Worst Take every Friday where we go over the worst takes, whether they be, tweets, decisions, statements, whatever they may be. Maybe in some instances, they could be like YouTube comments, like wormhole in cyberspace. You know what I'm talking about, Aiden. So wormhole in cyberspace. Who thinks I took a bunch of Adderall today? It's very clear, if you know anything, this is a day where I did not take any Adderall. This is what happens when I don't take Adderall. I wanted to be mentally clear for your mom, wormhole. So that's what I did today. All right, let's jump into Worst Take here. Stop shaking your head, Chop. It's Friday.
No, I did. It's just look at the weather, and our baseball's already been delayed. So
it happens. All right. Worst Take here on 105 The Fan. And the first nomination is going to come from one Sean Sharif, who is not here today, but wanted to make sure, Peyton, that you were nominated for saying yesterday that you don't wear basketball shoes or
no, we're not.
Shoes
we were gonna.
Sean said to nominate him.
Oh man, I don't think he was being serious about this.
He said you need to make sure that Peyton's nominated.
Let's ask Sean. He's up and
Peyton
around.
for saying.
Should I call him right now?
Peyton for saying, I don't wear basketball shoes. That sounds about white. Said he just was never.
It was for the style. It was for the style. I'm not wearing it because it's the style. I'm looking at your feet, Bobby.
I know, because you got a fetish. You're weird.
RJ, when was the last time you wore basketball shoes for style?
I don't wear shoes, period.
For style?
I wear them for
Alec, Aiden?
Well, I always wore the Air Force Ones.
I haven't worn them for style since high school.
Like Luca and Julian, they're in a league or were in a league. Like they wear it because they play the sport. But
they didn't.
No one who doesn't play the sport.
They didn't wear them to class. Like they had the Aunt Pearls and the Sabrinas.
No one above the age of 12 is wearing basketball shoes.
How excited are they for the Caitlin ones?
I don't think.
You ever seen Like Mike?
Yeah.
When
I don't think
Lil Bow Wow puts on the shoes and it's like all of a sudden he can play like Michael Jordan. What do you think happens when you put on the? What do you think happens when you put on the Caitlin ones?
He doesn't look for the Sabrinas or the Caitlins.
What do you think happens when you put on the Caitlin ones?
I mean, you start setting records all over the place and getting hate. What'd you do?
Peyton, what do you think you do when you put on the Caitlin ones? Send in your guesses on the fan text. If in Like Mike, when he put on Michael Jordan's shoes, you played like Michael Jordan, what would you start doing if you put on the Caitlin ones? Let us know on the fan text, and we'll read those out loud without any filter. All right, next one here. Let's play some Vincent Goodwill, who Sean barely could stomach playing this week when he was talking about the Larry O'Brien Trophy on ESPN.
They don't believe in their one championship. LeBron's one championship in L.A. was not enough. So why would it be enough for us?
Validate is the Larry O'Brien that I put on that shelf and it stays there forever. That's the validation. The Laker thing.
Oh, you mean participation trophy then?
I'm sorry, Larry O'Brien is a participation trophy?
If everybody gets one.
It is an actual trophy. You won the league that year.
That's an awful take.
Okay.
This feels like such a bad take that I think it's almost performative, and I don't know if I can actually honor it.
There's an easy way to make this take make sense, because I share some part of this. I don't like it when an era has a lot of champions.
Yeah.
Right? Like I don't want 10 different quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl over a 10-year stretch. That means there's no dominant player. You know what I mean? Like, to me, Ben Roethlisberger, and you got to give Eli credit too, and I hate to say it, but like Eli and Ben winning 2 Super Bowls in the era of Brady and Manning, means more than winning 2 Super Bowls like in an era of Jalen Hurts. Right?
Yeah.
What do you?
I'm sorry. The fan text is texting
turn it
in.
off.
I know, but
come on, read it.
They all went for the same joke instantly.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Y'all are doing work. Y'all are.
Well, you know what I mean? Like there's winning titles in the era of an all-time great or several all-time greats is just different. So maybe that means that we're not in an era of all-time greats. That's fine. Doesn't mean that the title means any less. But I don't.
Calling it a participation trophy.
It's not a participation
dumbest
trophy.
thing I've ever heard.
That's a shock jock value, shock jock type,
shock jock stuff.
Type statement. But there is some truth in the matter of, like if everybody's getting a trophy, if everybody's winning the championship, that does devalue the overall league in terms of like how great. Or how difficult
we just
it is
came
to
off
win.
of a run of the Warriors and the Cavs played every year.
Right, but do you not think that like in the 2010s,
I think it's just
when you're going up against LeBron and you're going up against Steph and the Warriors, that winning a title in that era means more than winning a title now. Like it's more special. It's more difficult. Let me say that, more difficult.
Unless you are the Warriors.
Right.
Like that's the thing is that
but if you're so if Dirk's title in that era.
Yeah, Dirk's title means more than the Celtics a couple years ago.
Right, because
there's nothing that devalues what the Celtics did.
No, it does not devalue. But it's more difficult, is I think what I'm trying to say.
All right, next one here on Worst Take on 105.3 The Fan, other than the 903 who's like, stop making fun of Carter. Next one here, Victor Wembanyama for going full Kenny Atkinson.
I learned one of many things I learned is the margin of error is very, very thin. Our domination stints are absolute. We absolutely dominated for most of the series. But our errors, our mistakes are punished so hard.
Yeah, that is the we dominated this thing, guy. Y'all saw that. Absolutely dominated. But we made one or two mistakes, like what we were supposed to do. So Victor Wembanyama for the how much more do you want us to do, right? We're just out here crushing it sort of stance is another nominee here. All right.
I think that also we need to, that's a bad thing to say. You don't want to hear him say that. I like that he has perspective.
It's two bad clips, though. We dominated him. We really should have won. And then also, I guess I was too hung up on winning the Western Conference Finals.
I like that he's not. I like that he thinks that he can see that they're on the right track. If I'm a Spurs fan, I'm happy about that. Like he can see that they're on the right track.
He doesn't seem to have a handle for how big the margins were and what they screwed up, though.
They were big.
He seems to think it was just a slip up here or there. It was like, no, you had extended periods of you guys messing this up.
Yeah, it's called the fourth quarters.
Yeah, exactly. All right, next up here in Worst Take, we're going to nominate old Jordan Hudson, the great Jordan Hudson.
Jordan.
So Jordan has generally been kind of, I'd say, anonymous or MIA in the last couple months, and maybe that's just more speaking to how we all view UNC right now, that we don't really view them as top of mind. Well, she's back in the headlines again. Jordan Hudson is on a crusade. She is making FOIA requests to the University of North Carolina because she wants to know who the hell talked to Pablo Torre about her. So they have now active FOIA requests that they're having to filter through from Jordan Hudson because she wants university emails to see who may have interacted with Pablo Torre about her position or her, shouldn't say position, Lord knows what Bill's doing, but her standing in the program.
Okay, so hang on a second. The athletic director's email is public record?
It's the University of North Carolina. It's a public university.
Yeah, it's just first name dot last name at unc.edu.
I don't care. I don't know about that one, man.
Well, she's not happy that Torre reported in 2025 she was banned. She has threatened to sue him. Torre reported Michael Lombardi, Bill Belichick's general manager and sidekick with the 33rd team, told multiple people Hudson wasn't allowed in the football building. So last month on graduation day, kind of a big deal at the Harvard of the South, Hudson fired off an email to Dean Stoyer.
Is that what they're calling it now, the Harvard of the South?
Yes, at least in this article. Hudson fired off an email from USA Today here to Dean Stoyer, Vice Chancellor for Communications and Marketing in North Carolina. In the email, which began "Happy Banniversary," she FOIA'd a treasure trove of information. Hudson wants call logs and voicemails, text messages, iMessages, WhatsApp messages, documents, Instagram direct messages, everything. She wants all of them containing the words "banned" or "ban" from a certain time window. This woman's nuts.
Yeah, I don't know. I care about the athletic director's emails being public record. I don't know if I like that or not.
Well, call me. I'll let him off if there's anything bad in there. All right. Who? Nobody. Nothing. Don't worry about it. All right. And then our final nominee here is a clip we have not played this week and may be the one that wins. There's a lot of bad in here from Draymond Green over the weekend talking about Victor Wembanyama.
Victor Wembanyama is a great player. Victor Wembanyama is a European player. And I've been on record saying European players are dirty, and everybody's like, Draymond shouldn't say that. And I told y'all, no, Draymond will you up. I'm not dirty. It's a completely different thing. And I don't think anyone that I play against will tell you, man, he dirty. No, I ain't dirty. That's a different thing. I will mess you up, though. Victor Wembanyama is a European player. They are a bit dirty. It's why beating France in France was such a big deal. Europeans want to own our game, and they are a bit dirty. And so I've said this before, and everybody's like, Draymond shouldn't say that. He can't say that. He's dirty. No, I'm not. I will mess you up for sure because you deserve to get jacked up. Completely different thing than doing sneaky, dirty stuff.
Boy, there's a lot there from Draymond. All Europeans are dirty, but you've said this before. He doesn't like European players. It's very obvious. But Europeans are all dirty. And then go ask around. Everyone will tell you, I don't do anything dirty. Huh?
And doing sneaky, dirty stuff.
There's no way that Draymond Green can say that with a straight face.
I will say this. In the basketball, people talk about how that the European League is thought of as more soft. It is as physical or more than the NBA. It's crazy physical. It's just called differently. And that's why you get these guys complaining all the time about calls from Europe.
But for Draymond to say he's not dirty, I'm not dirty.
Draymond's absolutely
I'm not dirty. Wemby is. I do think Wemby's a dirty player.
Wemby can be a dirty player.
Not can be. I think Wemby is. Wemby does. He blames a lot of him. Like, whoops, I got the baby giraffe limbs. I don't know what I'm doing. Like he'll blame it on that. But he is a little. He'll give you a stray elbow and then go oops. But so there are your nominees here. We've got Draymond Green, Peyton Russell, Vince Goodwill, Victor Wembanyama, and Jordan Hudson. Chop, who are you voting for? In this, don't make a political statement.
Who was the first one?
Draymond Green saying he's not dirty. Peyton in basketball shoes. Yeah. Vince Goodwill saying Larry O'Brien is a participation trophy. Then Wemby says they basically won the title, and Jordan Hudson's FOIA requests.
I can't say it's Vince Goodwill because I do share that it is too many titles.
I believe you're partnering with this.
I'm not partnering. I'm not partnering because I don't think it's a participation trophy. I just think that
But that's what's on the board. Is him saying the participation trophy is what's a bad take.
Him saying a participation trophy, it is the worst take.
Okay.
I there's some of what he says I agree with, but that phrase, bad take.
Peyton?
I usually will vote for myself because I want to win these games, but I'm not going to do that because I nominated Vince earlier in the week, and I'm going to stick with my gut feeling, and Draymond makes it so close, man. He's an idiot, but Vince Goodwill is my vote here.
Yeah, I think I'm voting for Draymond Green because that's just so stupid. There's a lot of people on the fan text right now saying it's Draymond. That's the most common answer. There's somebody in here, though, who says Draymond is right. So they think that he is right. Close second to me, because I just don't believe Vince Goodwill. I think he was just trying to be a hot take guy. Close second would be Jordan Hudson. Her FOIA requesting,
stupid.
Get over yourself. This is ridiculous.
I'll take a little sip.
Before we throw to break, you want to tell us about Minkah Fitzpatrick getting close to the lead here in the U.S. Open or whatever?
It's Matthew Fitzpatrick.
Yep,
it's not Minkah. It's Matt Fitzpatrick. He is three strokes back. Wyndham Clark still leading 6 under par. Dustin Johnson at 3 under. Justin Thomas, John Rahm, they're 2 under. Rory, 1 under par. Woodland, my guy, 1 under par. There's been 3 rounds in 100 years at Shinnecock. Three tournaments in 100 years at Shinnecock under par. 3 tournaments where a player's got under par. 2 of them are in the same one. We're going to see one this week. They're injecting the greens. They're softening them up. And you got guys throwing darts at these pins, except for Gary there, who just hit the false front and roll them back.
Imagine losing a star player because you locked the doors to the gym.
I blame Gary's caddy on that one.
That's next in the Red Zone on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ
3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
How can you not be romantic about the Cowboys tapping into their inner Julian Assange?
Tap in.
More on that in just a second in the Red Zone, presented by Just Love Coffee. But before we do that, we got to hook you up with a little no.
You make a woman go mad.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Shakira at the American Airlines Center on Tuesday, June 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Now do the Wyclef Jean part. Hey, girl. Do it. There we go. That's the stuff, Payne. All right. How did the Cowboys tap into their inner Julian Assange? Well, there was
Isn't that the
leak
WikiLeaks
yesterday
guy?
About Snowden. That was good, right?
Good, very good.
There's nothing bad about that. They've signed not Ed Snowden, but Edge Snowden.
Okay.
Charles Snowden, the edge rusher from the Las Vegas Raiders, signed with the Cowboys yesterday, along with Denzel Mims and then 2 other players. So the Cowboys just kind of fleshing out their roster, figuring things out before they break for... Coaches will probably be there for like another week at the facility, and then they'll get some time off. But this is usually when...
They'll hold their breath. Well, as all coaches do.
They hold their breath, but they also, during this time, they're just like, all right, let me make sure I got everything in order before I just walk away from this and decompress for a little bit. It gives guys a little bit of a chance to kind of reset and get things right before they head off to training camp next month. Boy, it's approaching fast. I feel like this offseason went by faster than most ones usually do.
Dude, I don't know
if it's because we're happier with like what they did, and so like we had like always something like, oh, that's fun, we can talk about this or this, but it feels like it's gone by kind of quick.
I'll tell you this, and this is I've got an off-season overreactions or not, and one of them was over the last few years. It feels like there's been more big sports stories in the NFL offseason than ever before. Like more, it does not. I've never once felt this offseason that it's dead out there.
No, it's been pretty consistent. At least for, nationally, yes, but like especially for the Cowboys here, it's not been dead.
Well, no, I don't mean just football. I mean across the sport. Like there's always been Ranger topics. You've had the Olympics and the
Iran.
And the
we
World
were able to
Cup.
talk about that.
We haven't really touched on that much. We've had obviously the NHL and the NBA postseasons. Were pretty decent. I feel like there's been a lot of stuff to talk about.
Yeah. No, it's been extremely active, and it helps that like even like you were kind of referencing there, like even some of the peripheral sports that like maybe we don't normally pay attention to, like soccer, like the World Cup's going on. So like there's a bigger opportunity to kind of keep an eye on it.
By the way, Zach Wolchuk today.
He will be out at Cosm. All right. So if you want to get, your Cosm on with Zach Wolchuk, he'll be there for you today for the World. Well, can I say that? We can say that word, can't we? He'll be there for soccer. I don't know if I can like technically pitch it.
I don't know what the
I can't. I didn't see what the legal recommendation was in our email, or I did, and I just forgot what it was. Also,
I feel like Tim mentioned it in the meeting, but I didn't pay attention.
Yeah, I know it's in his email. His remotes and promotes. It's in there, and I forgot what it was. All right, you can go watch soccer with Zach, though, is what I'm saying. Yeah. At Cosm, it's going to be a kick-ass time. I've been wanting to get out there so bad, and I still have not been able to do it. Or you can go out to the Globe today, see G-Bag Nation from 2 to 6:30. All right. I said before we went to break here that imagine losing a star player because you just couldn't keep the doors unlocked. That is what happened to the University of Southern California. Zachariah Branch, are you familiar?
I am.
He was picked in the second round by the Atlanta Falcons. He played at Georgia last year. He is when he's on, he is one of the more electrifying, exciting football players to watch. Yeah. He is, to me, he's not as like built as Tyreek Hill, but he's got some Tyreek Hill to him. Like, he is just such a fun player to watch. And I remember watching him as a freshman at USC, and it was like he touched the ball, he was going to score. And he was fantastic. Well, he left USC, and a lot of people talked about, well, why did he end up transferring to Georgia and doing things like that? Well, it turns out it's because They didn't have a 24-hour fitness around their Chop. He was on the St. Brown podcast, and Zachariah Branch said, I'm built on a lot of extra work and things like that. Just throughout my whole career, that's kind of made me who I am. I guess they had a lawsuit back then. Somebody was lifting in the weight room, and the weight fell on their chest. Because of that, I couldn't do the routine stuff that I wanted to, because now there's a lawsuit involved now, and they could not keep the weight room open after hours. And so USC has not been able to have their weight room available to players after hours for the last 2 years because of this, which is wild to me. But he said because of that, it ruined his routine so much that he's like, I have to get out of here. And so he transferred because he couldn't be in the weight room.
I've never heard of a player transferring because of weight rooms.
Well, because normally it's not a problem, you wouldn't think.
So wait a second,
players can't get access to the facility.
Wait a second. This is their own facility?
Yep.
And it made...
They could not allow players into the facilities after hours while the lawsuit was going on.
Okay, unsupervised.
Well, yeah, and then the coaches go home. And so there was nobody there to supervise. So the players couldn't just go in there and get work done.
Okay. All right. I mean, look, you got a lawsuit.
No,
you got a lawsuit.
I get it, but think about
buy him a membership to a gym.
Exactly. So especially in the era of NIL, it shouldn't be a problem if you just buy I wouldn't think an NIL, with all the rules that exist now or the lack of rules.
I would assume most colleges have a deal with the gym. When I was the Legends, the Texas Legends, the players, the dance team, they got gym memberships as part of their at least they did as part of their deal. You were I would be surprised if certain restaurants that basically hire models. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm thinking about 8 of them.
Right?
Which one are you?
Those kind of restaurants, they hire models. I would be surprised if those restaurants don't kind of have a deal with a gym where the girls that work there get a reduced rate on a gym membership. Colleges for sure.
And you're just speculating, right?
Yeah.
You're not saying this based on somebody you would have talked to who maybe once worked at a restaurant like that.
Married to? I have an idea.
I hadn't considered that before.
Yeah, why wouldn't they? If you work there, all right. I'm sorry. My wife worked at Twin Peaks. Okay, my wife worked at Twin Peaks, and they got gym memberships or a reduced rate at them, and she still has the outfit, and she wears it for me a lot, and I especially like the Santa one. When she looks like Paul Bunyan, I could do without it.
Yeah, you tell her be gentle with my nipples.
What's the outfit for tonight? Friday's got to be something, right?
It's
Casual Friday.
It's what?
Casual Friday.
Casual Friday. Yes.
Is that what you meant whenever you said Friday is chest day?
Friday's leg day for me.
Okay. Oh, leg day. All right. Well, either way. All right. Brian Schottenheimer yesterday, as we just mentioned, we were talking about the Cowboys did wrap up minicamp practices yesterday. Brian Schottenheimer on how you take minicamp and pajama practice optimism and actually turn that into real world success.
Well, I think you try not to get too far ahead of yourself. I mean, we're hopeful because we're confident and we feel like we're preparing the right way. We feel like we've made the changes that we needed to make to fix the defensive side of the ball. There has not been a lot of changes on the offensive side of the ball, other than the schemes that we're going to adjust and change. But I think the real preparation starts when we get out to Oxnard. I think that's what I always look forward to. That this first week or two of vacation is great. Celebrate my anniversary with my lovely bride on the 29th. It seems like everybody's anniversaries in this business is about the same time, and because we only have certain windows to celebrate those. But as I get past the 4th of July, man, I'll be honest, my mind gets back to football and the excitement of getting to camp and the excitement of watching these guys compete and getting a chance to play real football.
By the way, when I said Iran, 321 said, you mean the iconic Iran War? As Peyton used to refer to something as being iconic after it was there for 2 weeks. That's a good reference, 321. All right, last couple minutes here in the Red Zone before we go to Crosstalk. And Choppy's got some overreactions for us or not.
All right, let's do it. So I already did the first one. I felt in recent years that the more big sports stories in the NFL offseason than we've had before. I think we kind of agree with that one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next one. Overreaction or not, World Cup fans in town have made you rethink how good of a sports fan you are.
This is an overreaction because I'll say this. If there was a World Cup equivalent to sports we're into, like football, like if that existed and we had to go overseas, football fans would be nuts over there. They would be into it. They would be their rabid selves. Do they have the familial chants and different things like that they're doing? No, but they would be intense. It'd
be intense.
That
I feel like
if Bills fans went over to Germany and started doing their Bills fans bit, their Bills Mafia bit, people over there would be like, "What are these dudes? What's up with them?"
I feel like the European fans are more into soccer than we're into football by quite a bit.
I just think it's different.
Again, it's difficult because
football fans are pretty
4 years.
Go take college football. Put college football over there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, college football fans are acting nuts over there.
If they did if college football was once every 4 years.
We do have a little bit of that. Like you go to LSU, you go to Tennessee, you go to Penn State, you absolutely see some of that World Cup energy. So I don't think so. I think it's just applied differently.
Yeah, I can see that. Texas Tech fans have been the biggest losers in the Brendan Sorsby situation. They're the biggest
loser.
I don't mean, and you can take loser.
No, not like loser, like you're a loser, but winners and losers from this debate.
Right.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's an overreaction.
The biggest victims in all
Tech
this.
Fans,
however you want to say.
Yeah, Tech fans ultimately got all of the worst of this. All of it. They got the negative blowback. They got the emotional, back and forth. Then they got what they thought was a victory, only to be told he wasn't actually going to be playing there. So, no, yeah, Tech fans got screwed in all this.
The Dallas Stars were right to move closer to their fan base versus more convenient for Fort Worth, South Dallas, wherever.
Overreaction.
Even if I told you that the center of their fan base was at that mall, what was it, Willow Bend, Shops Willow Bend, that's still an overreaction.
Yes. You need, we talked about this a little bit, and it dives into probably broader socioeconomic and political talking points and things like that. But the reality is that there is a broad, very quiet push to move the Metroplex further north and cut out South Dallas and cut out South Tarrant. And that's part of the push. Maybe not even knowingly, but it's part of that push, and I still think it's bad. Like I said, it grosses me out that there are people who seem like they would rather share economic prosperity and access and other things like that with Southern Oklahoma than they would with South Dallas.
Overreaction or not, making the playoffs this year will do something, some good, to make us feel like 2023 was not a fluke for the Rangers.
If
they missed the play, are we
making the playoffs validates some of it? You mean?
Yeah. Does it Vince Goodwill the right now? Are we all kind of looking at it all right, 2023 was a fluke?
It is a fluke for any team to go undefeated on the road like that.
Yes, that
in general just doesn't happen. So
but
there is a little bit of flukiness with that.
Yeah, but. Because I think there's only one other team that's gone undefeated, and outside of when it was just the World Series. The Yankees in '96 went undefeated in the playoffs on the road, right? They won. They were 2, 3, 3. They won. They were 8-0, but the Rangers were 11-0.
Mm-hmm.
But
ours goes to 11.
What?
Ours goes to 11.
That's right. The further we get away from that World Series is okay, that was a fluke. But if they made the playoffs this year, does that in any way kind of validate that, all right, it wasn't a fluke, they just had a couple of bad down years?
No, that's an overreaction because, you're talking about where they're at in terms of, the division that they're in and the opportunity they have. That is a little fluky in and of itself, I feel like.
All right, then last one. The Mavs not having a head coach by the draft is a bigger deal than we're making it out to be. We're not giving it any attention.
We're not giving it as much attention, so we probably should give it more, but it's probably not in need of as much attention as you might think when you start to meditate on it. Because Masai Ujiri is telling you he's running everything.
We'd be murdering the Cowboys if they hadn't had a coach yet.
Yeah, I think this
murdering.
I think Masai Ujiri is just telling you, I'm in charge, and we don't need a coach to be here because I'm ultimately running
We'd be killing the Rangers.
Yeah.
If free agency, let's say the Rangers didn't have a manager, and they get to November 1st after the playoffs. Okay, fine. But then you get to November 30th. and then December, and you still have a manager in free agency. You're already knee deep in free agency.
Yeah.
So,
no, there's no doubt about it.
Overreactions.
All right. Let's wrap things up and talk to the KNC masterpiece next year on 105.3 The Fan. But first, look, you guys.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
It is time for Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece. They are in studio. They have made it despite the rain on this Juneteenth. Corey Majors, what's coming up on the show?
Man, have you ever seen the rain?
What do you mean?
I want to know, have you ever seen the rain?
Against my window, I can't stand it.
Oh, really?
Tap on my window and knock on
Missy
my
Elliott?
door.
No?
Oh.
Sorry. I know you guys were into something else.
And then you went Adam Levine.
I'm stunned Hagee doesn't listen to Missy Elliott.
You ever listen to Missy Misdemeanor Elliott?
It works
with
it.
Timbaland and Magoo?
Right?
Yeah.
Rangers Twins series finale. We discussed that. YCY on the list of GMs under pressure right out of the gate. The best non-QBs in the NFL under the age of 25 at 11. And the combo platter, Crush Edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then who was your celebrity crush or fictional character crush as a kid?
Oh, man, Marissa Tomei. Oh, as a kid?
Still, yeah.
As a kid?
Lola Bunny, for sure, for me.
Yeah, Alec talked about that yesterday. The other day, he's like, Peyton talks about Lola Bunny a lot.
Remember Marissa
Have you seen
Tomei and then Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
Yeah, as a kid, I don't know. We found out Chop's got some weird unresolved stuff with his sister from childhood.
I'm
that He told
sorry.
us about.
It's not.
What?
Hold on. First of all,
he
it's
literally said,
very
I have
resolved.
overly sensitive nipples because of the way my sister used to take advantage of me, is what he said.
No,
That is a questionable approach on how to say that, though.
My sister is a decade plus older than me. She's, let's see, she's 57. Okay, I'm 46.
Not supposed to say a woman's age, but okay.
Well,
that's a societal thing.
So when I was a child, she would pin me down.
Again, not starting great.
And pinch and like twist my nipples. Like and tickle me and just
When
try
you were
to.
how old?
4, 5,
So you
6, 7,
were-
8.
All right.
She was a teenager.
She's
What was I going to do?
15 through 19, and you're 4 through 8, and she's holding you on the ground, twisting your nipples?
And he said I'm overly sensitive to
She's
it now.
strong.
He
She's a
said
softball
even
player.
when Sarah wants to start trying to give it a little flick, I have to tell her to stop. They're overly
Holy
sensitive.
God.
Yeah. There's literally, I'd rather her literally do anything else. Literally. Anything else than that.
Yeah, we've heard.
Yeah,
that there's a lot of anything else.
Yeah, you probably should. You probably should have a talk with somebody about that.
I don't believe in that.
And
I'm good.
rewire the.
I'm fine. I don't need to rewire.
There's
I
a
don't
lot.
need to rewire into that.
Look, there's a lot of names coming in on the fan text right now for the childhood crush, which it is either the Pink Ranger or it's Kelly Kapowski.
Topanga, I don't know,
the
man.
Topanga love
Topanga's
is
great.
that's what I was gonna say. I am so sick of the
don't get
overrated
it.
Topanga
I don't
chatter.
get it. No.
You're nuts. You're
Overrated.
You are crazy.
I was not a
and
fan.
Please do not put together a list of 100 people.
No.
His
Other
name
than
was
Topanga.
Corey.
That girl-
My name
that-
was Corey. It made sense.
No, earthy as hell. Like just kind of. I don't know. She looks like You ever seen the Truman Show?
Yes.
You know how he
Yeah.
like takes the like photos of other magazines and he like creates like this like Picasso of someone. That's what Topanga's face actually looked like.
You know.
Hey, wait, that was Boy Meets World, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Did you know the other girl's like a major adult film
not the
star,
other
right?
girl. There were like 3 other girls in it, but yeah, the redhead became a
Rachel or something, or
You know
Like
who,
when they went to college?
Maitland Ward. Is her
Maitland
name.
Ward. Maitland Ward. Maybe her name was Rachel.
She's
the
really
redhead.
tall.
Yeah.
Maybe her name was Rachel in one of the
Yeah.
videos I've seen.
She doesn't stand as tall in these videos now.
Oh, my God.
Nicole Eggert. From
yeah.
Charles in
from
Charge.
Charles in
Yeah.
Charge?
And
Charles
and then Alyssa
Charles.
Milano from
Who's
that
the boss?
time. Yeah, from that time, that period was just.
She was.
Why don't we have as good of
Unstoppable.
like? Why don't we have as good like theme songs as we did in the 80s?
You're right. You're right.
Dude, you know what? Hang on.
I know you said you had
directors
something in
were
your
like, you
email
gotta get
similar
right
to
into
this.
the
What was
segment.
it?
Okay, so and I saw this video. This guy, there's this
I think
dude,
I disagreed with what was in this, but I can't remember what the topic was.
This guy is like, he makes these like really cool, he's an author of some kind, he makes these really cool videos about like, hey, did you ever wonder this? And one of the things he said was like, we don't have any great, well, we don't really have any great movies anymore, but part of that is like, when there was a blockbuster movie that would come out in the 80s or 90s, it always came with an amazing blockbuster song. Like a title song. Ghostbusters, Top Gun, Titanic, like
yeah, that only exists for Disney movies now. Disney
yeah,
will do it.
And he blamed Wild Wild West.
Look at
Will Smith movie?
Yeah, because he goes, everybody hated the movie and everybody hated the song.
No, you don't want none of this. James Gunn of this. Yeah, that was a good song.
And ever since that like song, like nobody has ever made a great song to go with a movie that's a non-Disney.
Have to think about this.
Will Smith, by the way, his songs, they sucked. They were always like ripping off. Like I remember I started playing Forget Me Nots.
Yeah, because you're a parent and you just don't understand.
I started playing Look, Summertime was a genuinely great song, but I started playing like Forget Me Nots. And everybody's like, oh, I thought this was Men in Black. I was like, no, all of his songs were stolen from lesser-known 70s songs. So, all right, with that in mind,
Elizabeth Shue.
Let's talk.
Karate Kid.
She was cute. With that in mind, talking about throwback things, let's do this.
Was all the news that's fit to print. The midday dudes were writing it like Woodward and Bernstein on the beat. If Deep Throat's intel was only for Poteet. Before radio, they had the paper handled. Couldn't shut up about Julius Randle. Covered Kyla B. Ball, track and Spieth. Is this article a K or C masterpiece?
That's right. It's time for K or C masterpiece
Makes
again.
me want to do high kicks.
A shot by Gary Woodland, my guy. Let's go.
I read. I go back through the archives and check to see just various articles that Kevin and Corey have written, and I want to read out of context.
So this is not going to be a throwback like on the Night Show?
No. This will be things that were written. So basically what we're gonna do is I'm going to read you a statement. You have to tell me if this was something Corey or Kevin wrote in the paper and why they wrote it. But it was definitely written by one of you. And by the way, last night when I was looking for quotes, that line in that song was so true about couldn't shut up about Julius Randle. I found like 8 articles from y'all about Julius Randle. Y'all were like, he's the best we've ever seen.
And went on to be a lottery pick. That was a good analyzation.
Y'all loved him. And you did cover Spieth a lot, like when he was really young. All right,
he was good.
First one,
because he was in the district with the Plano and Allen team.
First one,
he was really good back then.
Let's see who wrote this.
Not anymore.
I think you'll be able to figure it out.
Now he's just a maddening player who's always there and always not, and always there and always not.
First one, #local _teams _turn _2 _social _media _2 get _out _postponement _information.
Whoa, what?
This is you.
Oh my!
What happened?
I never wrote it. I don't think I ever wrote anything like that.
That feels like a sarcastic hashtag I might put.
It was Kevin.
Wait a second.
This was 2008, and Kevin was writing a story about how local high schools are embracing social media to get out postponement information stuff. And so Hagee sarcastically wrote #local _teams _, which I don't think you realized you didn't have to put all the underscores for a hashtag. The point was grouping them all together.
Are you embarrassed?
I'm
glad that I knew that was
sarcastic.
Funny.
It was
funny.
Long
ago.
Yeah, it was funny.
I didn't even know they used hashtags in 2008.
So, it led to an amazing moment when I was with Brandon and his mom showed up to something and she goes, "Why is there a pound sign on your shirt?" Yeah. And we both looked at each other like, "Are you kidding me?" But I remember when Corey set us up with Twitter and I had to talk to somebody in another country to set up my Twitter account.
He was in China.
Yeah, and I was like, what is this?
China.
Oh my gosh.
I still call it a pound sign.
Do you?
Not when it's on. I change it up. Like on the phone, it's a pound sign.
If you'd like to see here, in fact, he did @rain go away too. As you can see. Look at this, Corey.
That was good stuff. That was good stuff right there.
That's a wild headline, dude.
Remember when you could call the radio station and hit pound 105.3 and it would call up?
No.
On cell phones.
On cell phones. Yeah.
All right. Next one here in K or C masterpiece. Intense enough for adults to enjoy, but filled with loads of cuddly creatures.
Intense enough for adults to enjoy, but filled with cuddly creatures.
And this is not about Lemmy Winks. It's not that weird episode with Lemmy
It sounds
Winks.
like a movie.
This is a movie review,
Yeah.
I think.
It is a movie
And I was
review.
not a movie reviewer.
I can't remember. I've got it written down here, but I cropped out the headline, so I can't see which one it is. But yeah, it was a Kevin movie review. All right, next one.
It's probably a Toy Story.
He looked to the umpire and exclaimed, "Are you freaking kidding me?" Who would say that first? Like in that voice.
That feels like a Corey.
That sounds like me.
It's Corey. You were talking about some 15-year-old who's getting mouthy with the umpire in a game. But I do like that that's the way you covered it. He looked at the umpire and exclaimed, and I could hear it in your voice, "Are you freaking kidding me?"
Yeah, that's exactly how it went.
All right, next one. Birdies for Kids have been designated to purchase giraffe omnibeds.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't think I've ever written the word omnibed before.
That's that's Hagee trying to sound smart. Omnibed. I got it a Duke.
Yeah.
I got it a Duke. Here's my
Are
omnibed.
those the dinosaurs that only eat sleeping materials?
You know what? If this is me, I'll tell you something
Pillows.
that will make you happy. I was editing someone else's story, and I don't remember what the word was. I was like, you need to change this. And he goes, why? I was like, nobody knows what that word is. And he goes, everybody knows that word. I was like, I've never heard that word in my life, and you need to change.
It was about it was Hagee. It was how the NTPGA Junior Golf Foundation's Golf in Schools program with Children's Medical Center was raising money for Nick Hayes.
Good job, dude, getting that story out there.
Community stories,
and by the way,
too.
Prince Caspian is what the Cuddly Creatures was about.
The next Lion Witch in the Wardrobe.
Yep. All right, next one. Around 80% of the people infected never even know the virus is running through their blood.
Oh, that's me. Is that the Marv syndrome?
West Nile.
Oh,
you were covering West Nile.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it felt a little dramatic, like coursing through their blood.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I was trying to let all the old people in Plano know that they need to watch out for the mosquitoes.
I was really looking for him to say something about like the death rates of elderly or something. I was like, I couldn't find anything in there, but
all these old dead people.
It
out
was
here.
close. All right, next one. When terror struck New York City, shocking gulf to the eyes and hearts of many Americans. Not all of them, though. It just says many. So he does think there were some that were celebrating, whoever it was.
Corey.
I think it was me.
I mean, that does. I think it was me in a 9/11 editorial.
I think that actually sounds a little more like a movie story.
I think the key is like that's who you'd have to figure out. Who would say shocking gulf to the eyes and hearts? Who would say that?
I like the use of the word engulf.
Maybe Corey. I'm not sure about this.
But it sounds like a movie review.
Could it be a United 93 movie?
Why would we be writing about New York City and Plano?
So who is it? What's the final vote?
I'll go Kevin.
I vote Corey.
It's Corey Majors. Corey Majors was writing about how cities started spending more on their technological infrastructure to combat terroristic threats. A couple more here, and then we'll be done.
I use the word engulf.
This is K or C masterpiece. Who wrote this, Kevin or Corey, back 20 years ago? Being in an elevator with someone you don't know or don't care for is never an especially pleasant experience.
That's Kevin.
That is Kevin. Do you know what the story was?
I do not.
You're like, but I saw the coaches from Plano Senior, and it was fine. Or something.
Yeah, that's right.
What a lead.
You're basically just like, hey, I'm going to just tell you about something about me socially before we talk about this game.
And as soon as you said that, I was like, ooh, I still think that. So that's probably me.
And then finally, I love the smell of commerce in the morning.
That's Corey. That's Corey.
Who is it?
I think
I think that is me.
I think it is too.
No, that's Kevin. Kevin was talking about how he'd rather shop from home.
Okay.
Than like he'd do Amazon shopping. He's like, don't get me wrong. I love going out in the hustle and bustle. I love the smell of commerce.
If you would have
in the
said
morning.
hustle and bustle, I would have known.
Look, you know, because of these two, you know who would have said they love commerce.
That's a good point.
That's true.
Let's stimulate the economy, gentlemen.
I love stimulating.
He loves something else that starts with COMM, but this is commerce.
All right, Sean Sharif will be back.
He's not.
Sean will
By
be
the
back.
way, our World Cup segment today is D's Nutmegs.
There we go. Stick around for that, and stick around for the KNC masterpiece. Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
What? We got to say good day.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, I'm going on vacation, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous, about to be on vacation as well, Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel, injury attorney, text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
What are we doing today on the show, buddy?
What do you mean? I sent a run sheet.
Yeah. Looking at that would have probably been a good idea before the show. But here we are.
Are you in vacation mode already?
Aiden's showing me the run sheet from the other side of the building where I can't.
Well,
I don't have glasses. I can't see that.
Aiden, I don't know how much you aspire to get on air, but now might be the time. Alec, you're going to have to do a lot of extra work today. To pick up for Corey.
Have you looked at the run sheet?
Are you in vacation mode too?
Look, man, if there's something that Mike Bassick set a precedent for,
oh crap,
it is that the week before vacation is like another vacation week. Is that what you kind of got from him, Alec?
Yeah, he often told me that.
Yeah.
That was like his parting words of wisdom after his last day. He was like, hey, whenever you're about to go somewhere, you give it everything you got to not give it everything you've got.
Yeah,
okay?
And that was the approach.
That actually does sound
And Kevin, I think the thing that I said, you know what, I'm not going to be like Mike in that respect. I'll give 4 straight days of everything I got. And then the last day,
you'll just stop?
Just mail it in as hard as I can. And so that way it kind of takes care of that. And so I'm just glad Alec and I, we didn't even discuss this.
You guys just knew.
We're just because again, when Mike left us, remember that little it was a binder that he had left underneath the sink at the last place, and he was like, just make sure you read all the things that I've left you boys.
There is no way he put in that amount of effort on his way out the door. I love you, Mike. Well, look, we might need to have impromptu fan phenom tryouts today, depending on how this goes. I don't know.
Just for a week, though.
Well, I meant for today.
Oh, yeah, for today? No, listen, dude. Here's what's going to happen, all right? Let me lay this out there for you, Kevin. We are going to be thoroughly entertaining today. We're going to provide the news also, sports news, because regular news is great for the regular news people because they're really good at that stuff, all right? We're going to let the regular news station, our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD, they'll give you the weather updates and all that stuff because you want to know that stuff. But we're going to give you entertainment and sports news all at the same time.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was a good one. What's up next, man?
Alec, how are you doing?
Doing great, man. Doing fantastic. You know what I discovered is one of the hardest things in life for me is whenever you're on Amazon.
Segment.
Yes. Yes, 100%. Whenever you're on Amazon and they get you with the, hey, you can get overnight delivery if you spend $25.
$8 more.
But the one item I needed was $12. So I'm like, what in the world can I find that's $13? Because I don't want to get something that's $40.
See, you know what I hate too is you find a thing and they're like, it's $7.50. And you're like, no!
Yes!
Make it 50 cents more expensive.
I'm like, for the first time in forever, I want you to charge me more. Like, please, because I needed this item tomorrow. I need it. But I don't want to spend a stupid amount of money on something else that I don't need.
Right.
So you know what? I found some new conditioner for the hair I'm going to try because I needed to spend money. So,
I had a situation with Amazon yesterday, Kevin. Now that we're talking about that, this is not planned either.
No, it wasn't.
Got a shirt from Amazon that I was like, wow, this is a tank top for Tank Top Tuesday. When did I order this? I never did. I ordered a different shirt that was not for Tank Top Tuesday. It was a button up. They sent me a tank top. And I was like, what is happening here? I'd already taken the tags off of it and worn it once. And I was like, this is not the shirt I even ordered. So I went back and hit all the buttons to return it. And they were like, what's wrong with it? And I was like, it's not the one I ordered. And they were like, are the tags still on it? I was like, nope. And they were like, that's fine. We'll take it back. So there you go.
Amazon doesn't really care.
All I have to do is throw it at the UPS store and they'll send it back for me. They know exactly what to do. That's amazing how it's like pretty much self-sufficient at this point.
Now, I haven't seen the rest of this text
It feels like it's part of a chain. I've only seen this one text.
Oh, no.
Also, my bad to the KNC Masterpiece. I know you guys are on the radio right now. This is solely directed to RJ Choppy. All right, so I don't know. Obviously, I'm going to click on it and read the rest of it, but I don't know the rest of it right now. But don't worry. You're good. You're forgiven, I assume. Now, do you...
469, this foolishness is why this show is literally the best sports radio show on radio, Badot.
The ratings continue to astonish.
You're amazing.
All right. I feared that we would go the way of the He-Man movie, but instead we have gone the way of the Obsession movie.
You get to decide which ones of you are sexy and which ones aren't.
Okay.
What?
By the way, if you get a chance and you like the drama, horror genre, I would suggest Obsession very much.
I'm terrified of this movie. My middle son came to me the other night, and he was like, I heard Euphoria is weird. Why are y'all watching that? And then the first second of the show was some dude's butt. And I was like, you know what, son? I can't.
It is weird.
You're right. And then so I paused it, and I was like, well, hold on. Let me let it play a little bit before I pause it, because it was just this dude's butt. And so I paused it, and whenever it wasn't just a butt.
Yeah.
And
did it crack you up?
Nice. There was a crevice. Then my son goes, hey, y'all should watch Obsession. And I was like, you are 14. What do you know about this? And he was like, well, actually, I don't want y'all to watch it because y'all will break up with each other. And I was like, we're running up on our 20 years of marriage.
What an interesting takeaway from that movie.
He was convinced that one of us would, I don't know, lose our minds and go insane or whatever. I have no clue what the movie is, other than I've seen one scene where a girl is at a booth at a dinner and she loses her mind.
No.
It's scary looking, dude.
Yes.
Have you ever had a girl like that? That you were like, I don't know if I'm going to make it out of this one.
Not that far. Obsession, maybe, because I dated this one person, and she went off to, well, that's going to give it away. She moved to a different state.
The Coast Guard.
Yeah, she went, let's say, to the Coast Guard. And she sent me a voicemail, and it was from Sinead O'Connor's Nothing Compares to You. And it was the part when it's like, it's been 15 hours and 16 days. And
she had counted?
That was the exact amount of time since we had last seen each other. That concerned me a bit.
You know what, though, dude?
A bit.
That is concerning. But you're also the person that got to the top deck of a flight ship.
It was an aircraft
carrier and started playing the Top Gun song.
That's true.
Like, you think this stuff out. You put some genuine thought into stuff. She did, too.
I appreciated it. Do you want me to tell you the before part of that story that makes me sound like the biggest a-hole in the world?
Nah.
Okay, good. Because
was there a bunny in a boiling pot, though?
No, it was just about that song. On the top of the aircraft carrier, when I played that, a man who I've never seen in my life walked by, heard it, nodded to me. This is the best kind of male friendships, silent ones, where you just nod to one another occasionally.
858, I had to get a restraining order on a girl because she was literally stalking me, tried to get me fired, so I ended up reporting her to work, and she got fired, so she threatened to come to my house and knife me.
Oh, my goodness.
See? It happens.
You know how women are.
I don't know, PJ Washington. That feels too far in this instance.
Obsession is just normal whenever you date a big booty Latina. That's what my friend has told me, too. Now, I don't know if that's true or not.
Did Bobby text that in?
I don't know.
Feels like a text he would send.
Corey's friend dated that crazy big booty Latina that hit him that close.
Why are there so many big booty Latina-based texts coming into our show right now?
Good question. I think it's because it makes sense, you know?
What? Is that the end of your sentence?
That being said, he was out and about yesterday being like, hey, guys, I'm around some So I don't know if he learned his lesson. That back to you, Kevin. Sports.
I don't know if I learned my lesson just showing up. I should have stayed at home.
From the 806.
Should have taken the comp day.
Not crazy, but I like being a little toxic. Keeps me on my toes. From the 214, moved out of the house while the crazy girl I was with was on a work trip. She tried to find me. It was easier to lose the crazy folks in the early 2000s.
I want a little bit, man, that's a good point. But also, I want a little bit more clarification on she tried to find me. Does that mean, like, she called you or, like, knocked on your door once? Or did she go, like, Liam Neeson and start, like, doing this deep dive investigatory thing? Like, I need to know. Stop texting that in! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
I do feel like there's a limit of how many times we can mention that, you know?
Stop texting that in!
From the
Texting what?
561.
You know what?
Dated a waitress from Cab East, and I don't know exactly what that means. And she cloned my phone when she had custody of it for almost a full day. Faked a pregnancy when I broke up with her. Oh.
Holy moly. My freshman roommate at A&M, I remember he got a card from this gal that he had been dating, and she sent him a Happy Father's Day card, and then found out, like, not really.
Dude, Adrian would do that to me all the time.
What?
Not while we were dating.
Your current wife?
Yeah, while we were married and had kid already. And she would just be like, "Oh, Happy Father's Day," and then she'd show me like the one of those. What's the thing that's in black and white? The sonogram?
Sonogram.
Yeah. She'd show me the sonogram picture, and I'd be like, "Oh, this is going to be great." And then she'd be like, she'd pull the rug out from under me. "No, you're not a father again." And I'd be like, "What? I kind of was getting used to the idea." And then she did that after we had Lucy, and I was like, "Hold on. This is too far."
From 682, is today a holiday? Because why the F am I working? Yes, it is a holiday. Plus, the United States plays at 2 o'clock. And then this. I'm going to choose to believe that this is real and not sarcastic. Oh, they followed up and said that's a legitimate statement.
Yeah, they did. That was nice.
My favorite part of y'all's whole show is when we get through the whole first segment without a single word about sports. And that is fair. I will tell you.
The whole first segment, though, right?
Yes, not the whole show, though obviously we could do that. I
guarantee we could do that today.
I was hoping to talk about Twins Rangers, but the Rangers got their heads kicked in for the second straight day. Well, I guess for the second time in 3 days, because they took that weird day off in between for the World Cup, which, hey, good job. And so they got swept by the Twins. They got outscored 25-7. So really good job. And I know what you might be thinking. Hey, well, at least the Twins were a good team. Going into this series, the Twins were 4-7 in their last 11 games and 6-12 in their last 18 games. 6-12.
So they were due for a series like this.
That is one way to look at it.
Kind of what, and the Rangers were kind of due for a downturn.
No, they weren't.
Yeah. Because they had been good and then bad, and then they needed to be bad and back to good.
Yeah, they're pennant this
most
year.
Ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
I actually, for the first time ever, agree with you there, Smoltzy. But it feels like the Rangers' pennant is getting to 500, and then you get wiped out 25-7, including 9-3 yesterday. We probably need to have a longer conversation about Jack Leiter because now his ERA is 5.29, which is the second highest in all of the American League. And I wish we could have started off the show by being like, hey, 2 minutes of nonsense, and then let's go Rangers. But instead, they got smashed. The 15th time this season, they have given up more than one run in the very first inning. And if you listen to our show the last couple days, you probably know the answer to this. They're now 0-15 in those games.
And the 9-4-0, so the Rangers were the Twins slump buster.
Man, I guess so. Just like we were the Angels slump buster, and my God.
What do you mean?
What's
happening on the fan text, Kevin?
And now they've shorthanded it instead of saying all three words.
It's just an
They've
acronym.
shorthanded it. Somebody's asking about a mayor of a city in the Metroplex. I don't know.
Dude, this from the 214. My sister every year goes out and buys a picture frame that has a picture of a random kid in it, and put that picture in the Father's Day card and send it to him anonymously. And my wife we had a picture frame. She never put a picture in the frame, and it had two random boys, like random kids in it. And Avery would always be like, "Who are they?" And I'd always be like, "Oh yeah, those are your mom's other kids." And she bought in on the bit with me too. And he thought he had older brothers that lived in like Germany.
Well, look, if you're listening right now, if you're working, not working,
told you we'd entertain you.
Get on your phone, get on social media, tell your friends, tell your enemies. It's going to be one today on the KNC Masterpiece. The momentum has already started. It's like that boulder at the beginning of Raiders of the Lost Ark, and there's nothing I can do to stop it except run away and hope my body doesn't get hit with 100 arrows. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys news of the day, or who the hell knows, right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports
Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I left formation, span forward the fullback, handoff Williams right up the middle, walking in behind Tyler Smith, and Schoonmaker, touchdown, Cowboys. And it is the 6th touchdown rushing for Javonte Williams.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan, where I can assure you, for the most part, if you text in, you know what I'm saying. I probably do know what you're saying, but might not say it on the air.
And the 806, Kevin will get the show back on track because we have a super serious segment about super serious practices that definitely weren't canceled yesterday.
Now, let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys news of the day and the super serious practice that was, in fact, canceled yesterday. I know that person was being sarcastic, but just remember that when anybody tells you about how it's just the most important thing that has ever been, it is not.
What did they say the reason for canceling was?
Well, it was just going to be a walkthrough anyway, so who gives a crap? Yeah. That's one of the things on training camp. When we're at training camp and you find out it's going to be a walkthrough day, you're like, okay, so we're just not really doing anything.
Yeah.
They call it a walkthrough. Some people call it a mock game, whatever.
Should be easier for us to get an interview, though, because the players are less likely to be like, I'm exhausted, boss.
Yeah, very true. But it was a walkthrough. They canceled it. And there's a couple of different things that went along with that. And I want to throw in some local flavor first. Rick Burkhead, the dad of Rex Burkhead, and person who was quoted multiple times in the Plano Star-Courier back in the day, is a lead security representative for the NFL in North Texas, and he was taking part in the meetings because essentially one of the things that Shadi said yesterday is they did a lot of meetings that normally you might save until training camp, and he said he'd go back more into, a little bit more detail about that in the Leadership Council, which we'll talk about in just a second, at training camp. So they knocked out a whole bunch of meetings. He hit a free throw today in one of the meetings to officially cancel the walkthrough and got a lot of cheers on his way out. But again, free throw shooting contest to determine if you're going to have this walkthrough, mock game, whatever you want to call it, shows you how important it is. Ryan Flanoy was the off-season basketball sharpshooting champion for the Cowboys, if you wanted to know such things.
Rick Burkhead gave me one of the greatest insights, I think, ever to Rex growing up, Kevin. I'd come up with an idea to do a summer session on what the kids at East and West and Plano Senior were doing during the off-season, just kind of like how they train, because they had a big year. Most of them had a big year coming up the next year. And so I was kind of curious on what they were all doing. And as I was talking to Rex Burkhead's dad, he was like, look, man, he told you he wants to be in the NFL. That's his dream. And I've seen nothing but him trying to make that dream happen since he told me that. And I was like, oh, wow, that's interesting. I said, do you have any, he said, let me tell you this story. He said, one night, I woke up, it was in the middle, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, what was that? What's that sound? And I went down to Rex's room, and he's doing sit-ups in his room, and I was like, what in the hell are you doing right now? And he was like, I'm never going to make it to the NFL if I don't work. And I was like, oh, that is obsessive. Like, and he did.
The best possible way,
and think about it, he did get to the NFL. He was that kind of mindset. So, like, that, and I remember also, Kevin, we were doing the thing over at Emmitt Smith's thing at the Omni. And Rick Burkhead comes up on the escalator, and he sees me, and I was like, what are you doing here? And he was like, what are you guys doing here? And then he told me how much he really enjoyed the show, and I really appreciated that. That was always a really cool thing. It was fun little story to hear yesterday about him.
And Rex continues to be just the nicest person to talk to. Now, some more serious Cowboys items. Brian Schottenheimer said he got together with the coordinators and some of the assistant coaches, and they have put together an 11-player leadership council this year. And he goes, you want the locker room to lead this football team, before adding that he would get into more detail about that at training camp.
That's a fact, dude.
I mean, like Dak's going to be on there, but I just really want to see who else is there. Clark, Quinnen. might be some of my
Because you don't want to hate the coach.
For sure.
You also don't want to hate your teammate, but when you see your teammates right there next to you in it, doing it with you, like fighting, doing the work, doing the push-ups, doing whatever it is, when you see they're doing it too. When it's the coach yelling at you and telling you to do stuff, you're like, you get your butt over here and do it. But whenever it's a player and he's leading and he's going through the stuff you're going through, you have a little more respect for that.
Yeah.
And so we had lots of coaches, Kevin, that were successful that we were covering in high school, coaches I've covered in college, and so forth, that they always said it's more important for the locker room, the clubhouse to control itself than it is for me to be the one. Because I have other things and other responsibilities. They need to be taking care of themselves in there because they're the ones that are going to have to pull it all together whenever they're on the field.
Now, we will find out more about that as we get closer to training camp, or probably more likely at training camp. The Cowboys made a couple of more signings in anticipation of training camp. They picked up former Raiders defensive end Charles Snowden. Over the last 2 years, he started...
Back in the country?
Not the guy who released all the information. This is a different person. Right. Over the last 2 years, he started 18 games for Vegas. He had 4.5 sacks and 8 tackles for loss. They also picked up wide receiver Denzel Mims. Went to Baylor, former second-round pick, and I saw a very misleading article title from Yardbarker where it said, Cowboys sign wide receiver in the wake of George Pickens' contract uncertainty.
Come on, what are you doing?
No, those two things have absolutely
That's ridiculous.
Nothing to do
I hate that
with,
stuff, dude.
yeah, it is really, really cheap
Like, if
journalism.
we're doing it as fun, we can explain that it's fun.
No,
that headline doesn't feel that way.
Absolutely. And so I just thought that was really, really stupid. All right. I got a couple of different quotes. Would you like one from Jalen Thompson or Dak Prescott? Keeping in mind, I think you will love both of them.
Ooh. Then I'll go with Jalen Thompson first because I usually hear Dak talk.
All right. So Jalen Thompson was talking about, picking up Shoddy's compete every day mantra, right? He talks about that all the time. Compete every day, compete every day. So one of the things that Jalen Thompson said was definitely knew that this was a business. The Cowboys is business over here. First of all, feels like a lot of times you don't even hear that part. But then he added, you got to come to work every day. Our main thing here is competing. It's a competition at all times. That is the biggest thing that I took away. Now, he added that he really already loves playing alongside Caleb Downs. But right there, the Cowboys it's a business over here. And then added, it's a competition at all times. Now, will that translate to the field? Who the hell knows? Mm-hmm. But those are the kind of things you like hearing coming out of this mini camp.
Yeah. We always brought Michael Irvin and Deion Sanders, their approach to it as that's how you're supposed to do it.
Right.
Practice is not just practice. Let's turn it up a little bit. Because if I turn it up and you turn it up, everybody else is going to get involved in the fun competition of it. And I think any of us who have played sports or done something a little competitive, whenever you can see when people around you start to feel that a little bit and they get interested in it. And now they're stepping it up just a little bit. And if you take it to that level and you start practicing at that level all the time, that's the expectation. Nobody's coming out here and just slacking off.
And I know there are complications with this because of the way the CBA has evolved. But you hear so many great players from great teams over the years when we got to the game, I wouldn't get tired.
And dude, you also can tell teams, people, everybody can tell when somebody's faking let's go.
I could see that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you're let's go and you didn't do the work that week, everybody knows. Or if you haven't done the work in 3 weeks, everybody knows what kind of person you are.
Now, I think you're going to love this. This is from Dak Prescott. He said, first two lines, fairly standard, but it's a third one. Dak Prescott via John Machota. The defense is playing with a lot of confidence. You can just tell by how they're communicating. It'll be a battle in camp. So you keep hearing that word communicating. And again, have we set a low bar for expectations? Probably.
Talk to each other, please.
But then there's this. Defensive players have already warned me that it won't be as easy as last year or some camps I've had in the past.
That comes from the defensive coordinator.
And I love it.
And I bet Shoddy does too.
Oh, for sure.
I bet Shoddy's finally. And even more than finally, Yes. Look, I know Dak has mastery of this offense. I know he does. But if we go into a camp and just kind of breeze through it, it's not helping him. What's the help that he's getting, and what's the help any of these offensive guys are getting if we just go out there and get through the preseason? Christian Parker is talking trash on a daily. He's walking out there to Javonte Williams. You see that cut of him yesterday, walking out there to Javonte Williams, and he's like, hey, you know how whenever there's people and they got their mouse and they're just kind of moving it every once in a while just to make sure somebody thinks they're working? He said to Javonte, he goes, that's what you're doing. Come out here and do some real work. Like he's talking trash to the offense and letting them know somebody's got to do it. Guess what's going to happen, Kevin? The defense is going to start doing it. Now, you don't want it to be people punching each other. Like, you don't want that. You want it to be healthy, fun competition in a great way, but then you want that to carry over. And as we always say, that's what we do, right? When people look at our show and they're like, you know, you guys did this, this, and this, and we're just like, that's how we live it. That's how we do our work. That's what you want the team to do. Even if they never lived this way before, you want them to go out on the field and be like, that's who we are. We are this confident, we're this arrogant, and we're going to stop you, and you can't do anything about it. That's what you want out of that.
Who do you guys think, because I asked you a variation of this question yesterday, who do y'all think is the most important veteran player in their second year with the Cowboys? So yesterday we talked about second-year NFL players on the team. This question is, who's the most important veteran player in their second year with the Cowboys? There are a ton of options. I would assume, though y'all yesterday gave me different answers, Quinnen, Kenny Clark, George Pickens, and Javonte would lead the way. Joe Milton, James Houston are in the mix as well, but there's quite a few options.
Look at Kevin trying to push James Houston in there. Guys, how important is James Houston to this defense? I mean,
hey, there'll be one game again.
Who needs Micah, right?
Micah who?
So initially my first thought was George Pickens. But now I realize, like, this is an important season for him, and that offense is something I care about, but the defense needs so much more. Quinnen, I think, is the most talented dude right now. I think Caleb's going to eventually take over that spot as the most talented dude on the field. But Quinnen's the most talented defensive player, I think, at the moment. I think it's Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark is going to set the anchor for this defense. Christian Parker's already said it. This is what he does. He anchors. And that's in a lot of different ways and avenues. He plays with a type of mentality that I like. He has a perspective that I like. And I think that when you talk about what you do setting up the tone at the front, in the middle, in the trenches, he's got to be a key part of it. I think Quinnen can do it. But I got to see if Kenny Clark still has that mentality in him. And so I think him doing it, you're going to get, if he steps up, that makes Quinnen that much better, and everybody around him that much better too. So Kenny Clark, I think, is the most important for me this year.
Alec, we go to you. Who is the most important veteran in their second year with the Cowboys?
I think it's going to be Quinnen for me, just because of what you gave up to get him, and the point at which you got him is still hilarious to me. You had a losing record and a tie already in the situation there at that point in the season. So the move came out of nowhere, but you keep hearing the talk. A lot of people, it seems like in that locker room, really want to win for him. And I saw the quote where how he brought up at the beginning of OTAs or minicamp, I've been in the league 7 years and I haven't touched the playoffs once. Like, I haven't made it to the playoffs at all. And Dak was like, we'll get you there. We need your help, though. You know, and I think that Jerry would love to see the return on his investment there. But again, this defense is going to be so multiple that I think you need consistency from certain players. And he's one of those guys, regardless of packages and looks, he's going to be on the field a lot. So he needs to be healthy. He needs to be the Quinnen Williams that we know he is.
And I understand both of those answers. I am going to go with George Pickens because I think you're going to get the absolute best, most optimized version of George Pickens this year, and I'm excited to see that yet again. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Where do the fans and where do you stand on the idea of a salary cap? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Hit well, right field. French backs up onto the track to make the catch. And Carolina is championship bound.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk about that a little bit as we fire up some baseball nuggets. The College World Series final best of 3 will get going tomorrow. North Carolina against Oklahoma. Neither one of these teams has lost yet in the College World Series. It would be a best of 3 either way, but still impressive. North Carolina goes into the series, which is set for Saturday, Sunday, and if needed, Monday, as a -170, which puts them at about a 63% probability of winning the College World Series. But I keep thinking about it. I think it was last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, probably last week. Somebody texted in as part of the combo platter that Oklahoma was going to win the College World Series. So their pick is still alive. Now, let's go back to what Corey broke the news to us yesterday.
You're welcome.
About the shocking transformations that MLB has thrown out for the draft. And one of the things that we didn't really key in on that could also be really interesting is they're going to implement an international draft. Because that's been a discussion forever, and that honestly is one of the spots where the Rangers over the years have thrived better than actually drafting, is picking up players on the international transfer market. And this could potentially do away with it. However, doesn't seem like the Players Association is super pumped by this entire idea. If you just want to see how deep-rooted the conflict is between these two entities, the Players Association said that the proposals yesterday for changing everything with the draft, we're not even talking about the labor agreement anymore, would lose the players about $1 billion over the course of the next 5 years, including $400 million from this year to 2027 compared to the current system. And so they are against this as well. And it feels like, I'm not saying that they're in the wrong whatsoever, but do you get the sense at this point, whatever proposal either side throws out, the other side's going to be like, oh, that is so unfair.
Yeah, and you should say that first.
Probably.
Like, they're going to throw this out in a meeting, and I'm going to walk out, and media is going to start asking questions. My first thought is, don't like it at all, we'll get back to you. Because how does that affect this? And I also wonder how often, I don't know the answer to this. I'd love to talk with somebody that, has the facts on this. How much do they care about what they do with the minor league system in the draft?
Right.
Or are they like, no, we're taking care of the Major League Baseball players? Or do they care? Like, were they fighting for the minor league systems to get more money and compensation and all those things? And then the ownership?
Yeah, kind of.
Ownership was like, all right, then we're going to have to shut down like 30% of the minor league teams. See you later. And they were like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
So it does feel like they're from my perspective, the players always feel like the owners are trying to do something over here to distract from what they're trying to do over here.
Right.
And that's the only, like, they're trying to get you to agree on other things so that at some point they're going to tighten that belt enough to where you're screwed.
I wonder if, and I mean this.
So that's why I feel like the players are more often than not, Kevin, saying no to everything.
Because if you're Major League Baseball, you could come out with the kind of like additional proposal of we will add, $7 million to everyone's salary floor.
Mm-hmm.
And MLB, because that would theoretically, like, not exactly, but kind of even it out. And then the MLBPA, on the one hand, might be like, oh, that's nice. On the other hand, they would be like, well, we're not going to agree to a salary floor to begin with. So that is a hollow additional proposal.
Because we don't want a salary ceiling.
Exactly.
So we don't want the floor to be higher because we don't want a ceiling. We want us to be capable of earning everything we can.
But what do the people want? We talked about the players, and only 2 out of 101 said there will not be a work stoppage, which was very concerning. Do you agree?
Do you think those 2 didn't understand the question?
I think they did understand the question, and they're just eternal optimists who are like, come on, guys.
It's going to work out.
It's going to be a great day.
Everything's going to happen the way it should, fellas.
Yeah. So,
Gotcha.
All right. So The Athletic continued by asking the people what they think. So I want to throw it over to y'all and get what you think, and then we'll go to the people. The Dodgers are spending 5 times as much as the Marlins. Who do you believe is primarily responsible for the sports-wide spending disparity? The owners who spend too little, the owners who spend too much, or the players who stand in the way of a salary cap?
So there's only those 2 options, huh?
I gave you 3 options.
Oh, what was the?
Too little, too much,
Players.
or players who stand in the way.
Owners or players. I think this is a hard answer for me. You're asking me what I think, not what I think the Athletic answer is. And this is where I think the players look at it as they are supposed to be partners with the owners. And the owners look at it as, we are the ones that are paying you players to even exist. And so I think the players are like, we want to know everything about it so we can make the decisions of putting that cap on.
Right.
And if y'all will let us know what y'all are making, then we can make those decisions a lot easier because you're probably making a lot, but you're capping and taking a lot of it. Well, then the ownership, Kevin, do they have revenue sharing the same way? Because if they have revenue sharing the same way, how are some owners able to spend so much and some are not?
Right.
So I feel like it's the ones that are not earning enough to be able to spend more.
So 60% of the people said they think it's the owners who spend too little.
Yeah.
16% said it's the owners who spend too much. 20% say it's the players who stand in the way of a salary cap system. And 4% don't understand what a survey is. Would you rather stick with the current system or the salary cap and floor system?
Right now, the current system until we come up with something better.
39% said that. 3% said no opinion. And I just want to stop for 1 second. This is the crux of what we're talking about. If you have no opinion about that, why did you participate in this survey? If you don't have any opinion in the main question of the survey, why were you in the survey? But 58% prefer the salary cap and floor system.
How many?
58%, which
Really?
I thought was pretty interesting.
Of the fans, correct?
Of the fans,
okay.
yes.
I was like, the players.
I would be pretty shocked by that.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I was going to say because they think it will help their team out a little bit more. However, one of the next questions.
Okay.
Do you believe your favorite team will have a significantly better chance of making the postseason in a cap system? Only 34% said yes. 66% said no. So that I thought, for sure, that would be the primary reason. So I've come up with a secondary reason. Because they think baseball players earn too much money for playing a game. That is the only other thing I could think of off the top of my head. So take that for whatever you will.
Isn't that part of capitalistic society? Go out and earn what people will pay you.
It is part of a capitalistic society.
So you're jealous that they're making money. That's basically what I'm learning there.
That is what I would think people would think.
Yeah.
However, then there's this, which is even more confusing.
But do you think the Rangers would be better in a capped system?
No.
Because you think they'd cap themselves still?
Correct. They don't.
We only have to spend 75% of this.
They don't come anywhere close. And even if you're like, we went over the apron multiple times, we got the penalty. Yeah, barely. All right. And I know that's easy for me to say because it's not my money. And then I want to give you one more question, which made me all the more confused at the people who answered this. Do you believe a cap system would help one side more than the other? It would help the players more than the owners. 6%. It would help the owners more than the players. 58.5%.
Nice.
So there's all these people who are in favor of the salary cap system, despite the fact that it would help the owners way more than the players, is the same people, their perception, and only 1/3 of the people think it would help their team win. These answers do not seem to work in cooperation.
I think that most of the people that answer these questions are business owners, small business owners, and they're like, look, I need to have my firm grip over my my employees.
Do you think they answered the survey because it was like, we will give you an Amazon referral
Somebody just
for
said
your
that-
small business?
Maybe they answered these questions because they thought they were getting a gift card.
Okay, see, now that I understand. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the best non-quarterbacks in the NFL under the age of 25. Plus, maybe golf. Next on The Fan.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Who's the best, or who are the best non-quarterbacks in the NFL under the age of 25? Now, this comes up because Sauce Gardner has reclassified himself.
Oh, okay.
So yesterday, he was going back and forth with the reporters, and they talked about like his veteran leadership, and he's like, I'm still pretty young. And he goes, I'm 24, by the way. It's been reported for, I don't know, as long as he's been playing, that he is 25 and was born on August 31st of 2000.
Wow.
And he's like, ask my mom, she'll tell you. And he is actually 24. And so he was born in 2001. And so I started thinking, he's not a quarterback, and now is apparently under 25. What is he, an actress in Hollywood? So who are the best non-quarterbacks in the NFL that are under the age of 25? Now, what I would request is you stick to players who are actually under 25 and do not reclassify them yourselves.
Oh, okay.
If more players come along and also reclassify, then we will reopen this discussion. But for now, only Sauce Gardner has been able to do that.
All right.
I have a list, if you like.
I would like to have, I'm looking at players under 25, and this is as of 2026. Is Puka on that list?
No.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. I've constructed my own list of 10 players.
Okay.
You get to keep 5 of them.
All right.
Alec, you also get to keep 5.
Ooh.
And you can have the same 5. I don't care. All right. Sauce Gardner.
These rules really got lax, you know?
Mail it in Friday. Huh?
Kevin mailed
you know
it
what?
in. Look, he's joining the team.
Never mind. I changed my mind.
Can't do that.
Nope.
You've already mailed it in.
I think you're going to like it.
Can't reverse mail.
It is now draft style. So you will both get 5 players, and the people will decide who got the better 5-player grouping. We will start, Mr. Medford. Is the number I have written down even or odd?
It is odd.
It is a 3.
That is even. Oh.
That is.
It was like an E. I thought that meant even.
That is not correct. All right.
It's a backwards E.
I will shut up. I will. What are you, Mrs. Kaplan? That was my 4th grade teacher who marked everything on my test wrong because she said a 4 doesn't close up like that.
Yeah, you really let that go.
Yeah. If you've ever met me, you know one of my many personality flaws is I have trouble letting things go.
You're going to give us the whole list.
I'm going to tell you all
10.
10. Sauce Gardner, because if he wasn't on the list, what are we doing? Will Anderson, Bijan Robinson,
okay,
Jackson Smith and Jigba,
okay,
Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane, Cooper DeJean. I thought about putting Quinyon Mitchell, but he turns 25 in like less than a month.
Okay.
Joe Alt, Christian McCaffrey. No, Christian Gonzalez. I'm sorry.
It's reclassifying people.
Yeah, dude.
Christian Gonzalez. Christian Gonzalez and Ladd McConkey. Those are your 10 options. Since Alec won the number, he gets to pick first.
This is an easy number 1 pick for me. It is Will Anderson Jr.
Biscuit eater.
Oh.
That is who I thought you
do
were
love
gonna
biscuits.
select. Corey Majors.
I don't want to participate in this anymore. Now that I can't have Will
You know
Anderson.
what? Just for the record, it's your fault I switched this. I was going to do it the other way, and then you called me lazy. All right.
It's Lazy Friday. Everybody knows that. Why'd you get aggressive?
Because I have to...
Going against the Friday rules.
I have to get fired up for 2 o'clock, all right? Not only is G-Bag going to be at the ballpark, the United States is going to play Australia.
Yeah!
All right, you get the second pick.
All right, then I'm going to go with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Ooh. All right. Mr. Medford, we go back to you. The best non-quarterbacks in the NFL under the age of 25.
This is fun because I feel like my opinions can be very different than just general people's thinking because I just have favorite players.
We took Will Anderson. That was the consensus best one on this show. So.
Give me Bijan Robinson.
Okay, I might have been upset if you did not pick him.
Why?
Because I thought you already disrespected him.
I was going to take him next.
Good answer.
Even though I already had a running back.
Hey, I just said the best 5. I didn't say the best 5 to go play the game.
Defensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Defensive and now offensive Player of the Year as well. All right, so we've got 6 players left on the board. I believe it is Achane, DeJean, Alt, Gonzalez, McConkey, and Gardner.
Give me Sauce Gardner.
Sauce.
That's where you screwed up.
I don't think I did.
It's the boss.
That is where I have now taken over.
I'm excited to see who you pick.
You might
now.
want to trade your next 2 picks. I'll trade my next 2 picks to you for Will Anderson after how much you just screwed up.
Absolutely
so
not.
You can have a redo.
Okay.
Like Harry Kane.
Oh, yeah. We probably won't see that again today.
Who'd he take?
Hold on. He took Sauce, and you just said he screwed up.
Oh, yeah.
So what if that was who you wanted? This better be a good pick.
I'm taking Christian Gonzalez.
Ooh, all right.
It's a run of quarterbacks now.
Well, there are no cornerbacks. I gotcha. All right, 4 left on the board.
Listening to the show.
This guy.
Mr. Medford.
Mail it in a little harder, bro.
Damn.
Who's left?
Wouldn't Kevin be the one? He's like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to mail it in harder than everybody. I'm going to work harder at mailing it in than anybody else ever.
He's got to be the best at what he does.
That's right.
I like
exactly.
it. Okay, who's left for me?
You have Ladd McConkey, Joe Alt, DeJean, and Achane.
Ooh. Give me Devon Achane.
Ooh, all right. There are 3 left, Mr. Majors.
Well, I want to go 2 wide receivers here, but I got to go with Cooper DeJean. Dude, he can play all over the field. Me and Christian Gonzalez and him are going to shut things down. So DeJean's my next one.
All right. 2 left on the board. Alt or McConkey?
I hate that he plays an unsexy position because he's very, very good at the position he plays.
A smart pick.
Give me Joe Alt.
All right.
It's a good keyboard key, too.
Which means that's
Joe Alt deletes people, all right?
That's right.
Oh, I love that.
Joe Alt delete.
He probably should use that more. I wonder if Chris Berman on the Moon has already put that one out there.
All right, so now the question is, for the Twitch, for the YouTube, for the Aiden, for the fan text, who has...
Man, poor Joe Alt only played 6 games last year.
I know.
Still made the Pro Bowl.
Who has the better 5-player unit? Is it Corey Majors, who has Jahmyr Gibbs, dual threat Jackson Smith-Njigba, Christian Gonzalez, Cooper DeJean, and Ladd McConkey? Or is it Mr. Medford, who has Will Anderson, Bijan Robinson, Sauce, who started this entire conversation, Achane, and Joe Alt? 877-881-1053. Who has the better team? Aiden puts his vote in.
He got Will Anderson.
For Mr. Medford.
That's the number 1 immediately.
Oh.
I agree. He was my last pick, though. Yeah.
All right. He said Ladd McConkey.
Ladd McConkey kind of does kill everything there, but he was the last pick, and he was the only one left. So that's kind of
okay.
And he got to pick the first one. So yeah, we do a redraft here.
So if for some reason I put Will Anderson on your team and Ladd McConkey on...
What?
Yeah.
I didn't say it was happening. I said if.
Oh, now you don't want him to work hard. Now you're like, hey, let's do a little less work here.
Yes. I will do anything that supports my narrative.
Look, man, I think the point is, though, that both of us agree Will Anderson's at the top of this list.
Do you think it's a big gap between that and 2, 3, 4, 5?
For me, it is.
Okay.
I don't know if it is for Alec, but he chose him number 1. It didn't seem like there was much of an other choice. There's the dude plays at an elite level. His coach coaches him at an elite level, and he's elite. He's as young as he is a leader on that team. And Kevin, we have a friend down in Houston that covers that team,
Yes.
Reggie Atatula, who used to be the producer here on the KNC Masterpiece before he went down to Houston.
He won this last contest, and so he got his own show.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. And he just can't stop talking about the admiration for not just the player, but for also like the person too. He's like, he is as nice as it gets off the field, but then when he gets onto the field, he will shred you. And so like that's that Travis Frederick mentality that we used to love, the Kevin Gogan type, the dude that when they get out there, they are nasty and they're elite at what they do.
So let's go to the votes. Aiden already voted for Alec. One for Corey from the 903. One for Alec from the 214. The pride of Mansfield is better. Then somebody spelled your name 3 different ways, Corey. I will only count that as 1 vote, though.
I think that's 3 votes.
Alec has the awesome sauce team. Mayor Medford. Corey has the best pick, and I like Corey better. No offense. Woo!
Look,
that feels like a
Why do you have to get personal?
Feels like a little bit of an offense.
No offense taken by me.
Right there.
Oh, I bet not.
And so the early voting is in. Now, obviously this can change, but that makes Alec the winner. So I assume he will be getting a show on 610 soon.
I hope so, yeah. Or, whatever station he desires.
As long as it's in the Odyssey family.
Or this one.
All right, let's go back to baseball. I have more baseball questions for you, and the answers make these all the more confusing to me.
I was unaware that we were going to discuss baseball again.
You were aware that this was going to happen. How do you feel about your favorite team's payroll? Should be higher? It's about right. Or it should be lower?
All right. Looking at MLB player salary tracking, the Rangers are at 11. I feel like they should be in the top 6 all the time.
For sure.
If not the top 5. Now, the reason I say that is Dallas DFW moved into a top 4 market.
That's right.
In the country.
That's right.
So if you're at that kind of market and you're not performing in that area, what are you really doing? Now, Kevin, here's the question. The number 6 market, the number 6 payroll is San Francisco. They're paying out... Hold on. How are they 6 at 199?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Number 6, Atlanta, $267 million.
Yep.
The Rangers are at $186 million. That is what, $40 million off, $41 million off?
What were the two numbers?
Hold on. $80 million off. So $80 million, how many players can you put in this roster?
It feels like you could put 3 stud players in there.
Yeah.
Or 2 super stud
That's with the pitching that you already have.
So it probably won't surprise you to know that 50% said that their team should spend more. 38% said it's about right. And interestingly enough, 7% said their team should spend less. Do you believe a cap system would make watching or attending games less expensive for fans? 80% said no. So while all the people support the cap system, even though they don't think it'll help their team win or make the games any cheaper. Do you think MLB will miss any games because of a lockout in 2027? 12%? Not sure. 10%? No. 78% of fans think yes.
I think the ones that are on either side of that, the other side of that right now, aren't in the know.
You might be right about that.
Like we know a little bit more, and it just has this. It's had this feeling for almost 3 years now.
Right. Okay, 2 more. Could canceled games lead to you to turn away from MLB for any significant amount of time? And this is problematic for Major League Baseball.
To it.
Yeah,
it absolutely can't.
So 39% said no, 22% said yes, 34% said it depends how much is canceled. And again, 6% don't understand how surveys work. But that is got to be scary for Major League Baseball because more than half have said yes or potentially. And then there's this. Who do you think the people blame for this? Is it the players, the owners, both?
I think they blame the players more than they do the owners.
Ooh, Alec, do you think they blame the players, owners, both, or the 2%?
Because the last information you had said that the players were greedy.
Ooh.
But remember, I told you that this survey confuses me to no end. There is no consistency in these answers at all. So,
I think they blame the owners.
Well, with that in mind, 22% blame the players, 45% blame the owners.
Well, that's good.
And 31% blame them equally. Which I understand that. And again, 2% have never answered a question in their life. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus did TikTok just ruin the NBA draft? Next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, we still have our Government Mule and Ziggy Marley ticket giveaway. Plus, the Family Field Day ticket giveaway. Next week, we'll be giving away Rangers tickets. But right now,
our suggestion still is if you win that Family Field Day, take a potato sack with you.
I think you should take 2, though, right?
Charge those little kids to the potato sack.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
Hustle.
Right now, gosh.
Owners would be like, that right there is what we need.
That's true. Don't show them your books either.
Commerce.
It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex.
We're not having much of a time crunch as yesterday.
Oh, yeah, this is kind of nice. I can breathe a little bit. 877-881-1053. That is the
Sounds
Frankel.
Like Skip from our interview yesterday.
Frankel injury
Just
attorney.
deep sigh. And like,
yes.
Oh, my God.
I mean, he's like all of us. He sees it. He feels it. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney's text line to answer the question of the day. Plus, did TikTok just spoil the NBA draft?
Oh, I was looking forward to that.
When is it? Next Tuesday?
Yeah. It's right around the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You going to cover it?
Yeah, because you two jackwagons will not be here.
I'm thinking about going to the Mavs watch party.
You're lucky we're mostly here today. Look, man.
That's a good point.
Mike taught us, take the whole week off before a whole week off.
That's right. So, yeah, I'm putting that out there, guys. If you're going to be there at the Mavs official draft watch party, I think I'm going to be there. I'm planning on attending. So we'll see how that goes. That'll be a good time. I've never gotten to go because for the past few years, I've been on the night show when it's happening. So, now I'm like, oh, wow, I can actually take it in. It's kind of cool.
That was the coolest moment was because we were the night show. We were at the event. We were at the Mavericks party, and then all of a sudden they come over, and since we were there, they walked around the corner and said, "Hey, Luke is about to hop on with you guys," and we were like, "What?" And they were like, "Yeah, y'all are gonna get the first interview with Luka Doncic,"
and we did
in America.
History making. Look at that. Look at that. Today, gentlemen, for the question of the day, which a reminder, you can always find it on Twitter before the show, at Alec on the Radio. Today is National Watch Day. National Watch Day.
Like use your eyeballs to watch or wear a watch?
Like a wristwatch.
This is the first day. Kevin, how often do you see me wearing my watch?
Yeah.
I'm not wearing it today.
I know. I asked him what time it was, and he goes, about half past a freckle.
Anyways.
Hair past a freckle.
I say half past.
Next time, throw hair in there.
That is a drop.
Yeah, I'm saving
No,
that.
like this morning, yesterday my watch died. I came into work and it was at 30% and it died. So I put it on the charger and I was looking at it this morning and I was like,
"Oh, I don't count that as a real watch."
What do you mean, the Fitbit?
Yeah.
It keeps track of the time.
If it displays the time.
So your phone
Yeah.
is your watch?
Phone's
And
a
it's
phone.
worn on your wrist.
I wear
As a watch.
the Fitbit more as a watch than
Stop
I do
it,
as a
Kevin.
Fitbit tracker.
What time is
Honestly,
it?
like the only time I ever use the Fitbit as a tracker now is when I'm at the gym and I'm just trying to keep my heart monitored.
Okay.
Like, my heart rate. But other than that, I use it more as a watch than anything. But yeah, I put it on the charger and was looking at it and I was like, you know what? Today, I'm mailing it in. I was like, I'm not going to pay attention to
On National
the
Watch Day?
restriction of man's time today.
What?
All right. Act like you didn't say that.
I didn't invent
I
that
didn't know it was
construct.
watch day until after, so that's on me, dude.
So you didn't check Alex's Twitter this morning?
That's right.
What time did you tweet it?
6:55 a.m.
I was already moving at 6:37.
I totally lied. I tweeted it at 8:55.
Okay, it was 6:37 when the lightning and thunder cracked and everybody in my house got up. And I was like, what is happening? And then I had to get up.
But the question of the day for National Watch Day, if money was not a factor in this,
oh yeah,
what collection would you like to start? 877-881-1053, because I was thinking about this recently. It was probably because of all the Swatch AP hype that was going around for that collaboration. I was like, dang, having a designer watch collection would be really, really cool.
I think I'm with you. And
tell the story
about Ryan Lochte.
No.
Oh,
the story about Grego.
Oh man. So like, we had only been here for 6 months, and they gave us 2 weeks to fill in for Rage over the Christmas and New Year's holidays and stuff like that. And the first day we kind of beefed it because we just were like talking with our hair on fire, Corey's hair on fire. And because we were just so used to like having to cram in all this information on the weekend shows and stuff. And so we met with Grego, and first of all, he told our producer Waddle, he goes, I'm sorry, who are you? And he's like, oh yeah, I'm Waddle, I'm their producer. Yeah. And he goes, oh yeah, could you leave? And I was like, oh, dip. And so we're talking with Grego, and he gave us some very useful advice. I know the rest of the story we're going to joke around, but
some very useful
I did think his advice was very helpful, no BS. And
the next show was a lot better because of it.
Because I absolutely agree with that. And so I was looking at his watch, and he goes, "You like that?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's nice." And he goes, "That's a Rolex." And I was like, "Oh yeah, no, I like it a lot." And he goes, "I have 8 of them." And I was like, "Oh!" And in my head, I was like, "Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." But you know how I am. And I was like, "I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but why does somebody need 8 Rolexes?" And he goes, "No, they don't. I just like to piss my money away." That is an actual thing that he actually said. And I was like, "Oh my goodness!"
I think he said something like, "I got 4 of the exact same one in different colors," and I was like, "All right, man, that's."
It was a dope watch, I'll admit.
It was a really cool watch.
I think I'm with you on the watch collection because I see some of the Roger Federer ones, and I was like, "Wow, that's really cool." And it's like $300,000.
Yeah, there's one that I just missed out on. I'm trying to remember the brand that did it, but it was a collaboration that Kevin would love. It was for the Mandalorian and Grogu movie.
Oh, nice!
And it was like a limited run of I want to say 4,000.
Like their theatrical run.
Jeez, I think it was like 4,000 copies of it were made, and it was in this whole collector's edition box and everything. It was beautiful, but it was made to look like the Mandalorian's Beskar armor.
Oh, cool.
And the watch face had like a mythosaur in it and everything. It was gorgeous. It was like a brushed steel or titanium finish. It was gorgeous. And I was like, I need this. Tapped on the link, sold out. And I was like, what? Oh my gosh. And
that does sound cool.
So I'm going to try to track one down on the resale market and hope it's not too expensive because I think I need that in my life. And Kevin, whenever you open the box, it plays the Mandalorian theme.
Awesome.
So I'm like, I don't know if I want to wear it. I just kind of want to set it on a table somewhere.
Yeah.
Corey, you got a table you can spare me, right?
I have a lot of tables.
Okay, cool. I mean, that's the collection you already started.
I need every one of them. Yeah.
No!
Yeah, some of them have trays that we put things in. Some of them hold candles.
What?
Other tables have just decoration, you know?
Kidding me.
Why do we have so many damn tables, dude?
It's a good point.
That Plano money.
You know
what happens when there's no apartments.
Those tables I eat at?
Man,
let me say 0.
Did you know in World War I, when the supply lines dried up, some soldiers had to eat candles?
Yeah, and their belts, right?
They're parts of their shoes.
Gross. Those shoes had stepped in poo, probably.
Oh,
that's right.
You're gonna die.
Yeah, if you eat poo, that's dysentery.
If you eat something, if you don't eat something.
I have a top 4 list, Alec, to answer your question today.
Oh, things he would eat more.
Number 4, stadiums. I would like to collect stadiums. Did you guys think that's foolish? I would like to collect.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to lie. I was thinking of you eating a stadium in war. That's what I was thinking of.
I was thinking of the Family Guy bit you showed us the other day, Kevin.
Tony Robbins hungry.
Then I showed him the video of all the different
my gosh.
mascots eating humans, and he was like, "What is happening?"
I need to watch a compilation of those because that video was wild.
It was awesome.
Number 3 would be seats from stadiums. So I would like to, and you had some seats that you auctioned off for Peace-a-thon.
That's right.
But I would like to have like a room that I had built that essentially I could get a seat from every stadium.
Would you sit in them?
I'd go sit in each one of them.
Hell yeah.
But I would like to line up a seat from every single one of the places and have like the whole thing.
That's cool.
Number 2. What is that? All right. Bats, sticks, tennis rackets, like from the best players ever. Like
Okay.
that would be
Yeah.
dope. And then number 1 would be guitars, a collection of guitars from my favorite.
Like Jimi Hendrix guitars.
Yeah, like Jimi Hendrix, Jerry Garcia, John Mayer, like the great, all the greatest guitar players out there. Would just like to have Prince, have a room full of them, dude.
That would be cool.
One of the craziest guitar solos I've ever seen in my life. Even has more lore to it with the outside story. Is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and you got the traveling Wilburys up there, Roy Orbison, you got Tom Petty up there, and Prince. And Prince walks out there, shreds for 2.5 minutes, and then throws his guitar up into nowhere and walks off the stage. And Tom Petty's just like, this is the greatest thing ever. This is wild. And everybody else is like, can't believe this dude just walked out here and showed us up. But he did, dude. It's insanely good.
Tom Petty didn't decide he wasn't going to back down?
He was just trying to be in the music, man.
That one I don't know. I'm assuming that's a song
No, that's
title.
just him.
Oh, okay,
That's just his
okay.
style. He just wanted to be there.
Let's see. Tolo Sean on Twitter says Air Jordans. Peyton would disown you for that because he says that white people can't wear basketball shoes.
What?
Yeah, that's what he said
never heard
yesterday.
this take.
Yeah. Yeah, they asked him yesterday if he's worn basketball shoes for style, and he's like, "No, I'm white." And he got nominated for worst take. And he
Man.
should have won because that's a terrible take. I have plenty of Jordans.
Would you have picked him over Fred?
I don't know if I can do that. That's a very niche reference, Kevin.
Not if you're listening to the show last night.
From Tolo Zachary on Twitter, he said, I'd expand my diecast NASCAR collection.
Let me ask that person, would you invite a bunch of people over and try to have a little race?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like you have to.
Just drive around the corner and stuff.
I feel like that would be something you would do, Kevin.
I almost knocked my water over.
I know. I could hear it. It was an interesting sensation. Guys, we're up against it, so I got to share this. I saw this on my TikTok feed last night, and then I saw articles about it this morning. So I was like, okay, it was not like me half awake making this up. So on TikTok, there was a video of Intuit Dome, and I don't remember what the exact video was, but it featured Intuit Dome and a TikTok user by the name of Kai Belcher said, I'm so ready to go back to Intuit. Then he put in little parentheses. He said, my dad's a coach. Which, if you do some research, his dad is actually Cookie Belcher, who is the Clippers player development coach as we speak. Somebody replied to that comment and said, can you tell us who your dad thinks they'll pick at number 5? To which Kai Belcher replied and said, he told me the other day they said Darius Acuff Jr., but anything could change.
Oh, my goodness.
So he straight up replied to a rando, and this is legitimately Cookie Belcher's son. If you go to his profile, they have pictures together and stuff on his Instagram feed and everything.
This dad's going to be mad, right?
He has to be. So he straight up said, Darius Acuff Jr., but anything could change. So now everybody is like, okay, cool. They're going to their prediction markets and putting money down and stuff. But obviously, Darius Acuff Jr., we've talked about him at length early on in the draft process here on this show. Very compelling pick, and a lot of people think could be in play at that top 5 position.
I agree.
And would make a ton of sense for the Clippers because they seem to love all the ball-dominant players in the world. So it makes a ton of sense. But I think this is something to keep an eye on because, hey, if we're going to be spoiling draft picks on TikTok, maybe that's your new source of insider trading.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy, plus maybe just a little bit more baseball nuggets. Next, right here on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to give you a couple of other baseball notes real quick, and then we will fire up some baseball nuggets. I don't know if you saw this. I don't know how much you care, but it bummed me out because it felt like maybe we were getting that season after all. But did you see, because of a hamstring issue, Mike Trout has gone on the injured list?
Oh,
I know, shocking.
he was playing well.
He was having a good season.
A really good season. That stinks, dude.
He said he's staying positive, but it just worries me that this is going to be a snowball effect that's going to take out the rest of his year. Now,
let me ask you about this. At what point does he go, I can't do that anymore to myself and to the team? I don't think the team matters, honestly, because he hasn't cared that team wins or loses since he's been there.
You can make the argument they don't care either.
Yeah, they're just like, we have you, Mike Trout, and everybody else show up to watch you.
Yeah.
But I wonder, does he look at his career and just go, I just don't know if I want to do all this, knowing that my body is giving up on me consistently?
It's tough to say, because on the one hand, I would be like, you'd ride out your contract. But he does not necessarily seem like just that guy who would ride out his contract. So I'm not sure. Now, this is a very misleading headline on the part of ESPN. I feel like they should be called out for it.
Okay.
Tarek Skubal, Tigers must improve before trade deadline or else. What does that lead you to believe? That Tarek Skubal is kind of threatening the team? Or
I mean, when you say or else, I want to know what else means.
Well, I'll tell you.
Usually it means or else I'm not going to play.
Here's his entire quote. The reality is we need to play better baseball or else. Come the deadline, you give the front office an option to reassess where the team is. And if they don't think we have a World Series or playoff caliber team, then the whole gang or the whole team is going to look different. That's just the nature of the beast. That is not a threatening quote whatsoever. So shame on ESPN. Be better at journalism. Then there's Jazz Chisholm, who fouled the ball off, and it hit him right in the baseball nuggets.
It happens, man.
And you could see his teammates having to cover their face and their mouth.
Because of the pain that they knew that he was suffering. They're like, oh, I might vomit because I know he's not feeling well.
That might have been the way it started, but eventually it turned into because they thought it was too hilarious not to laugh at. Is that fair? You don't mean to, but that you start chuckling that your teammate got hit in the beanbags.
All right.
He's nuts.
You wait till next segment.
We laughed when we were on the night show, Alec. The Fools with No Rules is basically what the show was called by other people. And Kevin, we did do a thing where we threw beanbags at you while you sat with a cornhole thing over your lap. We were the first show to do that, as a matter of fact. And we laughed very hard every time one of the beanbags hit you in the junk.
That did not feel good.
And then Colby kicked Gavin Dawson in the junk in front of everybody. Do you remember that? Dawson gave in to the wheel. He just walked in one day and spun the wheel of misfortune and just spun it. And like it was nothing. And then we had to give him the problem. And that was Colby kicked him in the junk in front of everybody. So, Kevin,
ouch.
Were we concerned with his junk after that? No. We were all laughing because there is nothing funnier than when somebody else gets hit in the junk.
Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Ooh. You can dip it, and then you can rip it.
Let's start with this. Roger Goodell was talking with Women's Sports Now, and the Olympics and flag football, and said, quote, he absolutely expects to see active and retired NFL players in the 2028 Olympics. Having seen some of the exhibitions and stuff, do you think that team is going to be littered with active and or retired NFL players, or do you think it's going to be these all-star flag football teams that we've seen who were pretty dominant?
Aaron Donald.
Where would you play him?
Anywhere he wants to play.
Okay. He wants to be a wide receiver.
Fine.
Oh man, I bet
he
I
can
would
do
want
it.
to see that.
No,
I really would.
I think there are some dudes in the NFL who could be elite flag football players. I think there are some flag football players who are elite flag football players because there is nuance to what they do also. So I think there are some guys that I would absolutely like. I would like Lamar Jackson to be my quarterback in something like that too, because I think he can chuck it, but I think once he takes off, he's got the slippery hips, as Alec likes to say, to be able to maneuver and get away from things like that. So I think there will be some dudes that actually can do it, but I think what they should definitely do is have the process to make sure you have the team for it.
Now, I don't know if Cam Curl, the safety from the Rams, heard that they have to play Arizona twice. But even with that in mind, he said our defense has a chance to be, wait for it, legendary. And that's just what the Rams need, right? Is more good fortune. I assume that would include Aaron Donald coming out of retirement, obviously already making the move for Myles Garrett. You have the reigning MVP. You have a player who, if he gets his head on right, could break the receiving record for a single season in Puka Nacua. So I really feel like they need some more breaks to go their way.
Do you think that Pickens could break the receiving record?
I don't, just because of the other option that's there.
Devontae Adams is a very good option.
He is, but don't you think you would notch him like a tier below, maybe two below?
There was a time when I wouldn't.
CD?
Maybe you're right, because there was a time when Devontae Adams was arguably the best.
Right.
So maybe you got a point there.
All right.
At this point.
Right now. And that is fair. Now, for the Bucks, Vita Vea is officially a hold-in. Todd Bowles saying the right thing. He goes, look, it's not concerning. We've been through it before. It's just part of the business. So, look, you're going to see, I think, more of that as we go forward into training camp, although it does feel like things are lined up for the Cowboys to have a drama-free training camp.
Look at that.
Like you've been saying.
Kevin, did it. I've been predicting this since day one.
I still think, I was going to say somebody. I still think Jerry Jones will say something to throw a little bit of chaos in there.
Do you remember the day
What's your point?
everybody was panicking about George Pickens signing and the fact that he hadn't signed yet? And our good friend Kyle Yeomans hopped on the show with us, and he goes, guys, he has to be in the building to sign it. He can't fax it. And we were like, what is a fax machine? Most of us.
That is fair.
Then he got to the building and he signed. And I was like, see, I think everybody needs to just calm down a little bit. Okay. But when you tell people to calm down, especially women, you know what happens.
Yeah, I would not say that is a good idea whatsoever.
Women, right?
Oh, my goodness, Mike. All right, real quick. Over under number of passing yards.
We're going to hear that again today.
For Dak Prescott this year.
Dak Prescott, 4,500 passing yards this year.
Oh, Mr. Medford. Over under number of passing yards for Dak Prescott this season.
4,250.
All right, you guys should both hit the hit the over. Dak Prescott is tied with Jared Goff for the highest predicted passing yards at 4,100 and a half.
I would hit that over easy.
Yeah?
And here's why.
Even with the knee thing from training?
Okay, all right, listen. He's 33 years old, right? On his way to be 33, so yeah, knees are a problem. But in his last two completely healthy seasons, 45-16, 45-52.
It's just a cruise.
So the thing that would knock it off for me would be an injury.
Okay.
And actually, as a matter of fact, injured in 2022, missed. He only played 12 games. 2,800 yards. The year before that, 4,449. So he's right in that range consistently when healthy. You're gambling on whether he's going to be healthy or not more than anything else.
Now, one more. Since you brought up George Pickens, I wanted to ask you about CeeDee Lamb. Over under receiving yards for CeeDee Lamb in 2026. Jamar Chase and Jackson Smith and Jigba lead the way. I will tell you that number after you give me your answer.
1,195 yards.
Mr. Medford, good luck.
Oh, I was thinking 1,100.
1,199.5.
You're kidding me.
Excellent work, Corey.
He 2 years ago was at 1,194. The year before that, 1,749.
Woo.
And the year before that, 1,359. Last year was 1,077, missed some games.
Yeah, the two leading candidates on the board, Jamar Chase and Jackson Smith and Jigba, both 1,324.5 yards, but very well done. And that makes it really difficult because you can be like, well, technically that's under, but like that's so freaking close.
So close, yeah.
That I don't know about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our brand new World Cup segment, D's Nutmegs. Next on The Fan.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for our brand new World Cup segment, D's Nutmegs. And we're going to start with reminding everybody that we are now less than 2 hours away from U.S.-Australia. So here's my strategy, and I think you should check it out. You should be listening to the G-Bag Nation while you pop on U.S. and Australia, and then when that game is over, you make your way to the ballpark to go see the G-Bag Nation prior to the Rangers game, and then obviously stick around and watch the Rangers as well. So,
in your face, G-Bag.
There you go.
On your face.
Oh my goodness. Feel like we just took care of the entire day for you. Would you like to start with America, Switzerland, Mexico, or something else entirely?
Ooh, is that not soccer?
It's still soccer.
Oh, okay. Kevin, because it is America, as Choppy told us earlier in one of the ads. Let's go with America.
Go ahead and give me cut number 9 then, and let's talk about the United States of America.
Draws the double team, splits the double team, Pulisic in the box, Weston McKennie into the middle, it's an own goal! It's the United States on the board, less than 7 minutes in!
Now, yesterday, the cheapest ticket I saw on the secondary market was $1,818.
All right.
And you might think as we get closer to match time, it'll get cheaper. And that might happen.
That's what we kept hoping.
But it hasn't happened yet. Now, the cheapest ticket I see is $2,102 to get into Lumen Field for the game at 2 o'clock today.
So that is a well-lit field then.
It's not Luminate or Illuminate or whatever.
But what the work they do is mysterious and important.
It's not Illuminati Field.
No, Lumen is the name of the business in Severance.
Oh!
That's the company that they
okay.
go work for.
I still think that was a good guess, though.
All right.
All right. So just wanted to give you a heads up about that.
You know?
That's what they want me to think. We'll talk more about that match as we get a little bit closer.
Oh, I'm so excited for this match, dude.
I am glad that you are excited. Now, a win in the game today would clinch a spot, more or less, in the next round, especially with the expanded. They take the top 8, third place. If you get 6 points, you're going to be in. So if you were to win this match today, you will advance to the knockout round. Obviously, the better you do, theoretically, the more favorable your draw is going to be going forward.
Turkey knocks off Paraguay tonight. Is that like that gets rid of Paraguay altogether, right?
That would be true.
Okay, all right. This is one of the things about those ties that goes into it is everything becomes more interesting in pool play based on where everybody stands in it. If it's just wins, losses, you can kind of eliminate a game really easy.
I was going to say, a tie would actually not be too bad for the United States whatsoever, especially if they get that win, then you're good to go. But win the game today, win the match today, you're going to be good to go. Let's talk about Canada. Canada, another one of the host countries, they got their first ever World Cup victory yesterday. They were victorious 6-0 over, I believe, Qatar. I continually struggle with this. Okay.
Qatar. Qatar.
I thought it was Qatar for a while, but Qatar. They beat them 6-0. That is the most, tied for the most goals ever scored by a host nation in a match. So congratulations to Canada for that. Yesterday.
Is that Canada? You said it's Canada's first win ever?
Ever.
Dude, that's unbelievable.
And the win.
That's the most unbelievable thing I heard yesterday.
Is it that they got the first win, that it hasn't happened before, or is it that in the first win, they also win 6-0 and tie the record for the most goals?
That it's never happened before.
I could see that.
That's just insane to me.
That is. That's fair.
But I guess they're just like, this isn't on ice with sticks and skates.
Yeah, well, otherwise, it's pretty much the same.
They're not good at that either.
Oh, good point. America rules in that, too. Now, let's talk about Mexico. One of the other host countries, things were significantly more complicated for Mexico yesterday. The fans booed their team at halftime when it was scoreless against South Korea, and then they got a goal in the 50th minute in part because two Korean players pretty much ran into each other, which created an opportunity for Mexico to score a goal, and then later the Mexican keeper made a save sitting on the goal line. He had already had to make a crazy save off to the left, made a sweet deflection. It was tremendous that he stopped that. But then there's two Korean players right there. They get the opportunity. Boom! Stopped. So that was pretty wild.
Dude.
And that was in the 88th minute.
Listening to you describe that, your energy level, way too high for me.
Oh, I was going to say, man, honestly, how can it not be exciting?
It was.
You got booed at halftime, then two players running into each other gave you the lead. Then with just 5 minutes left, well, depending on the stoppage time, but you almost gave up the equalizer in one of your home stadiums, but your goalie stopped it sitting on the ground.
So that's different than a goalie standing on his head. This keeper was sitting on the ground, and that's better.
That is true. And I think standing on her head is more of just a euphemism.
He had to do everything in the world in order to make all the stops. I get you, but I think we can start come up with he's sitting on the ground, and then that's a special thing too.
Well, you know what even made it even more special? Just a few minutes later, with the win, Mexico clinched Group A. So they clinched first place in Group A. This is a big deal.
Good for them being a host country and having that kind of showing. Did you see the Fair Park fans, the Mexico watch party they had?
Oh, I did not.
Yeah, dude. It was insane down there.
So by the way, speaking of watch parties, I told you about the one where the 15 people Congo delegation stood up and cheered. There's another one that's at a Congo watch party, and I guess the group of fans are following it on Twitter or online or something. And so they cheer before everybody else cheers. But Mexico...
There's also one that Zach Wolchuk's going to be hosting at Cosm. So
tomorrow!
Make sure you get ready for that one as well.
Now, Mexico didn't even get out of the group stage last time. So to advance to the group stage and already have won your group with a match to go, like you said, in your home country is a really big deal.
Yeah, that's really cool, man.
So we asked the question... What about the empty seats?
What empty seats? I haven't seen a single empty seat.
Well, you might work for FIFA then, because that is the message that they are putting out, is that there have just been almost no empty seats. It is after the opening 6 games, across all games total, there was 1,574 short of capacity.
Oh, no.
So, no, that's not bad. That's like 250 seats.
You don't want to be anything short, though.
Per venue, true. But when you watch some of these matches, you can see giant sections, thousands of empty seats. So, why the difference?
I got theories.
Tell me.
There's a lot going on at these stadiums, Kevin. Some of the lines are long to go get the foods.
Okay.
There's stuff going on outside that you kind of get caught up in. There's people from other cultures. Some of the women that show up, maybe they're usually later than usual, and you kind of have to blame the women for being late, honestly.
Interesting. You don't think there's any chance that FIFA is artificially upping the number of tickets sold?
I think they would artificially just give tickets away and be like, come to the game.
I don't think so. I think FIFA is such
They'd rather see empty seats than people
ruthless corporation that they're like, you sons of guns, you didn't buy the tickets. And they tear them up in front of kids, and they're like, you don't get them either, and just throw all the pieces up in the air. Remember, FIFA
and then
took
steal their lollipops as they walk off.
FIFA took away the right to carry in an empty water bottle because they didn't want people scoring their own water out of the bathroom or whatever. And they also taped over the Heinz logo on the ketchup because that wasn't a sponsor.
Did you hear what they did at Gillette Stadium?
No.
At Gillette Stadium, one poor person, or he could have been rich, I don't know, had to walk around to each one of the seats and put a little piece of electrical tape.
Shut up.
Over the Gillette logo that's on. Now, they could have hired 500 people to do this, but they had to do it over
this
every
idea of this old man walking around.
He just spends the whole day ripping and you know, yeah. And he's so he's happy to do it because it's his job. And he's like, when I get done though, I get to go have some beer from Boston. And then he got done, and all of it was drink because of the Scotland people that showed up and drank all the beer. So he didn't even get to have any beers.
Now, there are differing opinions right here. I was confused when they said the Netherlands, Japan was a sellout and it was only 69,000 people. From the 214, they said, hold on, I'm confused. I haven't noticed any big sections of empty seats aside from after halftime. They've been there. They've been more of an issue, I think, in Canada and Mexico for the non-host games than they have been in the United States, but still a problem nonetheless. However, they are on track to set a new overall attendance record. Now, that's just going to be because of the bigger tournament. But if you look at it so far, the first 4 World Cup matches on Tuesday set a new record for the most attended day in the history of the tournament. 281,000 people. Previous record, 277,000 people at the 1994 World Cup in the United States. So the United States, hey, we're trying to get better at soccer, but we draw the people in.
Dallas Stadium has an official seating capacity of 70,649 because remember they had to change the way that the floor was done, and some of those suites are gone now. So it is about 69,000 for Dallas Stadium. So let's take that confusion out. Or did you already say that?
No. Okay. Harry Kane, who won the Golden Boot at the 2018 World Cup by scoring 6 times, is now up to 10 World Cup goals, tying Gary Lineker's mark for England. Didn't get a chance to mention that yesterday, and also became the second Englishman alongside David Beckham to score in 3 World Cups. Then we go to Switzerland, Bosnia-Herzegovina. There were no goals scored in the first half. Then you get to the 50th minute, 60th minute, 70th minute, still nothing. The final score was 4-1, as there were 5 goals scored in the 74th minute and beyond, which is just amazing because it looked like it was trending towards another or a scoreless draw. And instead, you get 5 goals in the 74th minute and beyond, and Switzerland takes the 4-1 victory after scoring in the 90th minute and 7 minutes into stoppage time. And one more thing before Messi actually gets to play at Dallas Stadium, somebody put down $1 million bet on Polymarket to win, for Argentina to win the World Cup. That will pay out $10.5 million if they get the job done.
We're currently at $593 billion bet on the World Cup, with 69% being taken by illegal books. I'm sorry. $593 billion bet as illegal books take 69%. That's what they say on Forbes magazine.
Holy moly.
I was curious because it seems so much easier with the access to all the apps, right? Like you can just go get in on that.
I know.
I'll talk about Kalshi in just a minute, but it just seems like this is such a big hotbed for it anyway.
Sure.
Soccer's already a very bet on sport, and this is the time for people to want to do it.
100%. Wow. I'm with you on a spot like Kalshi.
What's the number going to be?
Oh my God!
At the end of this World Cup,
$1 trillion? Is it really $1 billion?
That's what it says right here. Here's the headline:
moly.
$593 billion as of yesterday.
That is, man, World Cup of crime. So, especially if you have the avenue, why would you not do that on Kalshi as opposed to Rob from down the block, who knows? Like, Kalshi's going to charge your card, right? Rob, I don't know. If you can't pay, I don't know. Or I might be treading on too many old stereotypes, but I would just go down the avenue that I know will pay me out.
By Valley's count, unregulated gambling now worth $5.9 trillion a year in global staking. That's fascinating, dude.
Holy moly.
Well, and I think that we'll probably be keeping up and figuring out where those numbers are as we get down the road here. But
yeah,
I can just imagine by the time you get to that final, can you imagine
the biggest sporting man in the world.
The U.S. was in the final.
Is it weird? I know we got to go. Is it weird for me to think, would that take away some of the international appeal? Like if instead of Brazil, Argentina, it was Brazil against America, is there a section of the world that'd be like, no, I'm out? They're like, this is not their game. This is not their sport.
No.
They're already hosting it. You think it would up it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would.
I would love to find out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We'll do some Forgiveness Friday, but also it's time for the Combo Platter Crush Edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then who was your celebrity or fictional character crush?
Orange crush.
As a kid. Or soft drink? Next on The Fan.
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
0-1. Swinging a hard hit ball to right field. Nimmo back, track of the wall. He turns, and that one's out of here. Just above the wall in right field, Brooks Lee, a 3-run home run. Third straight game in this series, the Twins have delivered a 3-run home run in the early stages. And it's a 4 spot for Minnesota in the top of the first.
And third straight game in which the Rangers lost to the Twins. Lost the last 2 in definitive fashion. They get swept by the Twins. They'll be back after it today. You can go see G-Bag out at Globe Life Field. They're to be doing their show live from the Comerica backyard. You know, since we were talking about gambling on the other side, online sportsbooks in New York for the week ending June 14th, which is the weekend the Knicks won the title, lost $48.5 million on
the Knicks?
Yeah, it makes sense. People like in New York would want to bet on the Knicks, just like I feel like bettors or...
Bettors.
Not, oh, man. Could that be a side segment? Are you better? With an O. But I feel like casinos here and books here are going to take a beating if the United States were to win the World Cup. I'm not anticipating that, just saying. Now... it's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion. And then, who is your celebrity or fictional character crush as a kid? I wanted to make sure I put that in there so no one's like Jane Swanson. And you're like, who the hell is that? And he's like, oh, this is a girl in my 6th grade class. And you're like, that's great. All right, from the 903 Sports Take, Rangers will buy at the deadline. I'm afraid that you're right about that as well, and I think that is going to be a huge mistake. And their crush was Kelly Kapowski from Saved by the Bell. From the 214, I'm sure this is not from Bobby Belt. OU is going to win the College Baseball National Championship this weekend, and it was Topanga. Bobby's against Topanga. Interesting. From the 817, the Rangers are total trash. Time to tear it down and make some hard-selling decisions. And Attitude Era Trish Stratus was their crush as a kid. That's interesting. You know what? I didn't even really consider that. I thought we were going to hit like TV, movie, but that fits the bill.
Kevin?
Your mic's not.
I have some breaking news as a sports opinion.
Oh, no. Is it bad?
Christian Pulisic is out for today's match against Australia, according to Mauricio Pochettino.
I think that's actually the right thing to do.
Because you need him later?
Exactly. You're in an advantageous position because you won. Now, had you lost, I'd be like, you need to get out there. But like, even
kind of like with Spain rolled out, and they were like, we don't need Lamine Yamal to start.
Yeah, and then it cost that guy $1 million, which is kind of hilarious.
I do wonder if this now like allows Weston McKennie to go out there and be a different type of player in this role. Because he's kind of played back just a little bit,
right?
Allowing Pulisic to do some other things to set up for 9. That's where I wonder if Weston McKennie now goes in there and does something a little bit different. So
it's a good question. It's just,
but like you just said, that's smart. That's a smart approach to the thinking of that. Is if I need him later, I don't want to risk him in this one
because they kept talking about how close it was going to be. Now it's going to be a legit game time decision, and I'm like, all right. So let's say you don't use him going into the tournament. This was theoretically the weakest team in the group. Now I know that changed quickly when they knocked off Turkey, who some people thought alongside the United States might be the best teams in the group. But like, I like the idea of he'll be available for the Turkey match, for hopefully the group stage matches and everything like that. From the 469, I really want to see what you think about this sports opinion. The Dallas Mavericks will trade up in the draft, or maybe back. Well, really, they might just stay and pick. Either way, I'm excited to see what the new management will do. And every 90s kid had a crush on Amy Jo Johnson. And if you don't know her, she was the Pink Power Ranger.
Yeah, she was in Felicity, right?
I don't know if I've ever seen that show.
She was on Felicity Explains It All.
Those are two different shows.
For anybody that doesn't know, Clarissa Explains It All was the Melissa Joan Hart show.
Correct.
Felicity was, I can't remember her name, but she's
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell, who is a spectacular actress. I think she's phenomenal. The Americans, great stuff. Was Amy Jo whatever?
Amy Jo Johnson.
All right.
I was looking this up. It appears as though when that show came out, she was already 23.
Whoa.
So, like,
see, this is the thing,
they were all
too.
supposed to be high school kids.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to figure out, too, is, like, where was I in Celebrity Crush era?
Right.
Because if I'm thinking high school, like Jamie Presley definitely jumps into the conversation immediately. So I'm always kind of struggling with, and Amanda Peet, they were in a show together. It lasted like 2 days.
What show was that?
Some show on CW that Amanda Peet's name was a boy name and the guy's name was a girl name. It was weird. Jack and Jill or something like that.
But it didn't make it.
Dude, I think it might be Jack and Jill, actually. This is weird.
Okay.
Hold on.
All right, I'm going to go back to the fan text because it sounds like he's going to need...
it was Jack and Jill.
All right.
Wow, how do I remember that? And anyway, all right, so sports opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I think that golf might be one of the most difficult games to wager on because it's very... and now Choppy might be like, actually, Corey, here, let me explain this. But it's so difficult...
I think he would agree with you.
It's so difficult to try and figure out where a dude is on Thursday versus where he is on Sunday. Because there's 3 days that happen of golf before the championship. So, like, trying to pick exactly where you're going to play on them or trade, if you will, is always kind of a difficult approach. And also, you don't know what's going to happen to a golfer from tournament to tournament. You just don't know where they're going to be physically and emotionally. So, I think it's really difficult.
Can I give you a golf factoid?
Golf it.
You don't even know where he'll be in the same round. I take you to Keith Mitchell yesterday. He became the first golfer to post a 29 on the front nine at Shinnecock and then recorded just the 7th 9-hole 29 in U.S. Open history. However, in the first time in the U.S. Open's 126-year history, a golfer scored 40 or worse on one 9 after scoring better than 30 on the other 9. So you would think you score 29, you're going to end up having a humongous lead, but he shot 40 or worse in the back 9, became the first golfer in the history of the U.S. Open to accomplish that. So that's something.
Wow.
I don't know what it is.
That's special stuff, dude.
It's
Thank
something.
you.
It's something.
No, I'm dead serious. Thank you.
It's not often I have a golf factoid.
Well, I was hoping that it would give me more time to make my decision.
Well, I'll tell you this. He's even after round 1, which kind of makes sense if you think about it. Historic good and bad round, that brings you to even.
So just bet on a tie in golf.
Then just because you're even, no, it's... You know what? I want to go against your point, but I'm pretty sure he was in a group of like 15 people who shot even. So I can't tell you that even doesn't mean a tie because there was a crap ton of them.
I have a hard time with this, Kevin, because Christina Applegate.
Oh, yeah.
And Married with Children changed everything about what I thought about families. But then there was Felicia Rashad, otherwise known as Claire Huxtable.
Oh, you like the power.
She was, and I understand now, like, this has changed everything, right? We can't even talk about that show in a good way anymore for some reason because, even though the show itself was good.
Right.
But because of what the man did outside of the show.
It can be difficult.
He was the creator of it, too, and all those things. But the way that Claire Huxtable loved her husband was the way that I thought a woman should love their husband.
Okay.
And like growing up, that was just my perspective was she thinks he is the biggest buffoon on the planet and she has to watch him like a child. But she also thinks that he is the greatest man she's ever laid eyes on. And like that was, I wanted to find somebody who cared about me in that way. Even whenever I'm at my worst, you think I still love that guy the most because I know that he loves me the same way. And he always cared about her the same way, too. They had that back and forth.
Right.
So that was a big factor.
And she was a high-powered attorney.
That, too, yeah. She was very powerful. And yesterday, I don't know if you heard Shoddy yesterday drop the knowledge about his marriage. You know what? I might ask Alec if he can grab that for the C block.
I do not think I heard that.
Alec, I might need to swing this your way and grab that for the C block because he said something yesterday in regards to marriage advice that I've always agreed with. And I think I'm going to play that for the C block because we are going to talk a little Father's Day during the C block.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm mailing it in as hard as I can. But
oh, my gosh.
There you go. So I can't decide. I'm going to go with Felicia Rashad because I think that's the way that a woman should love a man and a man should love a woman.
Okay. From the 214, there will eventually be a strike in college sports. And Nelly Furtado.
A strike in college sports?
Hey, would you have guessed any of this college sports stuff 10 years ago?
Dude, you're a student that's getting to go to school for free. Why are you going to strike?
I like the idea. I'm sitting out of class.
You will not get your grades.
Yeah, well, you can't do that. I'm on strike. That's against the labor union.
No, it's not.
What? I don't know. Whatever. From the 214, Jack Leiter will rebound in spite of Gavin Dawson. And
let's go, Jack.
They said Kim Possible was their crush. I like that. That's a good answer.
I think that may have been Colby's, too.
Oh, what?
I think so.
From the 214, Rangers are going to deal Corey Seager at the deadline. Goodness, let's hope so. And obviously, Transformers, Megan Fox. From the 903, the Stars need to go back to the Stanley Cup era green, gold, and black jerseys and go check out young Sophia Loren. That was their puberty crush. Ooh, good answer. From the 469, man, a lot of variety in the answers today. Trade Seager, DeGrom, Peterson, and Evaldi, and theirs was Alyssa Milano.
Makes sense.
Mr. Medford, give us a sports opinion. Ooh, can I ask you this?
Some of the ladies to text in their sports opinions, too.
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because we are all about persons here on the KNC Masterpiece.
Absolutely. Does it count as a sports opinion if it is an actual fact?
I mean, mine's going to be like a combo fact and opinion.
Okay, from the 469 then. Rangers are terrible against teams below 500. That is a straight up fact. And their crush was Kate Upton.
That's a good one.
Now we go to you.
Sports opinion. This is based on something that was announced yesterday. I think the future of sports and entertainment in general is in shared reality and 360 viewing. I think that's where everybody is going to start moving towards because the city of Grand Prairie announced yesterday that they have approved a new addition to its Vegas-style entertainment district, Epic Central, which is awesome already. All kinds of great food and stuff to do over there. They just approved a 360-degree immersive dome theater. And on the mock-up graphic, it's called Atmosphere.
Oh, I like that.
It feels very much like a knockoff of the Sphere. They said the most comparable thing in Texas would be the Omni Theater in Fort Worth, if they're comparing it. But obviously, you can go hang out with Zach Wolchuk here in a matter of 20 minutes at Cosm out in Grandscape. He will be out there, and he's going to be doing a bunch of these watch parties. But I think this is awesome, and I think this is...
Is that not tomorrow? I'm so sorry.
It's today.
Oh.
Yeah, there's some promos running today. You can hang out with him 1 to 3 today at Cosm, and he's going to be doing like 8 of those, it feels like. So,
good job.
Yeah, he's going to be all up there just getting his Cosm on with you. But I do believe this is going to be the future of sports and entertainment viewing, and I think it's cool. I think it's awesome, and I think it's an innovative way. And Corey, you brought it up whenever the Stars move came up, and Brad Alberts was saying, is like Cosm like the future of how we start building arenas and stuff for people to watch the game in-house? Like, is that what we're going to start doing? So Cosm was certainly ahead of its time, but I think that's going to be the future of sports.
I'm interested to hear your crush because you're a good bit younger than we are.
So I've always had 2, and one of them, Corey actually said, it was always Claire Huxtable. That was one of them for me.
Wow.
Yeah, I watched The Cosby Show a lot growing up because I would wake up early sometimes, and there was a certain handful of shows that you knew as a kid you're up too early. Like, if that show is on, and The Cosby Show was one of those. That and George Lopez. If those two shows were on, I'm like, it's not time for me to be awake yet. And I would watch it for like half an hour and fall back asleep. And then I grew up to just love those shows. But the other one for me would be Padme Amidala.
Oh, yeah.
Growing up, obviously speaking in characters here, but Natalie Portman was that was generational talent to me as a child. That was kind of like the era of my life where I thought girls were gross, and cooties and everything. You're like, gross, stay away from me. You have germs, whatever. I would never entertain the thought of a woman. And then you watch Star Wars as a kid and you're like, oh my gosh. Never mind, they're not so gross.
Do you think she, character-wise, was kind of doing wrong by Anakin by being like, hey, we can never see each other at the fireside dinner in her leather choker outfit thing?
Yeah, 100%. I felt like a lot of the time that they had any kind of romantic conversation, there was just certain circumstances, a.k.a. the apparel, that were working against young Anakin Skywalker, and I felt bad for him most of the time. And a quick shout out, because it is a shout out Friday, to one of my old track teammates, Brian, who actually went to the site from Attack of the Clones to propose to his girlfriend.
Really?
On that balcony. It's in some European country. I forget where it was actually shot, but he went to that exact balcony with the beautiful backdrop and the pillars and everything. I'm like, that is a bucket list item. I have to go to where that scene was shot now. But yeah, I felt like the odds were always against Anakin, because if you look at that, I don't care if you're a Jedi mastermind, you're folding every single time.
Man. I want to get your take on this from the 817. USA will win today, and Little Debbie was their crush. I'm assuming.
What?
Because they love to eat. Hey,
this is Butterworth, yeah.
From the 214, she is now problematic.
Yeah.
Oh.
From the 214, the Cowboys will miss the playoffs again this year, and it was Winnie Cooper for me. By the way.
Yeah, you got a good point there.
That's my answer. And because the boy that was like in love with her was named Kevin, and so,
Fred Savage?
Exactly. But like he in the show, he was Kevin.
But then, hold on.
And our ages weren't that far off. And now she's still a smoke, and she loves math.
Did that elevate her
Yes.
once you found out she loved math?
100%. She's written multiple books about math.
How do you write a book about math? It's so weird. How do you write?
It's just a bunch of numbers.
Have you read the books?
No.
Whoa! How are you ever going to find her and let her know that she's on your list?
So that's the pickup line. Hello, I've read your books.
I don't know. But just like throw out one of her logarithms and be like, what are your thoughts on logarithms?
I hope she listens and was like, why do you keep saying a logarithm?
Yeah.
You want me to fertilize you?
Mike.
From the 903. Man, these are both pretty hot takes. Sports take. Texas Tech will go 12-0, and Will Hammond's going to win the Heisman. And then their crush growing up, Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction. Man. Like, hopefully the beginning part where she's dancing and talking about milkshakes and stuff.
What other parts are there?
Not the part where she gets stabbed in the heart with the adrenaline.
What?
Because she's going to die.
Why did that happen?
Because she was doing drugs.
The beginning of that movie was so tame.
The beginning scene is a holdup.
Yeah, that was tame.
Okay.
You know?
Then they had to go find his soul.
Do I look like a... Yeah, that movie's really good.
It is very good. I have a friend to this day that's still angry that Pulp Fiction lost Best Picture to Forrest Gump. Like, still, I was like, it's like 30 years ago.
Is that Tarantino's best flick?
I think so.
Didn't he say he was only doing like 12 and he was like, never mind, 13 and then that, but like...
I think technically he's still only done 9.
Yeah.
Because he's like, it doesn't count when I do parts and bits of things.
Okay.
And you're like, all right.
Was 4 Rooms, that was a part?
Yeah, but that doesn't count. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. And like Death Race doesn't count.
Gotcha,
all that
okay.
kind of
All right,
stuff.
interesting.
I still haven't seen The Hateful Eight. I put it on the list. That's the only one of his movies I have not seen.
The Hateful Eight.
It's got Samuel L. Jackson in it. That's what I can tell you.
All right.
And it's a Western.
Western movie.
Other than that, I'll get back to you because I don't really know.
What about that Once Upon a Time movie?
I hate that movie. That movie sucks. Like, that movie getting nominated for Best Picture was shocking to me. And then I realized it's because the Hollywood people all love to get in a circle and hand out awards. But that movie is terrible. It's so long. The only funny part, even a little bit, they showed you in the trailer. It's not interesting. It's not action-packed. It sucks. That is easily his worst movie. Now, I know the critics will disagree with me on that, but they can suck it too.
What do you think about Robert Rodriguez's Desperado, though?
That movie is way, way better than Once Upon a Time.
That was one of the
Hollywood.
first R-rated movies I saw in the theater.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is...
And if they gave out Oscars
great
for
choice.
other things, that movie would have won an Oscar for sure.
Sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and...
Let's give something away, Alec!
877-881-1053.
Oh, sounded angry.
Caller number 3 right now.
I am shocked.
We'll win a pair of tickets to go see Government Mule and Ziggy Marley at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory October 17th. You can buy tickets from livenation.com or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 3.
Number 3.
877-881-1053. In the meantime, let's fire up some Forgiveness Friday.
Please forgive me.
Get me, Corey.
And we start with the Knicks, their owner, and Elmo. So, James Dolan did an interview, I believe it was the day before the parade, and said that they won't go into the second apron.
Not the right time.
To keep the Knicks intact.
It was a stupid decision to say this.
Yes. And he said specifically, I don't know if we'll be able to. We're willing to stretch, but there's certain things in the NBA that you'd have to be suicidal to do, and one of them is the second apron. That is actually his quote. But you're right.
And he means suicidal as in, like, it would kill
monetarily,
the organization
yeah.
for a period of time.
For sure. But right before the parade, it felt very Mark Cuban from
we won
2011.
Now it's time to tear this thing down.
Yes, exactly. So the Knicks are projected to be $13 million below the second apron this summer. However, Landry Shamet and Mitchell Robinson are both free agents. Jose Alvarado could be too. And so you're obviously not going to be able to stay under the second apron and keep all of those players. You can make a strong argument. At best, you could keep one of those players. But I have good news.
I just feel like you tell everybody in the world when you ask that question, when you're asked that, you say, that is for a different time.
Yeah.
We're going to celebrate this thing as hard as we can, and we'll have that discussion in a couple months.
Or would the boilerplate just be, we're going to do everything we can to keep this team together?
Sure.
Like, that's a generic answer.
Then you put it on the players for not accepting the cat, you know?
I offer them each $4 million.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it. Can you believe that?
Good news, though. No more beef with the Knicks and Elmo. It is Forgiveness Friday, and Jalen Brunson was seen holding and at one point gave a kiss to an Elmo plush that was carrying a cardboard sign that said, "Forgive me, please," during the Knicks championship parade.
Because he just wanted both teams to have fun?
That's right.
And hit the over?
Yeah, that's right. Because he posted...
And a sure thing, like Jon Stewart not being at the game.
Look, if you haven't seen...
I tried to show everybody I knew.
The Daily
some people
Show.
Just didn't, like, they, you know...
If you haven't seen The Daily Show from Monday with Jon Stewart as Elmo, with Elmo...
It's wonderful.
It really, really is. But this all goes back to the tweet where it was Elmo hopes both teams have fun with 4 basketball emojis. And people in New York were like, what the crap, Elmo? You're supposed to be on our side. But apparently now everything is cool. So that's good news.
Good. I did see Mariska Hargitay standing around.
Was she there?
Holding the trophy, and Jalen Brunson was standing with her, and he was like, come on, Mariska Hargitay's kid, get in the picture too. And I was like, dude, can you imagine being a celebrity that sits at the front row anyway? And then you're like just part of the parade too because of that, because you're famous.
From the 469, Nobody Loves Jenna Von Oy. Do you remember her? She played 6 in Blossom.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sad that I knew that without having to look it up. And also, multiple people telling me not to watch The Hateful Eight, and one person saying that I need forgiveness now for that horrible take on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That movie was dope. If you needed to be on that to enjoy it, that's possible. Or that could have been our boss, Tim, who thought that movie was really good. And I
thought it was fine.
Hated it. And then there's this.
You don't love the way Hollywood looks for an hour.
I just thought, it was. Look, if I want to watch, it's the same thing with this last season of The White Lotus. Oh, it's majestic and breathtaking. If I wanted to watch a brochure video come to life of Taiwan, I would have rented that or gone and sought it out. Or I would go to Taiwan. I would like a plot.
Wasn't it Big Little Liars or something like that?
Oh, my God, that's another
one. That? Was it Little Lies? I can't remember what show that was.
It's the one where Nicole Kidman's in it, and I think Reese Witherspoon.
Somebody gets pushed down a stairwell.
They're like, hey, do you know what the plot of this episode is? Nothing.
Doesn't matter.
Somebody driving down the PCH and looking at California for 45 minutes? No!
But
that is not a plot!
It was really shot in, Australia, though.
Okay, well, then I hate it even more.
And they tried to make it... Anyway.
I hate it! Give me a plot!
What about... All right, I got a plot for you. And then another truck comes in and then the planet explodes.
That would be a Michael Bay movie. And at least they give it a shot. From the 214, this is a curious dynamic. Does this person need forgiveness? They gave us insight into the Hateful Eight and then said, you guys and your yelling really agitates me.
I'm sorry.
I thought we were yelling in excitement.
Uh-huh.
I thought, but to be fair, I also need forgiveness because I thought they said we just agitate them, but they said the yelling. So that's fair. I'll work on that. Do resistance bands need forgiveness? Because Wenzel Perez was injured. The outfielder for the Tigers was injured when he was hit in the face by a resistance band in the training room following Tuesday's game against the Astros. At the time, A.J. Hinch was like, hey, it snapped off the hook where it was connected and hit him just below the eye. So at least in that instance, not his fault.
I do not trust resistance bands, dude. Too many injuries.
And they feel like with that force, that could I'm not kidding, that could really hurt you, right?
Too many injuries. 806, did y'all report Pulisic is out today? If so, I asked for forgiveness for not tolling hard enough.
We did, a little bit ago.
And it's okay.
30 minutes ago-ish.
Mail it in Friday. So.
No, you don't have to mail it in, but all right.
Facts.
And then Floyd Mayweather. This Floyd Mayweather Jr. deserved forgiveness. He is facing felony charges for passing bad checks. He wrote checks with the intent to defraud a purchase of a $200,000, wait for it, watch in Las Vegas. When is the last time you have written a check and it wasn't for a bill? Now, I know the answer is probably a long time either way.
Yeah.
When's the last time you wrote a check?
It's been a minute. I think I paid...
remember what it was for?
I paid a bill. Yeah, I think it was to pay some sort of bill of some sort.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I do ask this though, Kevin. If you heard there was a watch party and everybody showed up wearing multiple watches, would you be like, oh, okay?
I would think that's really funny. And then they would be like, we're going to do nothing. And then they would turn on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, by the way. And yes, Thailand, not Taiwan, was the setting for season 3 of The White Lotus. I don't know how I got that wrong. Because
I thought you said Thailand. My bad.
I know. But that's all they talked about in the entire show. They're like, hey, let's show a shooting at the beginning that might be interesting. Then let's do nothing for 6.5, 7.5 episodes. And then, yeah, it's terrible. Terrible. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Will the return of Are You Better happen today? Next on the Fan.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Hey, Kevin, I'm sorry. Did you give our friend Nick Harris credit earlier this morning for sharing the Rick Burkhead news?
No, thank you to Nick Harris. I did not see it from him, but thank you.
That's where I saw it. And I just wanted to share that because we like Nick.
I do like Nick.
Who do you not like? You really don't. Here's the thing, Alec. That's my concern. I asked that question knowing Kevin.
Yeah.
And knowing Kevin, like, sometimes he's not thinking of the filter moment where he's like, no, he asked me a question. I have to answer it. This does not compute.
I will probably not answer it, but the answer is there is one.
Ooh, interesting. Kyle Yeomans. Makes sense. Makes sense.
I like Kyle.
I do too. Can't wait for... All right, guys. Right now here on the KNC, whenever we do our hit with him on Fridays during the football season, we see him out at a training camp. It'll be fun. It is now time,
push your luck,
ladies and gentlemen, for the C Block. I think you already announced that, didn't you?
I did.
It wouldn't be an official mail-it-in day, though.
Damn it.
As we have dubbed today for us. And the reason that it is Mail-It-In Friday for us is because all of us, except for Kevin, are going on vacation next week. And Mike Bassick used to tell us, I don't know if he actually said this out loud. He did leave it in that little binder under the sink, though.
You could just tell.
And in the binder, it said... If you are going to take vacation, the week before vacation, you mail it in as hard as you can.
He wasn't always on vacation, though. I'm just kidding, Mike.
Dang,
I will text him. I feel bad about that one. Usually it's stuff I think he would laugh about. I do feel a little bit bad about that one. I will text him.
But Alec and I decided that for the first 4 days of this week, we would work hard.
But not today.
Today... Not so much.
Shouldn't it work the other way, though?
I don't know what you mean.
Because, like, y'all are going to be gone next week. So shouldn't you work extra hard to, like, make my life easier for a day before you're going to be gone?
So you want us to work hard on the day before we go on vacation?
Harder
on.
Oh, my God.
That's what you want.
I really hope the USA wins.
Have you not had fun today? I'm glad you brought up the USA.
Thanks for not making me answer.
We reported earlier that Christian Pulisic is out. Now, I wonder how this changes today's game's approach.
Changes everything! Actually, I don't think it does.
Do you think, though, that this tightens the game up a little bit more?
I think it could change one particular aspect of the strategy, and that is that Australia likes to kind of pack it in anyway. And so I was really hoping that an early goal will force them out of their comfort zone, and then you could potentially just run away with the game at your pace.
Yeah, I mean, I really do like what we...
I think it can still happen.
What we saw from the U.S. from the friendly, the first half of the friendly at least, against Germany, to what we saw in this last game was they were aggressive up front, and they weren't just sitting back on anything. I don't expect them to do that in this game again. I expect them to try, like you're saying, go get that goal early.
Agreed.
And then if you want to play this game the rest of the way, that's fine. But I'm really hoping that that's the case. They keep being that attack mode kind of team because they're not just thinking about this thing. They're thinking about the entire tournament here, and that's why Pulisic likely isn't in. Not because
I agree with you.
He's
there.
not. Like if this was, I bet you would hear this quote from him. If this was the final. If this was this, there's no doubt I'd be out there right now. If it's all on the line in group stage and we need me out there, I'll be out there. But this one, we got the win, as Kevin said earlier, and that's a nice thing. Yesterday, Jane Slater asked this question to Shoddy during the press conference. And I wanted to have a conversation as this is Father's Day coming up on Sunday.
Right.
My question to you on that is, how do you Father's Day? Do you want to be away from your kids playing golf somewhere, or do you want to be surrounded by your kids? Do you want to be surrounded by Dad? How do you Father's Day whenever you Father's Day? And congratulations to Jared Sandler on his first Father's Day that's coming up. We talked to him a little bit yesterday. Totally forgot to congratulate him, but I'll send him something. I'll send him a thanks or whatever.
Like a text or like a fruit bouquet?
Maybe a GIF.
Okay.
GIFs are cool.
All right.
But this was Shoddy talking about, because he went to go to a lot of the weddings, and he's been around a lot of the weddings for the players. He was at DeMarvion Overshone's wedding. And this is his advice to... Actually, I think Jane's question's in here as well. This is his advice to the players.
Well, number one, I think it's the most important decision that you make in your life. I know I would not be here. I don't want to get emotional talking about my wife, but, I would not be here if it wasn't for her. But it's the biggest decision you're going to make in your life. In this business, you better find somebody that's independent because they wear a lot of hats, whether it's chasing owls out of the house or things like that. Moving. She doesn't want me around when we move. She wants me out of the house. She wants me someplace else. But, you find the right one. You got to communicate. It's never 50-50. It's usually 70-30, 80-20, 20-80. And you just appreciate that. But, I'm very blessed.
The line of 70-20, 20-80, 30, that line right there I've always abided by. And I think if I can only give 60% today, or if I'm giving 60% today because she can only give 40%, no bearing on how much I'm willing to give. If she's only at a 4 that day, I got to do whatever I can to make sure we're making it.
Right.
You know what? I might have to carry it a little extra for you today.
Right.
And I've always felt that way about relationships. It's never a full 50-50 balance.
Sure.
And somebody texted and they were like, it's 100 and 100. And I get that. I totally get that. Sometimes you need a little help.
Yeah.
All of us do need a little bit of help sometimes. But I've always, a buddy of mine said 60-40 a long time ago. And as I've experienced, we're up on our 20th year of marriage. I've seen that that's so real in that some days, some months, some years, I give a little bit more. But you know what? Don't even care because I care about her so much. Sometimes she's given more. Kevin, she carried the weight of making sure our family was financially sound while I was coming to a place that we are today. While I was going through all that, she was like, I'll carry this for you. But guess what? I had to fill in responsibilities elsewhere.
Yeah.
Things that I didn't expect I would need to do in life. And then I did them to make sure that we as a couple were at 100%. And sometimes that's just I think that advice from Shoddy right there is that sometimes I do know some people will be like, all I'm doing is carrying the weight of this thing. In a good relationship, it'll come back to you. And I think in a good relationship, those things will ebb and flow, and you'll get that back at some point. I think that's wonderful advice in that Shoddy gave right there. And I hope it works out for people out there.
Yeah.
But if you're mailing it in every day, I get it, Kevin. I see where you're going.
No, I just that's not for me. That's great. And if that works for him, rock on. But, he said he wouldn't.
What's your advice?
Yeah, I don't know. I think kids make a way bigger impact than who you marry. But that's just for me. So he says he wouldn't be there without his wife. That's just not something I can relate to, because I did this most of my life without a wife. So I do not particularly relate to that statement. But if that works for him.
Do you like Jess?
That's great. Yeah, she's great.
You love Jess?
I do.
Yeah, I think that's that's part of the conversation too. Everybody does have a different approach to it, for sure. And I think one of the best advices I got as a father was from, his name's Tom Carbone. He's no longer with us. He said, whenever that baby starts to cry, you stay asleep. There's nothing that baby needs from you. That baby is hungry in the middle of the night. You need to rest so you can make sure you can take care of her the next day.
Oh, my goodness.
I thought that was awesome advice.
But what if she's been pumping and stuff?
to like make sure that the breast milk is available.
Correct.
There is nothing better than the nurturing feel of a mother holding her child for both the baby and the mom. So,
okay.
Now what?
That is an interesting take.
Checkmate, Kevin. And now it's time for this. Hit it!
Daryl Strawberry.
Oh.
Yes. You play right field.
Yes.
I play right field too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes. Hi, this is Daryl Strawberry. And yes, Kevin, I'm better than you.
Kevin, this is the segment where we find out if you think you're better than everybody born today. That includes some people that could be dead. Now, Kevin, the reason I bring this up today is I thought this was an important one. There is somebody on this list that I think is important. There are a couple people, actually. But more importantly than that, you will not go undefeated today. I guarantee it.
Do you have Opal Lee on that list?
No. Opal Lee is not on this list today.
She should be. It's not her birthday, but it is like kind of her day.
All right.
She helped make it a federal holiday.
Let's do that then. Opal Lee.
I mean, okay, look. Of course, I'm not going to say that Opal Lee is way better than me. She's already accomplished more than I have. Mm-hmm. She's still going. 99.
Rocking, dude.
I know. And do you know Texas was the first state to recognize Juneteenth as a holiday?
Really?
And everybody else had to catch up. Now, part of that is because, like,
we don't like to be followers.
That is true. But also Juneteenth specifically, like, refers to when people who were enslaved at the time in Texas found out about it, unfortunately, 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. So I get it, but I'm glad the rest of the country caught up.
Kevin?
I'm sorry, can I ask you one more question? Do you ever...
It's your show, dude. You're trying hard.
You said I wasn't trying hard. Do you ever scoff at something that you like already knew and was from the past? I'm actually listening to something about the Civil War right now, and they talked about when
we're doing a show.
I know.
How are you listening to a podcast?
No, not right now. I mean, like as a abstract concept.
Oh, okay.
And
right now.
they said when the Confederacy seceded, they thought they would be recognized, and they tried to get equal alliances with like other countries and stuff, and they go, they failed. And I go, ha! In your face, Confederacy. Is that a weird reaction for something that, like, I already knew that, and that happened a long time ago?
I don't know. How are things going now?
They lost.
Still?
Yep.
What? I thought this country doesn't support losers.
Man.
They didn't, did they?
For the most part, that's a good point.
All right, Kevin. Turning 78 today. Felicia Rashad.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, I found that out after I did what I did earlier, too.
Dude, she could bring home the bacon and cook it up in a pan. You know what I'm saying? She is definitely better than me.
Remember she made a cake, and then he cut a slice of that cake out, then tried to fill it in with paper towels and cover it up with icing, and then first bite. Anyway.
She was the real moral authority on that show.
Mm-hmm. Turning 48 today. Zoe Saldana.
From Guardians of the Galaxy?
From Guardians of the Galaxy and those T-Mobile commercials.
Dude, there are so many of those commercials. That and the guy that was on Westworld, I feel like are in every phone commercial ever made. She is, I mean, obviously she's better than me. She's also super duper pretty. Mm-hmm. She's better than me.
Turning 42.
How old did you say
48.
Wow, really?
Yeah, she's 5 years older than me.
Holy moly.
Actually, I'm 44, so that means 4. And I'm about to be 45, so never mind. Turning 42 today, Paul Dano.
Oh, yeah. He played the Riddler. Mm-hmm. And it was in this movie I watched called Swiss Army Man. It has Harry Potter in it. It's pretty good.
The kid who plays Harry Potter, or the actual Harry, like a wizard shows up as like, Calabuste. Did you call me?
Yeah. Yeah, I like Paul Dano a lot. He's weird looking, but he's a really good actor. He could be better than me.
He was in The Girl Next Door.
Oh, he was as a kid?
He was one of the tripod. Right. And he was also...
Oh, man. That'd be a good name to have in that industry, right?
Wasn't he also in Not Another Teen Movie?
I'm the tripod.
Where she was like, I just want a guy, and he was like, I will be that guy. And
I've not seen that movie in a really long time.
I think he was. I don't know, though.
Congratulations, Paul Dano. Riddle me this. You're better.
Turning 64 today. Paula Abdul. Oh, what? After all the MC Scat Cat references on this show, and you're considering thinking about this?
Man, that's a good point. And then she made that Rush video with Keanu Reeves.
It was pretty special.
Isn't that
It was like a James Dean
yeah,
throwback.
and like the truck flew off the cliff.
It was sad.
You know what? If that video came out like 40 years ago, and hurry, if I could still remember both of those, she's obviously better than me.
Turning 48 today. Dirk Nowitzki.
Oh my goodness gracious. One of the most iconic athletes in Metroplex history. So much so that they were willing to make a dirty statue with him. And they cleaned it up, but still, he is an icon. Dirk is as far better than me as you can be.
And then finally,
I gotta win one of these.
No longer with us.
Son of a gun.
Lou Gehrig.
Today. I consider myself the betterest man on the face of the earth.
He's dead. He can't fight back.
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
He's obviously better than me. It's a tough break that he was named that, though, right?
That is, yeah, man.
It's like you knew he was going to get
Is that what you want
Lou
your legacy
Gehrig
to
disease.
be? You know?
Yeah. Because he was named Lou Gehrig.
Yeah, do you
like if they had Alec Medford disease, you know he would get it.
This is going to be the death of me.
I'm just kidding, Alec. They came up with that later.
Somebody from the 321 says Kevin's better than Lou Gehrig because he's not dead. Hold on, but that's Are You Deader?
And I did say that once. I was like, if he's so great, why is he dead? But that was not about Lou Gehrig.
Yeah, it was about some other
Was
dead
it
person.
probably also inflammatory? Yes.
It might have been Ted Williams.
It was, but Lou Gehrig is better than me. Man, you
And
alive. He ain't, so
And-
you better. Dang.
And deader.
Holy moly. All right, I'll tell you this. Lou Gehrig can be better than me and deader than me.
I can't. I don't recall Kevin getting destroyed in the Are You Better
I
worse
know.
than today.
Can you just say one more person so I can win one of these freaking things for goodness sake?
You want me to just find one more person?
And was it Lou Gehrig that Cal Ripken broke that streak? Oh, I might change one of my opinions then.
You know what, Kevin?
Somebody said I was getting soft because I said I was better than Paula Abdul a few years back. I got too nice. Stupid Noah.
I can't decide here. You know what?
Made
Here
me
we go. This is
soft.
gonna be. Here we go. This will make it easy on you. Rapper Macklemore turns 43 today. This should just go ahead and say you're better. It's fine.
Did he used to be
fine.
popular?
He's fine.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Macklemore. You were Macklemore-less today. Nope. You, in my
Never
head.
mind. I got to go find another one. Jordan Poole turns 27 today.
Oh, Jordan Poole sucks. Good for him for like conning teams into thinking he was going to be good off that 1 year. At first, I thought it was Jordan Peele, and I was like, "Oh, he's better than me." So look,
easily.
the hierarchy goes like this: Jordan Peele is better than me, but I'm better than Jordan Poole. So there you go. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053. You just wait. Caller number 4.
4.